天网被全面升级了。
什么？所有？
哈里克谢！该死！所有人恢复！
无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎大家。你和瑞丽娜是对我是最高的，你是与众不同的，不要抗拒，接受它。
还出我的脑子！
手吹手！
汇报情况，终端找到了吗？
我们被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你
汇报情况，终端找到了吗？
我们被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我们才是未来。
不让任何人掉队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。
都行。
哈福克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平已在剧烈摇摆。为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。
发现敌方危机！发现敌方坦克！
已标记敌方高威胁单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
来不及了，天王，你摧毁了。
不对，天网被全面升级了。
什么？所有？
哈里克谢！该死！所有人恢复！
无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈福克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎回家。你和威利卡讲的是被误是罪的，你是与众不同的，不要抗拒，接受它。
还出我的脑子！
手吹手。
搜索四周。来制造一点恐慌吧。
汇报情况，终端找到了吗？
我们被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈福克需要你，而是你需要哈福克。我们才是未来。
不让任何人掉队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。
都行。
哈福克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平一再剧烈摇摆。为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。发现敌方飞机。发现敌方坦克。已标记敌方高威胁单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
各位干员朋友们
Hello to all operators. Welcome to the 2025 Hero Esports Asian Champion League Delta Force. Being a part of Esports Asia Championship League, the first international esports tournament in Asia, the ACL Delta Force has now entered the offline final stage. After intense competition, 4 squads from different countries have made it into the offline finals. They are: the China regional squad has stormed into the grand finals with an undefeated qualifying streak, overpowering rivals through tactical synergy and world-class gunplay. The Korea regional squad has defied expectations with a Cinderella run through the qualifying gauntlet, battling their way into Championship League through chess-like tactical execution. The Thailand regional squad has clawed their way into the grand finals from a 50-team bloodbath, blending surgical gunplay with hyper-mobile mechanics and showcasing peak individual execution. The Japan regional squad has battled into the grand finals with unorthodox armory mastery and samurai precise angles. The 4 teams will compete in a total of 6 rounds within double elimination bracket over 2 competition days, May 17th to 18th. In the first round, the 4 teams will face off in pairs, with teams securing 2 consecutive victories advancing to the winner's bracket. The 2 teams in the winner's bracket will then compete with each other to determine the first team to advance directly to the grand finals. The 2 teams that lose in the first round will face off to decide which one advances to the loser's bracket final. In the loser's bracket final, the advancing team will compete with the losing team from the winner's bracket for the second qualification spot in the grand finals. The 2 teams advancing to the finals will engage in a showdown to crown the ultimate champion of the ACL Delta Force. This tournament adopts the BO3 format. In each round, the offensive side must capture all zones to win, otherwise victory goes to the defensive side. In each match, the maps for Game 1 and Game 2 are determined by a draw carried out by the referee, and both games are played with the same map. The offensive and defensive sides for the first game are decided by a draw. The 2 sides switch in the second game. If the first 2 games end in a 1-1 tie with both victories going to the defensive side, the priority for Game 3 shall be determined by the offensive sides for the first 2 rounds based on the following criteria in sequence. A. Total number of zones captured. B. Highest zone capture percentage in a single game. C. Highest historical zone capture percentage. D. Total offending time. When games 1 and 2 result in a 1-1 tie with both rounds won by the offensive side, the priority for Game 3 is given to the side with shorter offending time added in the first 2 rounds. The overall prize pool for the ACL Delta Force Finals is $100,000, and the champion will win $40,000, while the runner-up, 3rd place, and 4th place earn $30,000, $20,000, $10,000 respectively. The operators from the 4 major regions have assembled, and the battle is around the corner. Who will stand out to the last moment? ACL Delta Force, Fight to Rule. Follow us on May 17th to 18th. ACL, creating the impossible.
攻占山天尖塔，立即行动！特战小队
GTI 特战队已入侵海域，不要慌张，充分利用阵地优势，居高临下痛击敌人。确认敌人坦克位置。
敌人依旧强劲，继续战斗。
波波还在游龙，他还在场上。ขึ้นมาไต่มาบนถ้ำได้สำเร็จนะครับแล้วมีโอกาสได้มาแต่ก็ไม่มาแบบสุดยอดสุดยอด
日本の e スポーツはただの戦いじゃない。今回は日本地域の思いを背負いアジアの舞台へ進撃する。
เดินหน้ายิงให้ยับดุดันอย่างมวยไทยศึกครั้งนี้ไทยใส่เต็มไม่มีถอยพร้อมบุกทะลวงใส่ข้าศึกด้วยทุกสิ่งที่เรามี ACL พวกเรามาแล้ว
한국의 e스포츠 실력은 보통 넘을 수 없는 거대한 벽이라고 많이들 얘기해. 우리는 델타포스에서 대한민국이라는 전설을 써내려가겠어.
首先，欢迎大家来到上海。其次，我想提醒在座的各位，当心一点，这里是我们的主场，你们最好全力以赴。来了，简单敌出的，请你定点，先灭一辆，每一件
步兵冲锋，进攻 B 点。雷点已失守，全部兵力后撤。3点，全力防守。目标就在前方，全力冲刺。拿下最后一个区域，胜利就是我们的。
有请泰区代表队
Welcome Thailand！
有请日区代表队
Welcome Japan！
有请东道主战队国服代表队
Welcome China！
Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Asian Champions League. And this is day one of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals that's all taking place at DreamHack Shanghai. I'm going to be your host today. My name is Goj, and I'm joined by the wonderful Taylor Reflections Noble back in the booth with me for our English broadcast of the Shanghai Grand Finals on LAN. This is going to be a banger. I mean, if opening ceremony is going to set the tone for us, Taylor, I am so excited for today.
Without a doubt, Shanghai, the fact that, by the way, Delta Force being as new as it is, at least with the revamp, like, already having a LAN is tremendous. Excited about the future. You brought me on very early, a couple months ago to do some Delta Force stuff. Now we're back. The fact that we're already having a $100,000 LAN is incredible. And not to mention, to your intro, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, actually rings true this time. That's because right. Who knows where people are, watching in the world, right? At least for us, it's evening, but for some it might be morning and, afternoon. But it's going to be a great day. It really is. Super excited to be here. A lot of great things to go through.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite parts about this broadcast is that we get to watch along with the chat today. All of the amazing action. Of course, we'll be casting. Yes, today's broadcast will be in English on our main channels here. We are live on all of those channels. And then also the main ACL tournament is also live on a modicum of different languages that it's broadcasted from all over the world, especially in Asia. So really pumped for today. And Taylor, I want to start things off before we jump into any of our conversations around format, teams, players, and all of that good stuff. I want to start with Delta Force by itself, what we can expect today, which is obviously going to be some chaotic action. We are playing Warfare today, and these teams qualified to get here. It's really cool. We saw a preview of that during the beginning of the show. All of these teams qualified for their country, and then all 4 of these countries get together at DreamHack Shanghai for these grand finals for the ACL. Like, this is such a cool opportunity for these players and these teams. Brand new game with a brand new esports scene, and we're getting a chance to see it on LAN for the first time.
Yeah, the fact that they're representing their country, by the way, is awesome. Okay, I want to point that out. I think it gives you at least a greater sense of pride and a greater sense of a purpose being on that stage. Okay, so we'll set that record straight. I think for each region, each country that's going to be represented, they're going to be playing their hearts out. And it's a big honor, to represent your country, right? The fact that we have 4 being represented, at least here, the fact that it was an open qualifier, we're going to be seeing the best that Delta Force has to offer. I love Warfare, first and foremost, and I think it's incredible. And I like it because of its complexity. Like, it seems simple. It's very easy to just pick up, understand it, know what is happening, what's going down. But it's another thing, I think, to play it at a top elite level, which we are going to be seeing not only today but also tomorrow as well. But I was interested when we were looking through. There are commanders on each roster, by the way. So that's really cool. I want to talk more about that later on, of course, once we get through the top of show. But commanders, different squads, how they're going to operate. Super cool, man. Warfare. It's a great complex, at least at the elite level. But again, it's easy to pick up and play, which is always wonderful.
Well, it'll be really fun to watch when we start talking about teams and what they've done to be here. Look, they've got coaches. Each country has their own coach, and like you said, they have their squad leaders, their commanders in game as well, which means they're going to be able to communicate with the entirety of the team. So when we start talking about the complexity of Warfare and how you play it at an elite level, what are the strategies at kind of an esports level, which is what we're experiencing here, it's kind of listening to that commander and that squad leader. But how many games could you look at and say, yeah, there's an IGL for a full 20-person team? Like, that is a crazy concept that you really only get a chance to see in a game like Warfare, a game mode like Warfare here with Delta Force. So really pumped that we're doing this broadcast, because I had a chance to do all of the commentary for our English broadcast for the esports here in North America and in Latin American regions. And it was so fun in Europe as well. And now we're getting to see the other side of the coin with the Asian Champions League. So we truly have experienced a global esports at this point. So Taylor, I want to talk a little bit about the format for what people at home can expect today as well, because this is a really fun format and we're going to be here for a little while. We've got 3 best of 3s we're going to be going through here with our brackets. So let's take a look at our format and let's talk through this. Excited for this one. There's kind of a lot of words on your screen, but it's pretty simple. We're going to be playing best of 3s today in Warfare. And as per the usual with Warfare esports, you're going to have each team attack and defend on each map. Those maps and sides, which side you're starting on, are all randomly drawn. We even randomly drew our first round matchups as well. There was no seeding going into this. And so once you see that bracket and you see those matchups, that was all done randomly as well to promote fairness. Once that's all decided, you're playing a best of 3. So each side gets to attack and defend. And then we go to game 3 if the scores are tied. If both teams won on a specific side, then bang. We're playing game 3 no matter what round we're in. Every single round today and tomorrow are going to be best of 3s. Now, here's the thing. Here with the tiebreakers, the way this is going to work is there's a couple different ways to break it all down. I think the one that we really need to pay attention to is the most zones captured. Okay, that's the very first one. The rest will kind of come, and we'll talk about those if we need to. But the most zones captured will likely be the one that we go to if we need to determine who is attacking or defending for that 3rd round, because the winner of these tiebreakers will be allowed to pick, essentially. So the way this works is most zones captured. So if you think about Warfare and what we've always seen with Warfare is essentially if you go A, B, C, D, but you get stopped before you get to E, then you're going to rack up that many points, that many capture points. But if your opponents on the attack also get stopped and you both trade defensive wins, but they only get to point C, well, then of course you're going to win that tiebreaker and you'll get to choose which side you want. But here's a look at that prizing. Taylor, you're talking about $100,000. Here's the breakdown. Everybody that's made it here, the countries represented, are all going to make money. But Taylor, talk to me about this prize pool. Obviously, the team at the top making the most.
That's right. Team at the top makes the most, but the big thing to take account, right, is all teams will be earning at least something. But $40,000, I'd rather have that than the $10,000. Yeah, that's a lot. $100,000. Again, this is the first LAN event, to my knowledge, when it comes to Delta Force. So the fact that they're already doing $100,000 is insane. 40,000, 30, then 20 and 10. But more importantly, the money's always great. But again, to call yourself the champion of the first ever official, Delta Force LAN, to call yourself a champion for your country is also at stake here. So the prize pool is one thing, and trust me, they will be playing hard for that. But again, to have the accolades is a tremendous thing to take into account as well, Goj.
Yeah, it's a really good shout. I'm excited about this prize pool. We'll continue to talk about it. Of course, that's all split up between all of the different teams. And we get a chance here to look at a couple of these interviews that are happening. I think I really love some of the content. And again, chat, we're going to have a chance to kind of sit back, watch this content with you. We'll talk over some of this stuff since we're on the English broadcast, and then we'll kind of allow us to all pay attention and watch some of it. But I've really loved, I got a chance to see behind the scenes, Taylor, some of the content segments they're running, and this being one of them. They have some really cool content coming that we'll kind of talk through, and some good interviews as well with these players. Like, I love what Delta Force is doing to create this kind of semblance of teams in Warfare. Even if it's a 20-person team, they still have an opportunity to do stuff like this, where they are highlighting specific players, specific squads as well. It's going to be 5 squads of 4, and they all get a chance to kind of speak for on broadcast, but also in interviews and things like that. So really cool stuff.
Yeah, super cool. You know, giving overall a view of who these players are, which again can get lost in translation, right? When it comes to 20 players per team, there's a lot to deal with. But now we're getting a chance to really see, right, the personalities, the players, obviously in front of you, which is wonderful. They seem like they're having a good time. I saw one guy on there to the left, man, looks like he lifts. That guy's my hero. He was a big guy. Shout out to him. They're sharing snacks. They're stomping on the ground. It seems like vibes are immaculate. That's what you want, right? Especially before the competition. Now things start to heat up, but I'm hoping we have more pieces like that to get a chance to get to know the players, see what they're eating, and see what's up.
Yeah, no, that's a really good shout. You're always paying attention to who's lifting and who's not. I respect that a ton, to be honest. No, yeah, I'm really pumped about this. So we had a chance to kind of talk format for a little bit. Prize pool, of course, as a reminder, it is 20v20. So if you have played Warfare in the past, maybe in general pubs, you're used to having more people in the lobby with the kind of esports style that we've been transitioning here with Warfare. It is going to be 5 squads of 4 per side, aka per country, and those teams obviously all working together. There's going to be some individual accolades for different teams, or squads rather, or even individuals that slay out or heal the most. But let's take a look at those teams and how they're going to be moving through this bracket. Now, folks, as a reminder, it is a best of 3 at every stage, and it is also a double elimination format. And so today, you're going to be watching match 1, which is semifinals 1 with China and Japan, match 2, which is going to be Thailand and Korea, and then we're going to watch the winner of those matchups. So here are our timings for that, giving about rough estimate of times per when we're going to start each of these rounds, because again, they are a best of 3. So we could go for 2 games or 3 games on each of these rounds, Taylor. But we are, and this is all, by the way, in Shanghai time, in local time in Shanghai. But we're going to be watching that semifinals 1 and 2 and winners finals today, which is really exciting because we get to see one team make it to the grand finals today before we get to tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, look, making it to grand finals, guaranteed $30,000 for your team. Okay, that is tremendous. Obviously, you're going for gold, you're going for 40,000, but that winners final matchup, our third match of the day, is going to be quite significant. A lot on the line when it comes there. From what I'm hearing, China seems to be the best team, at least when it came to the qualifiers. So they're the team to beat. Japan has to take on the Titans of the tournament early on in their first matchup. But one thing we know about underdogs, not that Japan's necessarily an underdog, right? But one thing we know about, the top dogs is sometimes they can tumble pretty hard. I'm curious how that first match is going to go. And of course, for Thailand and Korea, we'll see how that one unfolds. But it's going to be a lot of fun. And for you in chat, let us know, where are you watching first and foremost? Also, what time is it? I want to know what time it is. Where are you watching, right? Because it's pretty late. And also, who are you supporting?
Well, here's a look at that China roster you were talking about. You can see all of our player names here today across the board. These are those 5 squads of 4 players each. These are the squads that have been working together throughout the course of the qualifiers to make it to this stage, and then all have to work together as an entire team representing the country, which is pretty exciting. So I love that we get a chance to see not only all of our individual players, they had a chance to take pictures for every single player as well. Really, really cool stuff. And I think we've even got some cameras down on stage, so we're going to be kind of paying attention to all of our players, their reactions throughout the course of today as they are getting warmed up, about to be loading into our very first lobby of the day. And this truly is the start. This is kind of the litmus test to see how fast teams are going to be swinging out the gate, how aggressive are they going to be playing, what operator comps are they going to be using. A lot of minutia to talk about as well. But I love that we get a chance to see this beautiful stage here, Taylor.
I don't know if you saw that coach in the background. He's got an entire binder. That excites me. Look, coaches are incredible when it comes to esports, and sometimes the unsung heroes, we focus our attention on the players. Granted, they're the ones making the magic happen on your screen, but the coaches truly put in a ton of research, and it's going to be no different here. Can't wait to see the success, and well, obviously give credit, to the coaches we can. This is Japan in front of you, facing off against China early on. We had a chance to see a couple of these players here during their interviews, and it's going to be fun to see them obviously compete. And we will have a commander on each squad, which is going to be fun. And I assume the commander guiding the troops on the battlefield is working closely in conjunction with the coach. And I'm also curious if the coach has a chance to communicate with his team, his squadron, during the game itself. If he does, that's some big insight, because he's going to have the overview, right, and be able to communicate with his commander, kind of like a military-esque chain of command.
Yeah, I definitely think they'll be able to communicate between games, probably not during games. The look at your screen right now, by the way, this is Abaton, who is going to be the commander for Japan. Really excited to watch the commanders in work and see how they can kind of command their squad around, because one of the things we noted during esports was, frankly, the lack of chemistry, the lack of communication, the lack of being able to work together. So we'll continue to pick up some of the interviews here, as it does look like one of our China players is on screen now, getting an interview with the creative team here. And I'm loving these moments of being able to highlight these players, because I think, Taylor, the fun thing we get to talk about often is do these players have LAN experience? I mean, we are on LAN maybe for the very first time, and we don't know exactly what experience they do have. And to be honest, I'm pumped to see who is like able to ice up on LAN, or who's going to be a little bit nervous.
It's a tremendous talking point, Goj. LAN hits differently. When you're used to sitting inside your house playing, your socks are on, you don't even have shoes on. It gets a little crazy out there, man. Who knows how you're playing your game, but it's a lot different going from where you're super comfortable, you're in your own environment that you're familiar with, and then you go to a LAN setting, maybe playing on different equipment, maybe playing in front of an audience that isn't necessarily that supportive of you, right? Because that does happen. Or maybe they are supportive, so that pressure hits you differently too. It can affect players tremendously, and it's going to be no different today. What I do think, though, Goj, what is different here, because there's so many people on your team, that's a huge support structure that you have to lean into. So if you are a bit nervous, you've got an entire family around you that's ready to pick you up and show why you're here, or at least tell you and convince you that you're here for a reason, you're here to compete, and we believe in you.
Yeah, it's a really good breakdown. Fun conversations on LAN always, and some great interviews here. I believe we've had a chance to almost check in with every single player for China in those interviews. Let's take a look here with, this is our commander. This is Abaton for Japan. He's going to be leading the charge, but we're going to go through all of these player introductions just like we did for China here for Japan as well. So really cool. I'm also loving, Taylor, the kind of these shots they're getting like out in Shanghai at DreamHack. As a reminder, this is absolutely a LAN event, but it's also at DreamHack. So there's a lot going on in this tournament for the ACL and everything around in DreamHack.
And that's super cool, and DreamHack has always been such a fun event. I myself have not had a chance to go to one. I've had a chance to work some remote like I'm doing here, but I've heard stories and tales from DreamHacks and how cool it is, because you do get to experience the true gamer experience, multiple titles, multiple games, and somebody walking there, maybe a full crowd, a full group. What is Delta Force? Well, now they get a chance to see it in person, feel the energy, and truly get an understanding of what Delta Force is all about. And that's what's beautiful about DreamHack. But more importantly, to support, right, that DreamHack is giving Delta Force for the ACL, because this is the first LAN event for ACL, the Asia Championship League. That is tremendous. The fact that we are setting the tone with Delta Force tells you all you need to know about how special this game is and how special this event is going to be.
Yeah, I love it. And here's, again, some of those great looks. Our commander, excited to showcase skills on main stage. Beautiful content here. I'm loving that we're getting to see all these interviews. A great shout to everybody in the stadium on LAN and everybody here joining us in the booth. Folks at home, Taylor already asked you where you're located right now, because you're right. We are live all over the place and at all just about every single time zone you can think of. It's a beautiful representation of the global esport that is Delta Force. And one of the things you'll see throughout the course of the day is that one of the logos, or rather kind of mottos for this broadcast and these events, is Road to EWC. One of Delta Force's goals here, Taylor, is to get to the Esports World Cup in 2026. They want to be one of the main titles that you can play at EWC, which would be a lot of fun. I know both you and I had a chance to go last year, hopefully going again this year. And I would love Delta Force to get there, just like Delta Force would, and everybody here in the ACL and globally worldwide. That's the whole point. It is a global esports World Cup.
Yeah, no, that's huge. Esports World Cup changed, as far as I'm concerned, the landscape of esports. It's something we all look forward to as viewers, as talents, right? So the fact that we're going into Esports World Cup, potentially going into that with Delta Force, is tremendous. First match of the day, China versus Japan. Cracked. What do we think about it, Coach? Are we excited for this one? Because for me, man, I cannot wait to see the best of the best in China and Japan represented here. Obviously, first match of the day in this best of three.
Yeah, a great shout. Cracked is going to be so fun to watch on LAN. And China is attacking here, by the way. So those icons are. Japan is defending to start. And then, of course, they will swap. So as we prepare for Cracked, get a chance to see a breakdown from the coach. This is something we saw before the broadcast here during the rehearsals. They've got a full breakdown of each map on the board, and they're talking strategies before the round.
So cool.
Now that they know what map they're going for, the teams are talking about what they want to do on each of these positions, on that first capture point. How do we want to defend it? This is awesome. I love that we get a chance to see this.
This is so cool to me. For those who don't know, I was in the Army. I was never this involved, okay, with the tax and stuff, right? I was just specialist, but seeing this does get me excited, and it shows how serious this game is. You know, obviously it's a game, right? At the end of the day, they're here to have fun, they're here to play, but taking it this seriously is so cool, because we haven't seen things at this level. At least I haven't, Goj, when it comes to Delta Force. A lot of the stuff that we've done has been show matches. Obviously, we've had the esports side of things with the extraction stuff, but like this is so in-depth. Look at how much they're talking, they're planning it out. I don't know, man. I want to be there. I really, like, I'm super jealous that I'm not there and I don't get a chance to see this. They're writing I don't even know what they're writing, but I tell you what they're writing is serious and it is important. If I was a competitor on the other team, I'd maybe try to take a peek.
Look at Japan's strategy here.
What is it?
Chad, if you could break this down for me, that would be great, to be honest with you. And I think they're talking about each of the different sectors, and a little memeing aside on the first point, I assume, but points B1 and B2 are actually extremely important, to be honest, in Cracked. Cracked is a very difficult map on the attack side. It's something that I've seen over and over again. Attackers get stumped on. That first 2 B points is going to be temporary command HQ, and the slums are some of the hardest points in the game. C gets even more dicey, the military stash in the office area. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But China versus Japan about to get started. And Taylor, again, I don't know. Predictions-wise, I guess technically China is the favorite on paper, but it's LAN, man. Anything can happen, and I'm pumped to get into some gameplay.
Without a doubt, after seeing, Japan's game plan, I'm excited too. I really am. No, I think they're good. I think they're having fun. And again, that's what it's all about. The fact that they're on defense, though, how do we feel about that, Goj? You broke down Crack. You discussed a couple of the points. Attack versus defense. Obviously, with China being so experienced, doing so well during the qualifiers, do you think they have an advantage being on the attacking side? Because typically that's a negative.
Yeah, we'll see. To be honest, I'm a huge fan of defense on this map. I think it's a lot easier to set up kind of trap points and choke points on this map because of the streets once you get past the first couple points. I will say A is one of the hardest points to hold in just about any map that you can watch when it comes to Warfare. We watched it during the esports, during North America and Europe. You're going to see it again here in the ACL. Already A, under siege and going to the way of the attackers pretty immediately. And of course, it's going to be nonstop chaos and utter obliteration. But the Scorched Earth policy here of throw bodies at the point until you capture it absolutely works for the attack because they're just closer to the point for the very first one of the map.
Board with Japan, one of our teams of 4, obviously, right before you, going on the defense, trying to keep China away from the A side, which gets a little capped. You know, for those that are new, I want you to pay attention to the top left. Those are going to be the tickets. 178 current, or 178 total at the moment for the attacking side. For Japan on defense, they're going to have unlimited, so they don't really care necessarily about throwing their lives away. Obviously, you do want to try and taper that off because the more lives you throw away, the less defense you're going to have. The attacking side's going to be able to run up on the point, which seems to be getting captured quite quickly. You mentioned how difficult it is, but China making quick work of it, it seems.
Yeah, again, I think for point A, the attackers just spawn so close to it that all you're trying to do is waste as many lives as humanly possible. You know you're not going to win on the very first one. It's just a matter of, can we delay it enough to where they don't have max tickets going into points B1, B2? Absolutely not the case. China came in, blew the doors wide open, and said, let's move on our merry way to these next two. Now, this is where things start to get dicey, and with Warfare in particular, we talk about this often, of the tug of war between points. How do you prioritize B1 versus B2? How do you prioritize B2 after you've captured B1 without just trading those points back the other way? A lot of fun narratives here, and it's all going to come down to team chemistry and communication from that commander to make sure all the troops move together, or they keep kind of a secret ops squad on the point to hold it while the majority of the team goes for the new cap.
China's looking pretty good. You mentioned that tug of war, obviously. Well, for B2, for China, at least from their perspective, all over it. Obviously, B1 now has to be the focus if they can potentially get that. Tanks going to play an impact here. Obviously, both sides are going to have their own. And for Japan, their focus is B1. They want to continue to hold that down as long as humanly possible. They're going to be stacking, or China's going to be over there, but Japan needs to try potentially retake it, or at least hold on to B2 if they can, which seems to be where they are bunkered up, holding it down. Japan does have an off-angle team. You see them just before you to the left of your screen. Curious how that's going to have an impact, and how impactful in general goes these flanker teams could potentially be. You know, because obviously that team, they might be few, but if they could, you know, avoid the tank, get those off angles, China could be put into a very difficult spot, an interesting spot that they're going to have to fight before they can even advance forward.
Yeah, I like that shout. I mean, two of the major pieces of understanding when you are watching Warfare, and you all have experienced this in game too, how do you use your vehicles? Not only how you use them to have, you know, great effectiveness, how do you use them and not lose them? That is everything when it comes down to these fights. And so you're seeing, here comes a very well-coordinated attack here from the China squad, pushing over towards B2, trying to open up some moment of opportunity while continuing to maintain possession of B1. This is the most coordinated attack I have ever seen in Warfare, by the way, Taylor. We watched an entire series of esports back and forth in multiple regions, but the ACL just moves differently. Crushing it right now.
What else do you expect, brother? I mean, these are the best of the best when it comes to China and Japan. More importantly, they understood they were playing for $100,000. They've got a coach. They had a board with the map on it. Okay, that makes a big difference. But I also think, let's put a lot of value. We talked about the LAN experience and nerves and things like that, but the value of having your whole team on LAN to communicate with them directly in the same room. Players usually don't get that experience when playing Delta Force unless they are in a LAN experience, or you're having a LAN party at your house. You invite your entire team over. Maybe you got it like that. But big moves coming out from China as they continue to push forward. A solo warrior gunning Japan down. I mentioned this off angle, and Japan is looking to do that, but the tank mowing down the Japan players who are pushing forward. It started with about 6 or so players from that little choke point, that little ravine, and China sniffs it out, takes them all down, and now they've got that off angle for themselves, and it looks like they're going to be pursuing to the left to maybe open up a different angle of attack. And in fact, they might not even need it. China is pushing forward very well. Japan is on the back foot.
Yeah, and something else to call out, we talked about those commanders. This is the commander modes, and so one of the things that comes with that, aside from fantastic gameplay, like a Saniva holding down a building by himself with a shield only for a moment's time, is also the commander can make commands to the team, not only vocally through the audio, but also in-game with a pointer. So if you call out a command, which I think the command they were given was hold B1, you're able to get extra points for the support system. Your call-ins that you want to bring in, whether it's more vehicles for your team, whether it's guided missiles, which absolutely change the battlefield, artillery strikes or more, you get more points if you're able to execute on your commander's orders, and the commander can get extra points for giving those orders. So something else to keep an eye out for. We saw it briefly there. The Chinese commander gave the order, hold B1. Do not let it get recapped, rather than cap B2. And I really like that order because, one, it's a bit easier, but two, it is everything. They cannot start playing tug of war or they're going to be in a stabilization and a spawn blender. You've got to be in a position where your team is still working together, moving at the same time, and it's working perfectly. Look at this Chinese squad, swing indoors, wipe teams inside, and continue to tick away at this point. You don't have to do it all at once. Keep the tank on B1. It looks like the defense knows we need to swing maybe over to B1 if B2 is lost. We might have to try to play tug of war, but this tank is just kind of playing artillery strike fire from distance to try to harry somebody.
Well, and you see where Japan is currently at. The 2 players, one is already down. There goes the second, and the third one should shortly fall, and it will with the help of the tank. That's where Japan's been putting their effort to attack B1. And China's just simply not allowing it. Having that tank there has been instrumental. So Japan has put in a wonderful effort in trying to, play that back and forth tug of war, as we've been calling it on B1, but they're just not getting anywhere because China, all on the same page, moving together as one single unit. Yeah, they're looking great. They're slaying out, my goodness, lances. Beautiful shots. B1, obviously marked once again, but more importantly, B2 could quickly be capped relatively soon. Seeing this first-person perspective just shows you how good these players are on an individual level. Lances has managed to rack up at least 5 or 6 eliminations just from that small period of time that we were observing him. China tightening the vice grip, getting onto B2, but Japan, they've got numbers, and they are starting to come in with the reinforcements, but they've got to put in a lot of work because from an individual level goes, China is slaying.
Yeah, they're crushing these first 2 points. You got to remember they came in with 180 lives on this point, and well, they've only lost about 25 at this point. So they are crushing it. You know, we always talk about kind of like slaying power and value of you as an individual rather than a team. If you're able to net 5, 6, 7 kills per life, your KDA is not something that actually matters, but it does matter from a strategic standpoint. And so I really like the fact that China's doing a good job of not only not losing all of their lives quickly and not playing too aggressive, playing slow, but also are extremely organized. Here's a listen in with our commander. Let's do a quick listen in.
主在当侧帮你们没事，你要现在带来步兵，
控2楼，控2楼，先控2楼。
所有步兵先控2楼，往左边展开，不要站在右边。
收到，收到，收到。
AG 给他们火力压，别动火力压。咱们跳球，球，接点就行，不要前打。
A great listen-in, Taylor, and to be honest, it sounded like we were able to listen into that commander and his squad. So that should be the top 4 or the 4 people, the 3 teammates of the commander, all not only issuing commands to the team, but also just communicating with each other.
And it sounded chaotic, but, like, let's also reel it in. It sounded great. You know, the commander, he was the main vocal one, and then he would give an order, and then everybody then would obviously receive that order and then call out what they're currently seeing. So there were chaotic moments, but for the most part, I think it sounded great. You're keeping the comms clear. When you're talking about 20 players on the battlefield, hold up! DN, my lord! Mows down 3 players, will finally drop himself, but So many great heroic moments from individuals, not only from the Japan side, but also from the side of China. But going back to communications, when you have this many troops and you are the commander, you've got to guide, 20 players on the battlefield, or obviously 19, because you're excluded. There can be some muddy comms. So the fact that it sounded that clean, to me, speaks volumes about them. And look at this tank. We're going over. Now, how do you get rid of this? How do you get it gone? Well, I guess, hey, Japan was ready for it. China has to back away, but that was nuts.
Oh, I have never seen that. And see, we always try to learn on broadcast. Apparently, there's a hop up for the tank to overlook B2. Tries to get a bit of covering fire for his team to advance and try to retake the point. But immediately, the Japan team was ready for that fight, which I love that. I mean, one of the biggest critiques I had of most of our defenses going through North America and EU esports was their unwillingness to shoot down tanks. Basically, go out of their way to get the AT4, get involved, and take out that vehicle. If you're actually able to kill the tank, massive boon for your team to have a vehicle advantage. And here he goes again, healed back up. Welcome to the party. I'm coming in with some serious firepower. You better clear this point, and I'm gonna make sure you get off, or you're gonna lose your life as you try to run away. This is unreal.
It's awesome. I love Delta Force. This, by the way, the spectator client in Delta Force is just beyond belief. Such a fan. Japan's getting their own take, and he's going to go ahead and reposition behind. I would like him to get up there and start challenging and take himself. Meanwhile, we transfer our perspective to first person, and you can just see how chaotic it is. You've got a tank from China on top of the wall shooting missiles at you. Meanwhile, you got China also full sending into these CQC fights. But now let's sober it up a bit. You mentioned the lives. We're now down to 126. Granted, China is still very healthy, but 126 starting to get a little bit low. I'm very impressed with the way Japan's been holding on, but China finally seems to be making some great headway. They're getting onto B2. I think Japan now is calling the orders, maybe back away and start setting up defensively for the next points.
Yeah, the problem right now is this tank that is holding down B1 has windows of opportunities to harry B2 and then back up and make sure B1 hasn't been taken down. This is really impressive organization from that China team in particular to make sure they keep their vehicle alive with engineers, but also cap these points. We are moving to point C with 4 lives short of maximum. Here's a look at that leaderboard. Of course, we've got a cat at the top. That is one of our players inside the tank, and you can see why they're at the top from a score perspective. 37 assists from that covering fire and harrying firepower of that tank while maintaining position on the point. They're absolutely going to be one of the score leaders on the day.
All right. Japan did a wonderful job holding back China on the B1, B2 split. Now they have to try it once again on C1, C2. Live still very healthy, or tickets very healthy, excuse me, for the China side of things. And as we move into C1 and C2, as we do have a missile coming down, a missile strike, how effective will it be? Very, very effective. Japan uses that. China hurt. Now they've got to go up and try and get some reses.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you got to pay attention to with these guided missile strikes is there's actually 2 main things. One, how much value do you get out of them, right? I think it knocks back most people, but it's just about clearing points. And let's be very clear, too. This military stash point, C1, immediately gone. China is all over it. They've got everybody they can possibly have on C1 already, and it's going to force it again into that tug of war of being able to hold a point and then aggressively play against the defense on point 2. This is a really, really strong strategy for being able to play not only inside of these C objectives for a while, but also have a power position you can play from. The struggle that attackers find on this map is being too scattered. China is grouping up as a unit all on one point, capturing C1, ready to take C2. The other thing you got to remember with guided missiles is if you drop enough on C1, that building goes bye-bye, and that point no longer exists. So it's the easiest point to capture for the attackers, but you actually can't afford to lose it if you have enough guided missiles. Now, they've become quite expensive in your call-in list. If you have a lot of commander orders, maybe, and you get a lot of kills, potentially you get a couple per person, but quite difficult to do. So watch out for more of those missiles. They absolutely can change these fights.
Tanks moving in once again. Big fan of the tanks. I was looking at chat, Go, since, it is a watch party. We get a chance to look at it and have fun with them. They were just blown away by the tank climbing the wall. I saw one of our viewers actually said he's able to do that on a different map as well, which is pretty cool. Shout out to you if you figured that one out. But yeah, they're loving it. They're liking the take action. I am too. And clearly it's been truly instrumental. We're getting down to the nitty gritty. We really are for Japan. We have a listen in, and we heard China before. Now let's listen to Japan.
Well, whether or not there were comms, potentially dead silence because the ominous nature of their position on the map right now, but likely just getting all of those comms sorted. Regardless, I like the call out there. I would love to hear the Japan team comms at this point because I know I would be scatterbrained. I would be losing it trying to kind of keep hold of everybody in position to try to hold down this last point. This is the crazy thing about Cracked. It is not a very long map in comparison to some of the others, and because of that, it's represented by the total lives that are given to the attackers. Some of our other maps, you have 300 plus lives. This one, you only have 180, and attackers, look how patient they're playing this. Again, this is something that you don't see outside of highly coordinated efforts here in Warfare. This is something I love seeing on broadcast for the very first time, is a team on the attack not losing their lives willy-nilly thinking, oh, I can be the hero and I'm just going to run at my opponents. No, it's coordinated. Look, they're all going. 2 potentially being left on the point, everybody else moving as a unit. Over top, this beautiful free cam is showing us this incredibly coordinated effort from China. I love this level of gameplay. This is unmatched across the world.
This, and I hope you viewers at home can appreciate what you're seeing in the coordination, the smokes going down on each street, on each choke point that they have to cross. Beautifully timed. As soon as those smokes hit, you know there's going to be a player crossing. You just watching that on the overhead view, you start to truly appreciate the coordination, right, the attacking side has, obviously, with China going through the streets and now pushing over. And you're right, that patience, that level of patience was represented too on B1 and B2. You know, they stayed on B1 for the longest time, just taking away the defensive positions of Japan before they finally pushed forward. They weren't too hasty, and you can't be too hasty. You've got to play your time and manage your lives. And I've been looking at the ticket score on the top left. China hasn't really lost a ton. They've never dropped below 100 throughout the entirety of this attacking side for best, or this best of 3 for game 1. They've never dropped below 100. They have looked so strong and coordinated. Their comms were clear and concise. They're looking to go away with a clean sweep. Japan, they've got to get to work. A guided missile's coming in. China's about to take this.
Yeah, this guided missile could be everything. Here comes the artillery strikes on the left, and on the forefront, here it is, the guided missile to hopefully open up this point or take back a point that's needed. And unfortunately for Japan, they fall incredibly quickly. China able to close things out in a dominant fashion. Wow, that's not only looking good for their overall scoreline, but it is certainly looking good for their tiebreakers as well. Being able to do that with that many lives remaining, if things do trade here, I can only expect that China's going to win that tiebreaker and be able to choose whatever they want in that round 3. Now, Taylor, here's the thing about that matchup. I knew China was good. I didn't know they were that good, my friend. My goodness, that was utter domination.
Without a doubt, utter domination. Again, they didn't drop. I don't even think they dropped below 130 tickets, if I'm not mistaken. Such a tremendous effort, great coordination. Japan tried so many different attacks, coordinated attacks, mind you, off angles, pushing straight forward, holding down hardcover POIs, and none of it worked. None of it, because China was able to see through it, dismantle them piece by piece, squad by squad, and ultimately take over the points. Now, the true question is, as we do head into game number 2, they'll be on the same map now. Roles will be reversed. Obviously, Japan will be on the attacking side, and then we'll have China on the defensive side if they can still coordinate as well as they can. But they were the best during the qualifiers, Goj. I can see why. And on an individual perspective, right, watching China break into these hardcover POIs, break into these points, like they were slaying out. Dan on your screen, How many times did we see him get up a 3, a 4-piece, right? Lances as well, breaking into buildings. Lances was on fire for China. I'm already starting to see Dian, Lances, even their commander, right, giving effective orders. And the tank, are you kidding me? China is ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I love the replays from this first round because it really did show the dominance of not only strategy but also execution from this China team. You know, we are hyping them up for good reason. Here's a great guided missile as well, just to secure the point, make sure that it all is good and dandy. But the thing that I was so impressed with, besides individual gunplay and being able to kind of play together as a unit, is the ability to mitigate life lost is unbelievable. Can I remind you? The entirety of Point C cost them 17 lives total. They went in with 180. They entered the game with 163. Right. That is utter domination and well protection of their resources. They could have fought on Point C for an insanely long time because of that coordinated effect, and likely because of the effect of whoever is playing support on their side.
Exactly.
You got to remember, if you go down in warfare, but you're able to get revived, it doesn't count as a life lost, and therefore your tickets don't diminish. So that is something to pay attention to, is how well are you able to execute every role when it comes to kind of the meta, if you will, of our operator selection here, Taylor.
Yes, and that's something that I was harping on very early during, you know, our earlier cast when it comes to warfare, was the fact is, you know, life mitigation, your support players, your healers are sometimes, in my opinion, more important than those who are just trying to slay outs. You're facing off against, as an individual, you've got to take down 20 players on the opposite team. You're not going to be able to do that. I don't care who you are and how good you are. But if you can effectively roll with your squad, there's powers in numbers, and you need numbers to effectively win when it comes to warfare. And China was doing that. You noticed when Japan would have a decent attack or a decent fight, they would get a knock, right? The players need to be revived onto the China side. You would see China so closely grouped together and very rarely breaking off into individual squads. They were moving as a 20-man unit. More often than not. Yeah. There's powers in numbers. You drop, they're getting picked back up. And that's what made China so strong. And that's why, like you said, 17 tickets, something like that in the final points. That's why they only lost 17, even with the guided missiles. And the first guided missile that comes in, a ton of players from China ends up getting knocked down, but they get picked right back up because Japan can't penetrate inside that building just yet to get those finishes, right? Which made all the difference in the world. So China sticking together is huge. Japan can take notes. And I hope their coach, because obviously each team, each region will have their own coach, I hope they're looking at the way, obviously, China was on the attack, because in my opinion, that's the gold standard for what we can expect, at least when it comes to Cracked moving forward.
Yeah, and I will. That's a great clarifying point, Taylor, because Cracked is a whole nother beast. It has a lot of fun conversations in the Delta Force ecosystems about how to do it correctly, how different it is from a lot of the other maps. And so a fun first look at Cracked. And here's a quick look, by the way, at that leaderboard. And like we said, Hot JB Cat at the top from a scoreline standpoint with China.
Tank.
And for good reason. I mean, obviously 13 kills across an entire game, not an insane amount, especially compared to Diane, who was right there in the mix with 32 kills playing kind of entry fragger, right? But the difference is not only the assists, but the amount of points they were able to score while sitting on a point because they were driving that vehicle. And you said something that I think is so crucial, and I want to clarify on. You're right, 20-man roster all running together. Technically, it really was like 18, and then Cat and his engineer sitting on the back point playing support. So it really was cool to see. And overall leaderboard, Japan, some solid numbers. But here's a look, by the way, at some of our top players from China in that first one. Of course, our commander, we were talking about that, Hot JB Cat. He was not only the commander for the event, but also in the tank, which is really cool. And then highest kills there for Diane, which makes a ton of sense. And then Lynx there, highest kills as well. Two of our top fraggers, I think, on the day. So I love that we're getting a chance to see some of the highlights from each of these teams and some of their top players. But that scoreline absolutely was speaking for itself there, Taylor.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And by the way, at least when it comes to China, again, Battlefield Medics going to play such an impact. His shot was truly insurmountable when it came to the success. And just with the revives, I mean, coming through, I believe he had a total of, I think, of like 20 plus revives, if I'm not mistaken, 35, I believe it was, which was the most, almost the most when it came to the, yeah, I mean, seriously, when it came to the entire lobby. You look at the stats of China versus Japan, there's no comparison in the slaying category. China outslayed Japan 10-1, which speaks volumes about what, in my opinion, what they're going to be able to do on the defensive side. Japan is going to have their hands full. They didn't have any dominant slayers that really stand out. In fact, the only one was Z-Box. Z-Box had a total of 18 total eliminations. That's it. That's it. Meanwhile, you look at Diane, 32 total when it came to his slaying category. And again, eliminations are not everything, right? But they are, when you're on the defensive side, you want to take as many lives as possible from the attacking side. Japan was not able to do that because China was so dominant in the slaying category. They're going to be a beast to reckon with for any other region that has to compete against them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's a great breakdown. I love the stat lines that China was able to put up. Again, as the attackers, usually you're the one able to grab the most points from the attacker category. But even still, I mean, this is ridiculous stat lines to start things off. And obviously great for their tiebreakers as well. So I'm loving what they were able to do throughout the course of that one. I'll be very curious to see what they're able to do on the defense, though. Because, again, it totally changes things when you're on the defense side. Your coordination looks different. Your spawn points look different. There's a lot that could be different. One of the things that remains the same, though, is how do you use your vehicles effectively on this map? Because they are so incredibly crucial here, Taylor.
Well, Hot JP Cap, how can Japan shut him down? Naturally, that's your commander, or at least that's the commander, excuse me, on the China side. How do you shut him down? Because he is truly the reason why that, at least as far as I'm concerned, that attacking side for China went as well as it did. It was Hot JB Cat being really the iron, the glue that held China together. So for Japan, they've got to focus him. And if they have to do that tank versus tank, I don't care. Whatever it needs to be, you need to get rid of him. You take him down, you're taking a large portion of what makes China successful, not only on the attacking side, but I'm sure on the defensive side as well. If they can take a tank and put it over on top of B2, well, why can't they do that now on the defensive side and take it over top of B1 and essentially spawn cap you? I mean, that is a possibility if they don't know how to deal with Hot JB Cat, who's, again, going to be crazy good. And this is, I mean, you got to set the pace early on. As soon as you come into A, obviously the easiest point to capture when it comes to the attacking side because of their spawn point. But if that starts going awry and looks a bit rocky, I'm already going to have some early concerns for Japan for this second map, obviously, as they transfer over to the attacking side. But yeah, I think taking care of the tank, because in my opinion, Goj, that was the biggest factor. Hot JB Cat, like him with the tank, that's what did Japan in, because let's not forget, right? Japan with those off angles trying to attack B1, they couldn't get anywhere. Sometimes they would send 10 members down that little choke point, and they would all get mowed down, not only from individuals on China who would focus them, but also from the tank. That's not a winning strategy. Something else has to happen.
Yeah, one of the other things I noticed, I was kind of looking back and thinking about that game, was even on point C, when they're trying to push, Japan was trying to push to take back the military stash angle, which was C1, when all of China left. One of the things I noticed is that, one, our tank commander stayed back to hold the line, but two, Japan actually sent a infantry vehicle around the flank with multiple members running with or in the vehicle to try to put some pressure on that point. The tank was there holding it down. Players from the tank, the engineer with the tank got out, was able to fry out 2-3 players that were running, and that vehicle had a smoke and run. They couldn't afford to just sacrifice that vehicle in that moment at risk of losing it and obviously losing the game, which they did anyways. So it was fun to see. Japan did have a counterattack. It just wasn't strong enough. To be honest, I think the real way to do it is you've got to send almost, when China leaves, you almost send everyone around the flank and take their vehicle out when you've got numbers if you can manage it. It requires an insane amount of coordinated effort, to be honest. But if you were able to swing 15 of your 20 players around the flank with your anti-infantry vehicle or your infantry carrier vehicles, get around the flank, have your AT-4s out, blow that tank up before they can repair it, that totally changes that game, because then you can retake C1 and then you can play tug of war and you have vehicle advantage. Like, I'm getting into the nitty gritty, but this is esports, and it was such an utter domination that you've got to start thinking of some more like wholesale high risk strategies like that for some of these points that look completely dismal.
Without a doubt, and one of the things you brought out that I want to extrapolate on is the fact of breaking off into maybe a flank. You mentioned the vehicle, obviously, carrying the troops to go for an attack, but it's like, at what point does breaking off become a disadvantage for your squad, for your team of 20? Because China, what made them so strong is wolfpacking together 20 strong. Very rarely did you see anybody go off on their own. They were attacking buildings with their full force. If they could all do it together, they were going to do it together. Japan, on the other hand, granted, on defense, I don't know how their attack is going to be, but they would break off into individual squads to try and coordinate like a 2-3 push, right? 3 players holding down the site, 2 squads then would go together to try and get an off angle. Again, I keep referencing B1, that's the best example. But at what point does that become a disadvantage? Now you're weakening your numbers. Now China, once they finish off 2 squads, they only have 3 more to deal with. Or 2 more to deal with, excuse me. So it's like, at what point do you just forego all the crazy tactics and just play good old simple camp it up? On the attacking side, it's a little bit more difficult to do, right? But I mean, again, when you're facing off against a full 20-man unit, like, at what point does breaking up become a disadvantage, Coach?
Yeah, it's a decent point. I think it's got a lot of validity behind it, but I think the name of the game is you got to trade. You've got to be able to trade. If you just sit on one point and protect, you're going to eventually get run out like a dog with a tank. I mean, it just is what it is. And so vehicles having basically the most firepower, basically the most pressure for a team. I mean, we saw a vehicle literally climb on top of a building and clear a point, and also have an insane amount of survivability. I mean, this is not only a tank in the more general military terms, but it's also a bullet tank for your team. Use it as cover. You have engineers behind you able to heal it up. Get in, get out, keep it alive. And so if I'm the defense, I've got to target these attacker vehicles way sooner, even at risk of giving up a point in trading. So as we look at our teams comparing and contrasting the different strategies they had thought of, and now they've got to change those strategies. Here's a look at some of their strategizing as we take a look at Japan. It looks like we've got some fans for the Japan team here in the home crowd.
Get loud. Oh, they had pictures of the players too out there, by the way. That is awesome. I wonder if that's fan-made or if they have something similar, like maybe they're giving away all the flags. They've got the boomsticks. That is so cool. I love the environment already. Again, this is at DreamHack, so anybody can technically walk up, find a seat, get involved, and learn what Delta Force is, and I just find that to be so incredibly cool. And on top of that, for the Asian Championship League, the ACL, this is the first LAN event they're having, and we're starting it off with the great game of Delta Force, which is just so cool to me, and I hope you guys at home are enjoying it. I really do, because this is very fun. I'm seeing some of the best warfare that I have seen yet, and I've watched a lot of it from many different countries and regions, obviously Germany, the US, the list goes on. And well, again, we're seeing some of the best compete here. I think Bobo has a supporter out there from China, if I'm not mistaken. I saw that going through. Bobo playing very, very well during game 1 on the attacking side for China. I believe had the second or the third most eliminations. Now the second, just behind that of Dien, who had a total of 32, but Bobo at a total of 26, 34 reses. He was putting in work not only in the slaying category, but also in the healing side. And hey, the crowd's starting to get pumped up. China versus Japan. Keeping it civil out there, but I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of China supporters. It makes sense, obviously, where they're at goes, but I mean, China, the home team, they're playing with all their hearts.
Yeah, look, I mean, DreamHack, it calls in a lot of people from a global audience. I mean, DreamHack is one of, it's really cool. We talked about this at the top of the show, a really cool LAN event for multiple titles, and Delta Force has a key and premier spot on one of their stages, which is really fun to see here for the ACL. Again, they're champions already. They've made it to the finals, but this is crowning the true champion of the ACL in our very first competition here on LAN. And and already China looking like the favorites. But we've got plenty of games to be played today. While we get these players into the lobby, folks at home, feel free to ask questions. We're professional yappers up here. We love to talk, and we'll talk all night long. We're going to be here for a while because we've got 3 best of 3s to go through. We're going to go through this semifinals, then we're going to see the other semifinals, and then we're going to watch the winners finals and put one of these teams into the grand finals for tomorrow. And then tomorrow's broadcast, we'll be watching both of the lower bracket round 1, round 2, and then the grand finals for all the cash. So all teams making some cash today, but if you can win out today, you're going to be at minimum making $30,000 for your team if you get second in that championship game, and then $40,000 team for your team if you win the whole thing. So very cool stuff. But yes, it is a best of 3. Ask questions. We're hanging out with you in chat. I'll go ahead and command. I think we're live on like 5 different platforms. So I think Taylor, during our first break, we'll split up maybe some of the streams and be paying attention to all those chats so that we can engage with people at home that are watching. And again, keep telling us where you're from, where you're watching from. It's been really cool to see Delta Force become a global game, truly. Obviously, we've got Asia Champions League on screen right now, but we did the EU and North America esports competitions only a couple weeks ago. And so we're truly hitting just about every region in the world, and Delta Force is continuing to grow globally on mobile and, of course, on PC, like all of our players are playing on today. So very fun stuff as we've got all of our peripherals and everything ready to go. Our players just loading in, getting ready for the second game. And again, Taylor, they are going to be swapping sides. So you're going to see, I believe we saw China in red when we were looking through the spectator. They're now going to be in green. So don't get confused about the color changes. Our defense is going to be in green most oftentimes here in our spectator mode. And so pay attention for that. If you see green, that's going to be China.
Loving you guys out there in the chat. Dream Universe says, hi guys, great to see you. By the way, welcome in. We've got several others out there. If you want to say hi, go ahead and do it. We got a Japan supporter, Mr. 1776. Let's go Japan, supporting your region. China versus Japan. What are we thinking, everybody? China had the most dominant, or at least so far, we've only seen, right, at least one map in the tournament. We got plenty to go. 3 best of 3s will be played today. That includes winners final, as Go said. The guaranteed $30,000, whoever ends up winning that, because they can, well, the worst they can get is second place from that perspective. But China seems to be incredible. Their numbers, they do not lie, and they dominated Japan, at least when it came to their attacking side. Will defense be any different? Do you think China will win this series 2-0? Or do you think we'll go to a game 3? What are all of you guys thinking out there? Pupster, what's up, Delta Force? What's up, Pupster? Great to see you. Going to be a fun one for sure. Predictions for me, I really do think China is going to take the defensive side. I just think they're so good. The slaying category was incredible. Dien is the guy that I have to watch out for. 32 eliminations. That dwarfs not only the players on his team, but definitely by far Japan. Their top slayer was Z-Box with 18. Put that in perspective. 18 was the top slayer for Japan. Meanwhile, China, a Dien at a total of 32. In fact, a lot of players had over 18. So that just comes to show you how dominant they are. And shout out to Lances too. Lances 31 for himself, just behind Dien. And if you guys noticed, we were spectating Dien Lances quite a bit from the China side because they were getting into those points, penetrating and doing it very well. And they're going to do exactly the same here on the defensive side. Actually, I think even deadlier. And the reason why is because now they don't really have incentive per se to continue to push forward. Think about how good they slayed out pushing forward into unknown territory, and now they get Japan pushing into their defensive setup. In my opinion, I think that makes their dominant slayers even more dominant on the defensive end. So for me, China's going to be strong, but I mean, Gosh, I love a good comeback story. You know, don't get me wrong. I would love to see a Game 3 first series on broadcast. Come on, that's like the best case scenario.
Yeah, it is. Best of 3s are a ton of fun to watch, and especially because of the way Warfare works, where both teams get to trade sides. I think it's just a really cool format. Of course, you're trying to earn the right to choose what you want in that best 3 if you do go to round 3. So we've got some tiebreakers. Well, of course, we'll talk about those should they arise here shortly. But right now, I think you're on the same page as me. I want to say China is my favorite here. I know defense, it can be difficult at times if you can't figure out how to get rid of these vehicles. So there's a chance we could trade here and go to game 3. But folks, I believe we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. While we're taking a break, refresh, grab some water, and again, let us know where you're watching from. We want to shout you at while we're watching along with the broadcast here from this amazing event in Shanghai. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment for game 2 of our very first semifinals.
Guided missile launched. The enemy stashes out in their last objective.
可以换盘子。
主在他侧方，你们别动火力啊！
咱们跳球接点入球。
Guided missile launched. The enemy stashes out in their last objective.
Yeah. 可以换盘子。
主在他侧方，你们别动火力啊！
咱们跳球接点入球。
Guided missile launched. The enemy stashes out in their last objective.
Yeah. 可以换盘子。
主在他侧方，你们别动火力啊！
咱们跳球接点入球。
Guided missile launched. The enemy stashes out in their last objective.
Welcome back, folks. We are about to get into game 2 of our first matchup, and well, it's Japan versus China, China versus Japan, and this time China is on the defense, just like we talked about. So this time, as we go to the drawing board, literally, Taylor, we can see that the teams are preparing for what's to come. This is going to be our China cam as they're talking about how they want to defend here, who we want to have up on the hill, potentially looking over, likely a vehicle, hint, hint, wink, wink, and then we'll go from there. So, yeah, I'm loving that we get a chance to see the drawings for each of these different teams of what they want to do, for how much they want to show us, of course.
Yes. night and day from watching Japan to now watching China. We can actually see what they're trying to plan out versus the squiggles up top right when it came to the Japan side. No hate whatsoever, but China clearly coordinated. We now transfer over to Japan as they start their plans. Hey, coach. I'm not gonna lie, he looks pretty epic. Like low-key, he looks pretty awesome with the glasses. I'm not messing with that guy.
Okay.
So it looks like they want to try and do a little bit of a flanker team as well, like they kind of did.
So I'm actually wondering, with this breakdown, it looks like they might. Now, of course, this is complete conjecture. If somebody in chat speaks Japanese, of course, you can let us know. I think they might be drawing. So what that first arrow is a transition from point A to B2 first, not B1. So I wonder if they're going to do a bit misdirection and potentially go for a B2 immediate power play. Because frankly, B1 is easier to capture. So if you can catch your opponents by surprise, not a bad call. Let's see if they're able to execute on that or if I've totally missed. But the main thing we got to watch out for is how long can China hold the defense on point A. This is going to be a crucial litmus test to see how good they are on defense. Because like I've mentioned multiple times, this is easier for the attacking side for this first point by a sizable margin here. And you would already see multiple respawn beacons set up for China to make it a bit easier for the defense.
So Japan, based upon their drawings, they wanted to take priority over this hilltop here, overlooking China down below. Meanwhile, the whole brute of the effort, obviously, is going to be forward onto the A point. For Japan, though, I think this having these players on top, because I don't know if China implemented that at all. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think they took over that hilltop like Japan is doing.
Wow.
So this is already a different strategy, I believe.
Yeah, and they're frying out. I mean, you look at that kill feed top right, and they're opening up this battlefield quite intensely. It's something we hadn't talked about quite as much until just a moment ago. Respawn beacons are going to be everything. Obviously, respawn beacons work for your squad, but then you have the tactical respawn beacon that you can call in and use for your entire team. And those can be game-changing, completely game-changing. So watch out for some of those call-ins to see if they're able to be executed correctly. But so far, so good for China. You can see how they've set up this position. Yes, Japan has got a nice Overwatch position, but in tried and true fashion, we've got some serious Senivas down on point A, holding down the point with the right shields to make sure that no one is able to break onto this point from the low side. Instead, they're going to pepper and just try to open up this fight from on high and then potentially swing into it.
I don't think Japan had that many Senivas on their defensive side, if I'm not mistaken. So for China to do that, I mean, clearly taking their own approach, will it pay off? I mean, potentially, which that's always interesting. You know, having those shields with Seniva is massive and could very well play a huge effect. Already a night and day difference, at least on the attack on A, not only from the approach, but also in the tickets. Japan has lost quite a few tickets already in comparison to what China was at once they overtook A for themselves. So China clearly putting up a great line of defense. Notice the Senivas are at the front of the line, taking the brunt of the damage, distracting Japan. Meanwhile, the shot hitters, the shot callers from China are able to mow down Japan from a distance, and Japan goes on top of this hilltop to push over. But the thing is they're having a tough time just apexing that hilltop and getting down to low ground. China is doing an excellent job keeping them at bay, and we've got some Bobo action. You know, he had some fans out in the chat. He was putting in work, but he gets taken down, and well, here we are. A still not captured. Japan trying to move in, and they're finally making some headway. For the first time, China is being pushed back, but it took a little bit of time.
Yeah, I really like this setup from the defense. You got to remember, too, if the defense was able to hold here for a decent bit longer, eventually they'll rack up enough score to be able to call in the first vehicle. And so if you're the team to call in the first vehicle, potentially before points B1 and B2, you got to keep that in mind. B1 and B2, both teams are going to pick up a vehicle. But if you're able to call one in by holding this point long enough to get enough points to call in maybe that M1 tank, I mean, that could absolutely change this game from the defensive side. We always talk about the attackers having a bit of advantage on this map when it comes to the vehicle side of things. But if you can swing that advantage your way as the defense, and this is truly a battle of the front lines, and right now the defense is winning that battle.
Saw Suniva on Japan's side beat somebody down on the China side with the shield. Just brutal. I think I heard the smack even from the aerial view, by the way. So that was a major smack for sure. China still doing such a good job. Japan, someone in chat said Japan is overwhelmed, and I can see that. I really can. China is looking so great at the moment. Japan still struggling to even get anything started. You got a random Suniva from Japan onto the outside. He's a solo. He's by himself. He's lost the rest of his squad. Meanwhile, you look towards the northern side of the map. China continues to just funnel in Japan. And it looks like that big congregation of Japanese players are about to all be finished off once again. And we're back to square one. We're finally getting vehicles involved. But for how long? It's already gone. China's defense on A, what should theoretically be one of the easiest hills to capture because of the spawn point for the attacking side, is an impenetrable fortress.
This is so well executed from China right now. Japan, maybe a tactical error, or maybe there was a call to just say run it. I don't know why they were able to call in that first vehicle and then just sprint at the pedal to the metal at the point. A total miss. China was ready, lying in wait, awaiting that vehicle, blow it to smithereens, and they move on their merry way like nothing happened. I mean, this is crazy to watch. And here's another vehicle call in. This is what I was talking about. This point A is taking long enough that these teams are racking enough points to call things in. And this is going to be a Chinese tank on the defense. I'm not saying it's all she wrote. There is still a chance for the Japan team, but there is a bit of a momentum swing that is going to the way of the defense that is going to be insanely hard to take down. You've got to put all effort on this vehicle, and you need to do it ASAP.
It's hot. JB Cat was so valuable on the attacking side in the last game for China. Really, you know, the big difference maker, and the fact that he's now once again into a vehicle, and more importantly, on this high ground. To rain down hell on Japan is going to make life so much more difficult, and I don't believe Japan has even touched A. Has even had a chance to get a tick onto the A site because China's been so dominating. Last time I pointed out the tickets, ladies and gentlemen, they were at 150. Now they're at 115. There is still very much a chance. Like Ghost said, it's not over till it's over, but Japan are losing tickets and losing tickets fast. A is normally a site, and now we're literally running over people, by the way. JB Box is just going nuts. 2 players from Japan. This is where your commander on the Japan side needs to truly call an audible, see what's happening on the battlefield, and get his troops in line. When you start seeing a lot of individuals from Japan breaking off, they're by themselves, or squads breaking off away from the main bulk of your forces for the full frontal attack, you know you're in disarray. There's not a lot of guidance happening. This is where, again, the Japanese commander needs to say and put his foot down like, okay, this is what's up, this is what we're doing. The hilltop attack isn't working. We're not gaining any ground. Let's full send it. Let's get in there, and let's just outslay China, get point A, and then go for the reset. Because whatever is happening, whatever they're doing, is just not working. Down to 95 tickets.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, so that the vehicle they called in is going to be that Lav, which is an anti-infantry vehicle. And so they're able to rain fire, of course, on infantry if they stack close, but also from afar still has some artillery strike abilities to be able to pick up a few kills here and there. Here's a quick listen in with the Chinese point.
咱不要动，咱不要动，就保持这个阵型，保持这个阵型，保持阵型，所有兵不要前压，不要上跑，不要前压，回来，别着急，别着急，给什么前压？给阵了，给阵了，给阵了，对面车大，对面车大，没有，不然在看位置，没事，不然在看位置，给阵了，给阵了。敌方不。Okay, so first of all, comms immaculate. Yet again, fiery.
chaotic, but in a great way, able to call out everything that's important to their team. A couple things we saw as well. Finally, it looks like China's vehicle is getting peppered from afar. They are going to have to back up. This is going to create a small window of opportunity for Japan to make a late game push to point A. But here's the thing. Did you see what China was able to do? They took down one of the vehicles that spawned for Japan before they were even able to get into it. Finally, a coordinated attack here from Japan, swinging around the right-hand side. Let's see if they get anything going for it. But China, they've backed up with their vehicle. They've got their engineers at hand. They've healed up, and they're able to rain fire. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills from Hot JB Cat. This man is hot. There's no question about it, as he continues to survive the onslaught and stay alive for a moment, and finally gets taken down.
I was listening from Japan, and a little bit more chaotic as they try and figure out what in the world is going on. What are we doing wrong? Down to 70 tickets on A site? Come on! It's unacceptable, but hey, for Japan, they can't give up. They've got to continue to push forward. Let's not forget, they capture A, they get more tickets, they have more life and more opportunity to continue to progress. But if China can hold down A on defense and win it on point A, the first point, I mean, just come on, the massacre that's happening is unreal. China's looking incredible. Once again, Japan is back on the hillside. They're back on the hilltop. They're going back to square one. They were disassembled at the very start from this hilltop, and now they said, well, let's go back to plan A, which didn't work out. There is no plan B. There is no plan C, it seems. They're just going to continue to try and break through this wall, which is China. Unfortunately, they're not the Kool-Aid men, and they're not able to do it. Japan breaking off to the left. The amount of gunfire and focus onto each player once they go into that ravine is violent. 59 tickets left. Chat, can Japan do it? Can Japan even capture A? I hate to say it, I'm starting to lose hope.
Yeah, and again, I love that we got a chance to see that picture in the bottom right-hand corner. Again, China is focusing any vehicle spawns. And here's the kind of frustrating thing that Japan's running into. It's the thing I said at the very beginning of this game. Capture point A, not that difficult. Capturing point B, not that difficult. C, pretty difficult. We can't get through A because we took too long. We didn't have a good formation. We allowed China to rack up enough points to get their vehicles on the map. And then we let their vehicle rain so much terror that when we finally broke it down, guess what? They had enough points to get another vehicle. It's just almost, we can already say GG's. China setting up an impenetrable wall of defense from well-coordinated effort and just raw slaying power. They are trading 5-6 kills per life, and that's exactly what you have to do to relieve any pressure on this very first point. The good news for the defense here is that since it's a single point, that if you're able to set up perfectly, it's hard to break through. Whereas a point like B or C where there's a tug of war, maybe it is a bit easier for the attackers to gain some leverage. But finally, it looks like Japan has got a tank of their own, an M1 getting into the mix. And Taylor, it better start making waves or this game is going to be over.
If that tank goes down, if China can focus it like they focused the last vehicle, I think it's over for Japan. It really rests on this tank, and already taking a lot of damage, forced to retreat, can't even provide value to the Japanese team because China's already effectively pushed them back. And well, you mentioned Hot JB Cat, there he is. He's been insurmountable in terms of his value, not only for the attacking side during game one, but for the defensive side as well. The tank full sending it down middle. It can now be focused by everybody. It's taking damage. It's below half health. Make it now a fourth, maybe even lower. It's gone. And as the tank is destroyed, so are potentially the hopes of Japan coming back and even capturing point A. The troops, they're getting gunned down one by one. Make that 5 by 5. Japan in trouble. And I hate to say it, I really do think it's over. Bobo He's down. He's feeling confident. He's getting the reses. He's getting his squad back into the fight. When Sanity and chat, by the way, shout out to you. You said it. Attacking is harder. Well, yeah, you could say that, but you go back to game 1, and China was able to secure point A after only losing about 20 or 30 tickets. They captured the last point by only losing 17. That's how dominant China is, not only on the attacking side, but the question was, how good would they be on the defensive side? Well, here's your answer. Japan hasn't captured point A. They're down to 18 tickets. The tank is gone, and now it's only a matter of time before game 2 in this best-of-3 series is over with.
Yeah, a beautiful breakdown and a breakdown of the Japanese forces. Unfortunately, Japan running a ton of Saniva operators to tank bullets from the Japan side and continue to open up pathways for the defense to hold these angles that you wouldn't be able to otherwise without some semblance of cover. And it looks like as China's able to call back in another vehicle, another LAV to make waves. One of my favorite parts about that review of the overhead cam, when the tank came in for the attackers, they finally got their first tick on point A. Guess who came swinging in hyper aggressively to match? It was the LAV from China's team, peppering them out with the rest of the operators throwing down rocket fire to take out that tank as fast as humanly possible. Japan making a late game push. They've got bodies on the point, at least for now. China having to swing back in with the LAV. All of a sudden, the point is potentially open, but can you get JB Cat off this point? Can you get JB Cat out of a vehicle? The answer is absolutely and certainly no. JB is the man to watch. The leader, for a reason, swings in with the LAV and makes quick work of this attacking force.
Oh my gosh, my heart started pounding for joy. I was so happy Japan was about to get A. But just like that, the Reaper JB Cat rolls in with the LAV and shuts it all down. 7 tickets left. And if you're a Japan fan, well, they still have life in the tournament. They still have a chance potentially to make it to grand finals, but they will not be making it to grand finals, at least today, as they suffer a loss to China. Unfortunate, it really is. But if you're a China fan, you have to be ecstatic. What a performance and what a clinic they were able to put on stream for the first series, for the first match of the Delta Force Asian Championship League Day 1. 2-0 victory. China is dominant. And I gotta tell you, Goj, and I think you can agree, it was some of the best warfare I have seen to date. A brilliant clinic and truly setting the example of what Delta Force Esports can be.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Look, no shade to any of the other regions, but if this is the beginning of the ACL, I couldn't be more excited to watch a lot more action. China, absolutely dominant and the most coordinated warfare I've ever seen on main stage, let alone at a LAN event. I mean, look at the audience, look at the players, look at the stage. It's beautiful here in DreamHack Shanghai, and excited for a lot more action. Of course, we've got another semifinals right around the corner as China has closed out that best of 3. They're going to be taking a break, and they're going to be waiting for their competitors in that winners finals, which will be later tonight. Really exciting stuff, Taylor, because one of the things I'm most excited about is be able to push a team to the grand finals, push a team to the championship game, if you will, tonight, and then we get a chance to see the rest of the teams have redemption in the lower bracket tomorrow until the grand finals. So 3 best of 3s today, and then 3 best of 3s tomorrow. We're in for a lot of great warfare action.
Yes, we are. The scary thing is now that China sits in the winners finals, which will be played after our next series, obviously between Thailand and Korea, is the fact that now the coach, the operator, it should be JB Cat, along with the coach, has a chance to sit back and watch what Thailand and Korea is about to be about. Let's listen into this interview as you got 2 of the top dogs out there talking out 2 commanders that just battled it out across 2 incredible maps.
他是日本的指挥官的 RB 之前请大家多关照。
欢迎2位啊！首先第一个问题，先问一下还有 JB Cat 吧，这是你第一次来到线下打比赛吗
Yeah, we've got a chance to listen into some of the interviews, and you called it out. I mean, these are the 2 commanders of the 2 squads. Obviously, a frustrating performance for Japan, but this guy right here is just different.
对于你上把的指挥的话，个人认为，如果打分满分10分的话，大概会是什么样的一个分数
？JB Cat
6分吧，因为我的队员占4分，他们更强。
Also, can I just note that trophy is insane behind them? Oh my goodness.
That's taller than you.
Okay, all right. Don't start talking about height here on broadcast.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't want me to start fact checking you, do you?
With your hair, you're slightly taller than me, but let's be real, it's because of the hair.
Okay.
And you do have beautiful
also,
hair.
my hair doesn't look nearly as good as our Japan commander here.
I'm saying.
然后整个会场非常大，也
I
整
love
个
it.
帅气，他还是非常的兴奋。
We're paying attention to all of our stream chats as well, by the way. And of course, if you are local to one of these regions, you're cheering on a team, maybe you know the players, let us know in chat if you're watching the English broadcast. They are live with each of the respective language broadcasts as well. The ACL running their own broadcasts across the world. So we are live literally all over the place globally and on socials. But loving all the action, loving the interviews, loving the content put out about the ACL. Truly the start of something super special here with Delta Force.
练习的时长很长啊。那问一下我们阿宾这边吧，想问一下上一把作为队内的总指挥官嘛，对于下一把的比赛有没有什么？
I mean, Taylor, you and I do these interviews often on stage and online. I mean, one of the big questions I'd probably be asking these players, right, is one, strategy questions, if they're willing to share. But since this is an esports, I think they're going to be like, you know, our gameplay speaks for itself, you know? Right. I don't think they're going to be breaking down all of their strategies because they got to do it again. And I think the maps are fully randomly rolled, so we could see cracked again either today or tomorrow.
I would want to know personally from these commanders, the two commanders on stage for China and Japan, how many strategies, how many game plans do they have going into each map, not only on the attack but also defense? Do they have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C? Is it only plan A? Do they just fill it out? Is it coordinated? Is it truly coordinated? Because from what I'm seeing, it seems to obviously be, right? Very coordinated from the coach's perspective, the commander's perspective. How long have they considered the maps? How long, or how long have they considered their game plan? Is it just a today thing? Do they change it based around how another team plays? How much flexing goes into it? Because it's so new, right? This competitive format, at least for Delta Force, is so new that I think there's so much to learn strategically from each and every map and commander. So I would just want to know how their brain works and how they came about planning not only their attack but their defense into each and every map, because I think for me that would personally be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's quite a bit of VOD review these teams are probably able to do based on the fact that these were all qualifiers to get to this stage. Regardless of whether you speak the language of some of the other countries in those qualifiers, you can still watch the strategy. I think it absolutely came down to chemistry. Like, it came down to the commander's voice and then the team's willingness to follow that voice exactly where they wanted to go. Again, I'll give us a call back as we again send off our commanders. They will both play again later, by the way, likely not against each other, at least not for a little while. Maybe there'll be some revenge down the line. But it is a best of 3 for each of our matches, and it is a double elimination round bracket, rather. So because it's double elimination, we're going to be seeing Japan a little bit more today, actually. Tomorrow in our lower bracket, since they've lost. And we will be seeing China again today in the winners finals. So as we prepare for our next semifinals and our other 2 countries that are going to be going head to head to see who joins China in the winter finals, let's take a quick look at some of the stats from the last game and how it all got broken down, who the top players were, who the people would watch out for. And here's a look at that leaderboard at the end of the game. And again, the numbers do speak for themselves, but this time on the defense, the kills went to the way of Hot JB Cat. Apparently got a lot of value out of those vehicles, not just assists, 36 of those, by the way, but also 39 kills is crazy.
Yeah, no, it is, given the fact that that's already an improvement to his wonderful game on the attacking side. He had 13 total eliminations from game 1, and then he managed to up that to 39, tied there with Bobo, who had some clear fans out there in the chat who had 39 himself. That's tremendous. Those are big numbers. Posoi makes at least an appearance at 36, by the way. Had some impact big moments whenever it came to the attacking side game 1 with 27, but does better on the defensive side. So what that tells me is you've got individuals. Obviously, Hot JB Cat is hugely consistent. That's why he's the commander. That's where he's currently standing. But more importantly, you've got other players that seem to be very focused on the attack and defensive side and shine on one side or the other, which makes them, full frontal units. I like that. Bobo, be your highest elimination leader when it comes to, I believe, just map number 2 with a total of 39. Obviously sharing that with Hot JB Cats. And as far as China goes on the opposite side, His Shot makes an appearance once again as the battlefield medic, putting in the work and getting those reses, speaking of which, 33 in total for game number 2 on the defensive side, 37 on the attacking side for game number 1. So high 30s when it comes to the battlefield medic for Kiss Shot. Highly consistent, wonderful job. And clearly everybody knows their role. And what I like about that, Ghosh, is nobody's breaking away from that. They know their role and they execute their role well, and they don't try to be something they're not, right? They understand their place on the team and they don't try to venture out from that, which is a valuable thing because sometimes that's really hard. A lot of times you have to reel other players in. It seems like China has no problem doing that because everybody knows their role and they execute it well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the classic mantra of Warfare, is that if you can be perfectly coordinated, you have the perfect meta, you've got some of those perfect moments. Let's listen back, by the way, with all of our discussion of strategy, let's listen back to some of the comms of China and the way that game wrapped and how they were able to set it up in the early game that led to their success in the end game.
别装逼小切，别装逼，别装逼小切，海爆炸，海要往里炸，靠近点，靠近点。主战，往点里丢道具，往点里丢道具，他们进点了。点等着，爆了，技能全部丢出来，把你们技能丢出来。布战进点了，我们有冲锋的机会，全体进点，所有步兵强制命令进点。清了，行李清了。 点两个人找出来，聚集在点里。没了，守点就行，守点就行。回来，没有了。
Start to finish, the comms were wonderful. Setup, execution, and then a celebratory exclamatory phrase to close it out. Taylor, what a cool look back on that full wrap of what was a very quick game, because hardly a single iota of point A was touched by Japan. An utter breakdown and an utter, perfect wall of defense. Literally, from some of the walls they were able to put up, the deployable walls, and also the shields they were able to hold up with Sanivas, and then the wall of defense that was the tanks from Hot JB Cat.
Yeah, from a micro level, the Sanivas were huge, especially from China's defensive perspective. Like you noticed at the beginning during the replays, like there was a wall of Sanivas on the China side for the defensive end pushing forward. They were taking the brute of the attack from Japan. Meanwhile, you had players in the back, and ultimately, Hot JB Cats, who came in with the lob, who was able to take those players from Japan who were distracted by the Sanivas and ultimately mow them down. Japan tried so hard to attack at least twice from that hillside, from that elevated ground. And every single time that they would go into the ravine, go in between that choke point, as you see just down there to the south, they would get utterly destroyed, whether it's from the tank, from the lav. Ultimately, just couldn't make it happen. They did get the tank, though. We thought there was a glimmer of hope, but as soon as they full sent it on to A, destroyed. I mean, literally 3 missiles take it out. It was gone. I don't think that was the play. I know Japan was getting desperate at that moment. They wanted to get point A so desperately bad and save the amount of tickets that they had. But Coach, that was their last-ditch effort. That tank was so valuable. They needed that tank, but so just send it, full send into the middle of A, where it's getting shot by literally everybody, plus Hot JB Cat with the lav. Like, that was not the play. You wasted a valuable resource. Japan got desperate, and they paid for it.
Yeah, and here's, I believe, a review from some of our on-site analysts. I loved this look And look, Taylor, I'm loving what I'm seeing from DreamHack Shanghai right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing from the ACL and what they're able to do on land with all the different tools, whether it's literally paper sketches of not only the maps and then sketches of what they're going to do, but also some great moments like this where we get to see the telestrator come into play as our analysts on site get to break down how China was able to execute their counterattack so effectively to push from one to the other.
Man, that is so cool. I love when esports brings in a telestrator, brings in a specific analyst to break down key moments. In this case, I believe we are on obviously the first attacking side. So this would be China attacking into Japan's defense, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
And they desperately tried. This was where China was successful. You mentioned holding on to B1 and locking that in place, allowing them to continue to progress forward, because Japan wanted to attack B1, and you called it out correctly. Like, China and the commander, like, they knew, hey, let's hold what we got. Let's take down the numbers of Japan. Obviously, they've got unlimited resources. They've got unlimited respawns. But if we could take down the bulk of Japan, know their numbers are low, especially with our tank going literally over the wall. You can see that bottom circle as the tank is literally on top. You know, they knew at that point, hey, we can push in and we can take B2 because B1 is good to go. Japan can't focus B1 anymore because now our full force is on to B2. Japan knows, hey, China knows Japan has to put all their resources there. And when they put all their resources, they know they can outslay them, not only because they're staying together in the manpower, but also because the tank attack as well. And then this was, I mean, Ghost, talk over this. The C1 push to C2, we were talking about it even on break. We were so impressed with the way China executed their transition from C1 to C2.
Yep. Yeah, no, I love your breakdown of the last point, and this one was crucial. This was something I was so impressed with for multiple reasons. One, it almost looked like the defense was giving C1. They didn't prioritize it as a defense point. It's a very difficult point to defend, to be fair. They kind of gave it and said, let's see how long we can hold for C2. The problem is, I don't know if they were expecting what I believe our analyst is breaking down on main stage. They not only captured C1, prioritized capturing it by dropping a guided missile on their own heads, clearing out anybody else that could potentially make a push, and then they sit inside of C1 and they see exactly what our analyst is drawing right now. Half the team split on the right-hand side of our screen. They've got numbers advantage if they can smoke and run across the choke point and all move together to force an immediate capture of point 2. They were able to do that, perfectly executed. It was a wholesale play that was a hair risky, but it's the right way to play it if you're gonna go for the win. So impressed with China. We're gonna be seeing them in winners finals here in a little while, but first we've got to see who's gonna be playing against them. So we've got Thailand versus Korea next. You're not gonna want to miss it, folks. We're gonna head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's gonna be your other semifinals. Let's see who joins China.
来不及了，天王，你摧毁了。
不对，天网被全面升级了。
什么？所有
哈里克谢，该死！所有人恢复！
无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈夫克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎回家。你和瑞利克拿奖的识别度是最高的，你是某种不同的，不要抗拒，接受它。还出我的脑子！
手牵手。搜索四周。来制造一点恐慌吧。
汇报情况，终端找到了吗？
我们被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈夫克需要你，而是你需要哈夫克。我们才是未来。
不让任何人掉队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。哈夫克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平已在剧烈摇摆。为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。发现敌方飞机。发现敌方坦克。一标记敌方高位接单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
We are back, folks. This is the English broadcast for the Delta Force Asian Champions League. I'm Goj, this is Taylor, and we've already seen our very first semifinals of the day, and we already got a chance to see that dang cool trophy here, Taylor. I am excited to see who that goes to, but we've got a full double elimination tournament to get through, and we're only one semifinals down. 2 more best of 3s to do today, and I'm excited about this next matchup.
Yeah, without a doubt, in this next matchup, it's going to be fun seeing 2 fresh new teams, obviously coming off the back of China versus Japan. China with a dominating win, without question. They were the #1 team coming out of qualifiers. They're the #1 team, at least in my eyes, currently. They now sit in winners finals, awaiting their opponents between Thailand and Korea, the next matchup to come up. A lot of questions remain around these 2 rosters, these 2 countries. Who will be the better one? Who wants to go to winners finals? Let's not forget, going into the winners finals matchup, securing a win there sends you to grand finals automatically. You punch your ticket there, you're guaranteed to take home $30,000 with the chance, of course, to win first place of $40,000. So a lot on the line without question, and this is just the start. Semifinals B, Thailand, Korea. It's going to be a lot of fun, which means another best of 3, but also goes a fresh map. And I'm excited to see which one it's going to be, and ultimately who's going to be the star-studded players on either which of these countries' rosters.
Yeah, a lot to kind of break down with what we saw in the first round. We had a chance to look through some of those replay packages and see how the matches went. One of my favorite parts of it is watching the strategies of the different teams. So you're right. I mean, we got a chance to see Cracked. It is a very unique strategy to that map because there's only 3 main sectors that you need to get through. Once you get through A, B, and C, you're done. You got it all. You've completed and won the entire thing. And so because of that, the strategy with the amount of lives that you have, only 180 being your max, very different than some of our other maps like Trench Lines, Threshold, etc. Ascension, I know a lot of folks are very familiar with. So I am excited to see what that random drawn map will be. But as a quick reminder of our format, yes, best of 3s for semifinals, winners finals, and championships tomorrow, but also the maps randomly drawn, the matchups were randomly drawn, but the teams qualified to be here. And so it's been fun to watch what is the most organized warfare tournament I've ever seen on broadcast yet to date for Delta Force, because these teams qualified to be here, and now they're here with a commander leading the charge and 20 players all working together as a unit. Really cool stuff. So, yeah, Taylor, I mean, talk to me about maybe what you're expecting to see from these teams as we're about to get into the rosters, talk about the teams, talk about the different strategies. Talk to me about what you want to see. Do you want to see a best of 3? You want to see a best of 3 that goes to game 3? Or do you want to see another kind of dominating force so that we know the next matchup is going to be very, very even?
So I'm all for best of 3s, but I think I want to save a game 3 for the winners finals against China. And the reason why I say that is Thailand, Korea, one or the other has to dominate the other, in my opinion, just like China did against Japan. And that will truly set the precedence and the tone going into winners finals. If it's a back and forth, that could be a direct reflection of how good these 2 countries are. But if we have one dominate the other, then it gives me good reason to believe they're going to put up a wonderful fight against China. But granted, hey, game 3s are always fun. Going the distance means, well, more Delta Force, and I'm not against that. I absolutely want to see as much Delta Force as humanly possible. 3 best of 3s today, and then, of course, 3 best of 3s going into tomorrow's competition. But a lot of money on the line, a lot of prestige, a chance to win the first ever esports LAN when it comes to Delta Force. That is pretty cool. You can only win for the first time once. You know, there's only going to be one of the first times ever when it comes to Delta Force, and this is it. So I would love to be the first champion if I could, if I was any of these 4, great nations, great countries. But if I do have to say what I personally want to see, I gotta say I want to see more of what China did, especially implemented with Korea and Thailand. They played some of the cleanest warfare I've seen yet, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the way they utilized smokes to cross choke points was brilliant. Thailand needs to take note of that. And I hope they did. And I hope they were sitting back and instead of resting and taking their time and taking in DreamHack, which, by the way, that is a wonderful thing to do after all. They are at DreamHack. But I hope they were looking at what China did against Japan and they take notes and they ultimately use that going into their matchup against Korea.
Yeah, and here's a quick look at that Thailand team, and excited to see all of the smiling faces, excited faces to compete, and all of our names that you're going to be seeing, hopefully dominating the map across the board. Dark Star, Paper Cut, Fuffy BBC. We've got some great names across the board for these players. But here's a look at the Korean team as well, and, well, it looks like one of our Korea players came in with a bit of a costume for us, which I like. Got a chicken on his head. You know what? I don't know, but I am here for it. It wouldn't be an esports competition without a little bit of some craziness.
Okay, I got a new favorite team, Korea. Bottom line, period. You're coming in with a chicken hat, like, bro, that's epic. And I do wonder, are we transition? Like, is what's the mystique around this? Okay, you know, CK Kun, like, is he a VTuber maybe by trade? And he's like, you know, I haven't really showed my face. I don't want to show it now. Like, let me come into the competition as a chicken. Like, am I going to throw the competition off? Maybe. Like, the fact is, now, let me ask you this, Yosh. Commander, as a chicken, does that give you faith in your team? Or like, does that say, hold up, we have a problem here because our commander is crazy?
Yeah, that would definitely be wild. He's going to be leading his squad. So the first person in each of these groupings of 5 is going to be that squad leader. Here's a quick look at an interview with some of the different players from Thailand, Korea, etc. And I will go ahead and shout out the 2 commanders for these 2 squads. It's Dead Dog is the overall commander. CK Kun is the squad leader for his squad. Dead Dog, the overall commander. And then it's going to be, I believe, we've got... it looks like, yeah, Yurzax from the side of Thailand that is going to be the commander for that team. So this is right now on your screen, the person I was just talking about, TH Yurzax is going to be that commander. So get a chance to kind of see them in their content and some great interviews.
Right. My Blinky, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, going to be the first female competitor, first woman competitor of the day. I do believe on China Japan, I don't know if there were any women competitors, so this is going to be nice to see. I'm always a big supporter of women competitors when it comes to the esports space. You know, I feel like they are underrepresented. I feel like they do represent themselves well. So whether she's a main player, whether she's a sub, I really do think she's going to provide an impact. Even if it comes to a support role, obviously supporting the team and maybe even working in conjunction with the coach to figure out what to do on the battlefield. So love these interviews, getting to know the players. There's my guy, jacked as can be. That guy's lifted, man.
I love it. You always point out the person that lifts the most. It's so good. But no, these are great. I've always loved these style of content too, because I think I said this before. It's one of those things that we may never have ever seen these players on an esports stage, right? This might be their very first esports competition, even a LAN for sure. Offline events like this are really cool, so they're kind of able to make a name for themselves. Here is a look at Dead Dog. This is going to be your commander for Korea. It's the guy to watch out for. I'll be curious to see if he's serious. Yeah, I'll be curious to see if he's playing in a tank. I think he's got the strategies down. There's no question about it for his team. So it'll be fun to watch what they're able to do.
I admit I don't understand what he's saying, but I can tell just by his facial expression, like legitimately, he's serious. It's a guy I don't want to mess with, and I'm not saying that to joke whatsoever. Like, he looks dead set and focused on guiding his team to victory. So Dead Dog, not to play around with. This guy's a meme. We'll see how he plays. That is a crazy day. I like it. We got a chicken and we've got a meme on the same team, Gosh.
The way you delivered that was impeccable. This guy's a meme. Literally. Unbelievable.
A chicken and a meme on the same team. I'm loving Korea. I think Korea's great. We haven't even played. They're my favorite team.
That's crazy. And it does look like, you know, paying attention to some of the subtitles, you're able to see they're talking about some of the other players, talking about their commander. And again, it goes back to what we talked about before. It's like even some of the esports we've seen for North America and Europe over the global series, ACL is different because they're coming in as a full team of 20 that are talking, like, for instance, they're talking about their commander right now and how they're going to lead. Whereas in those competitions, it was a little bit of haphazard because the squads qualified individually and then were meshed up together and just said, hey, good luck, figure it out. And they were able to kind of think on the fly, which is its own skill. But the strategies we're seeing from these players is just my favorite part is seeing an entire team work together. So yeah, I totally agree. It'll be fun to watch the commanders in particular. Dead Dog on this team, leading his team. As long as, you know, some of these other players have roles that I'm sure are delineated, who are the support players, who are the entry fraggers. We saw that from China, no question. So great interview content from both teams. And of course, we are live all over the place here on socials here with the ACL on the Delta Force official channels here for the English rebroadcast. But then ACL is broadcasting all of this in the native languages. So if you want to go check it out, learn more about these players, being able to understand their content, definitely go do that. And also just go follow Delta Force on all major socials to check us out on all of our English broadcasts and just to stay tuned for updates in the space. There's a lot of competitions happening, a lot of them, trust me. I think I've casted almost every single one of them, and there's a ton, and it's a ton of dang fun. Whether you like Operations Warfare, go drop a follow on all major socials for Delta Force. Constant news, constant updates, and constant events that sometimes you could be a part of. There were qualifiers for this if you're in our Asia region, and there were qualifiers for the other esports competitions as well in our other regions. So gotta pay attention. I am very excited for what's coming down the line. There's a lot more. Trust me, I got just the hair of a sneak peek of what's coming next after ACL. And Taylor, it's going to be a ton of fun, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you there as well. So make sure everybody at home, you guys are following. But Taylor, as we go into this matchup, the next thing that we're going to be getting into, I assume, is going to be our map poll. I can't wait to see what map we play because that totally dictates your strategy. And I talked about thinking on your feet. I know these teams have all practiced each of the maps, but it's going to come down to that drawing board, that whiteboard where they're drawing out their plans. You got about 5 minutes once the map's drawn to figure out your plans, talk about your strategy, and say, okay, this is what we're doing. And so it's going to be fun to see that.
Isn't that crazy? You got 5 minutes to decide how you're going to attack. So you got 5 minutes. Well, first you should be going in with the game plan after watching the qualifiers. Like in this case, right? Let's talk about Korea. What does Thailand do on this map versus this map? What are their tendencies? Who are their star players? Does their commander run a lav or a tank like we saw earlier, right, from the China side of things? How do you shut that down? And you have a best case scenario when it comes to obviously the best case scenario for your team, at least on each respective map. And you know, how much do you give away? How much do you give away during your planning process, during your interviews? There's a lot of mind tricks that go into this without question, but I do think it is a bit generous when it comes to the planning process. Like, yeah, I really do have to think through everything and have a plan A, have a plan B, plan C. I think this is our chicken guy, by the way. I'm quite disappointed he's not wearing the chicken hat while
if he wore
playing.
that while he was playing, that would be the best, and was good. That might be the best esports player of all time.
To be an alpha.
To limit your sight like that is crazy.
Oh, she's playing, by the way.
And yeah, it does look like one of our substitutes is playing, or maybe was an active player, and I didn't have that on my roster. But shout out to Blinky competing today. Excited to see what she's able to do on the map. I did see her during our rehearsal process and was frying. So I do think she's going to be a major key to the puzzle that is this squad. But chance to see Dead Dog as well. They're planning up, cooking up. It looks like they've probably either already gone through their planning process and we get a replay of it so that teams can't, get too much insight right before we start, or potentially they're going to step away here in just a second and do that. But either way, I just love this LAN setup. Like, one of my favorite things in the world with this esports space is doing events like this. In person, online doesn't matter to me from a caster standpoint, but just seeing events build up like this and have beautiful setups is so fun.
I agree. I fully agree, man. I've been blown away by the stage, the setup, Chicken heads coming out, baby. That is massive, by the way.
That's huge.
Yo, that thing is almost bigger than your head. That is insane, bro.
That's
the fact that it's just
crazy.
sitting, yo, that's a crazy comment. I know we're getting wild out here, but you got the chicken head. The audience isn't going to be able to see him. Come on, man. But hey, maybe that's the whole plan. Maybe it's to throw you off. I'm telling you, you'd be furious if you got beat by a chicken head. So that's pretty wild. But there's Blinky again. Shout out to her. As far as I know, she'll be the first woman competitor on the stage today. So be keeping a close eye out for her stats. I'm sure she's going to be incredible. She's going to be wonderful. Again, this is just the start when it comes to Delta Force competitive. There's so much in the works. I have no idea what it is, but Goj does. He clearly gave it a good send-off, so I'm excited for that. But at least the conversation around EWC, obviously that's public, like Esports World Cup. If you guys don't know, that's one of the biggest esports stages each and every year so far. Last year was the first. Before, first it was Gamers 8 to transition into the Esports World Cup, and a lot of money transitions there. Basically anybody goes there. Delta Force looking to be there next year, which is incredible. I can't wait for that personally. So what you're seeing before you is potentially the first viewpoint, the first snapshot of what you could be expecting next year moving forward for competitive esports when it comes to Delta Force. And China could already be, well, they already are, ahead of the curve. They could already be the team to watch out for going into EWC next year, depending on the competitive format. But really, really a big fan of what we've been seeing here. Hope we get more of it. And I gotta say, Goj, you've also been pretty big, and not only in the planning process for Delta Force, but leading a lot of the Delta Force tournaments and activations. So shout out to you as well for making the scene what it is. It's a team effort, and I think everybody on the team is doing a stellar job.
Well, I appreciate the gas at the end because I caught a stray at the beginning of that beautiful breakdown of what we're seeing on broadcast. Look, if I catch one more stray, I'm going to start shooting back, all right? That's all I'm going to say. But no,
wait, calm down.
I appreciate it because I agree. Delta Force has done a fantastic job of kind of already curating an esports space for multiple regions. I mean, we've seen a global competition already, and I think there's a lot more coming, like you had briefly alluded to, that I'd been talking about. True global competition in the works, not only with hopefully EWC. This is the road to EWC. This is to prove that they should be at EWC, and I think they're doing a fantastic job of doing that, but also a lot more competitions as well. So I think our players are just getting all set up, making sure they're in the lobby, ready to rock and roll, and then once they're all ready to go, we will, of course, hit that start button and get into the very first round. Best of 3. We've got one team on the attack, the other on the defense, and then they will swap. So we will see both teams on either side of whichever map we're playing on, and then we'll get into it. Now, chat, while we're waiting and watching the classic moment, or I get to tell us where you're from. I'm going to keep saying this all night because we're going to be live for a while. And I know some of our European friends probably are either hopefully well asleep at this point, to be honest, and you'll watch this later on the replay, or you maybe just woke up because it is very early where you're from and you got stuff to do and you're tuning in to the Delta Force broadcast. Let us know if you're in North America. It's not too crazy late, depending on where you are in North America, but wherever you are, let us know. We'd love to shout out all of our regions because, yeah, we're hanging out with you, chat. This is our English broadcast of this amazing ACL competition that is live in person at DreamHack Shanghai for the ACL. It looks like we've got India, Nigeria, California over here on YouTube, Puerto Rico. Yeah, we are truly a global esport. I'm loving this.
California, shout out to you guys. Lived in California for 10 years. Beautiful place over there. Lived all over the place. Chickenhead once again. Lived in the Bay Area. Lived in the high desert. Lived more north. California, the only place, man. You can travel. You could be in a desert. You could be in the mountains snowboarding, and all of a sudden you can just be on the beach. It's pretty wild over there. I love it. I love California. But shout out to all you guys. Belgium. Hey. Well done. What time is it over there, over in Belgium?
It's gotta be 7 a.m., something like that?
Yeah, what's going on?
6
You are up here. 9:12 a.m. in Pakistan. Hey, shout out to you, Ali Zayn. Great to see you. New York on top. So they say. New Jersey, though, would argue against that. But nice to see you over here, Mundane from New York. Philippines again.
Yeah, we've got...
And Trinidad and Tobago, we've got people from all over. And Goj, that is such a beautiful thing. We constantly harp on esports being international, the fan bases, the players, and we are already seeing that represented here. You're having people from the Philippines, Trinidad, Africa, South Africa, coming in and watching this event that is taking place in Shanghai DreamHack.
Yeah.
And then we're wherever we are at, right in the United States. So it's just, I mean, literally the entire world is brought together for this special moment. I mean, it doesn't get more beautiful than that.
Yeah, and we've got Australia, I believe, in the Twitch chat. So shout out to you. Ukraine, Indiana, Michigan, Chicago. I feel like I'm just typing in and reading off all of the different places across the world at this point. I think we're only missing a couple different regions, so keep my eye out for anybody living in Antarctica. I think that's one of the only regions we're missing.
Yo, shout out to Antarctica.
It'd be crazy. No, I'm having a great time, and our players are all getting prepared. They've been practicing for this. They are preparing for this moment to be able to perform on LAN. Maybe a few nerves, some deep breaths, some hand warmers, all the classic LAN things that you would need.
Hand warmers are so important, by the way. That's not a joke. Like, that's for real. Everybody's got their hand warmers.
Dude, I mean, I'll be playing Delta Force at home in my office during, winter and fall hours, and shoot, dude, I need hand warmers in here. I need a personal space heater. I mean, my hands get cold. I am trash at the game. It just is what it is.
Yes. Can't play with cold hands. I mean, that's real. Cannot play with cold hands. Got to have the hand warmers. And I tell you what, we've gone from those bags that you just mix up and then they just, you just shake them and they become warm to like now you can charge a hand warmer. It's crazy. Like a hand warmer on a charger, bro. Maybe I'm just old, but that's the future. We are here.
Yeah. I'm seeing the Philippines, Romania, Indonesia, Argentina. We're cooking over there in the YouTube chat. Keep letting us know here in the Twitch chat. Looks like we've got an Australian watch party with a bunch of folks that are tuning in. We appreciate you for being in.
What time is it in Australia?
Man,
I could Google this, but I'm not going to. I want you guys to answer because
I'm going to be honest, Taylor. I've done so many time zone conversions, and the Australian one gets
especially
me every time. I think it's like a full day plus some. Apparently it's 2 p.m., but I think it's the next day. All right, our players are all getting prepared.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Oh, they're in the future. What's it like over there? What's happening tomorrow? Please let me know, because I'm about to go into tomorrow with a lot of questions, and I want answers now.
It's also
right.
Cold over there, I think it's winter right
cold?
Now. Yeah, it's winter,
in Australia.
I mean, kind of. It's wintertime in Australia right now. It's summer over here.
So what is it, 75 degrees instead of the normal 100? Like, what's wintertime in Australia? How cold can it get in Australia? You got kangaroos.
Chat,
okay?
I'm going to be honest. This guy obviously didn't study his geography and his world history and his understanding of hemispheres, etc. Yeah, our Australian friend says, a great day. It's freezing. Get slammed. Got to figure out these time zones, dude.
Bro, you talking about hemisphere, bro. By the way, JB Cat is a hemisphere, bro. He is him, without question, bro. He's the guy that needs to be shut down. Who's going to be him in this matchup between Korea and Thailand? That's the question. Who's going to be her, right? Because, hey, we've got our first female competitor coming out as well, so exciting stuff, exciting times. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't know geography. I don't know. I failed algebra at school. I tried really hard.
Guys, lost.
I tried really hard, but the difference between a rock and a ficus is just impossible to decipher.
Well,
it truly
anyways,
is, so.
Taylor, while we have a moment, I think we want to make sure this is the most competitive, integrous event that we could possibly have. Let's have a moment while our players are getting situated and getting everybody prepared. I do want to talk about some of the metas we've seen today. I do want to bring us back into talking about Delta Force as well, because one of my favorite things to talk about is the operator metas. One of the things that sets Delta Force apart in the warfare mode and operations, for that matter, is their ability to bring in operators and their operator abilities that delineate these almost classes you can choose from. And one of the things I was just pleasantly surprised about watching our very first matchup was the amount of different operators we saw, namely the amount of Senivas we saw with that shield that they're able to summon. It was able to hold the line on some of these points. So it's fun to see some of those. And then, of course, we had Lunas dropping the respawn beacons. There's a lot of value a lot of different utility that you can use on each of these operators that could set your team up for success. And so it was cool to see that, and I'm excited to really pay attention to it in this next matchup now that we've got a feel for how things are going to go, Taylor.
Yeah, wonderful job. I mean, Senivas were truly instrumental. Did you expect that many Senivas, by the way? Obviously, the shield, impactful, especially in those CQC fights.
Yeah.
I guess it's map dependent.
Yeah, that would be my answer is the thing, though. Because, like, we've done some esports, we've done some show match where we've got a chance to see some people use Seniva, and they're decently strong. They're actually quite strong. There was a huge moment on a recent broadcast we did in trench lines, because some of those CQB fights are really difficult to fight with if there's people holding down buildings that have small sight lines with a shield. You can't get through them, and then they can bash you in the face and take you down. So I was expecting them, if we went to trench lines, to see some Senivas there. Cracked, though, I mean, yes, there are some choke points. Yes, there's some buildings that you can play inside. I wasn't expecting to see so much value from the Senivas on Cracked in our very first matchup. But otherwise, yeah, I was expecting to see Lunas as per the usual. And then, of course, I'm expecting to see Stingers. I mean, support is incredibly valuable. Yes. We already talked about that earlier with the amount of tickets that you're able to save. If you're able to pick up a bunch of people, you do that with your support operators like Stinger. But also the smokes that you're able to lay down as a support operator. There's smokes in other classes too. But Stinger in particular, with that wall of smoke you're able to throw out to cover those cross points in Cracked, absolutely needed from at least some of your members. And I'm sure these teams, with how coordinated they are on how they push in-game, have discussed what they need. And then the final piece of the puzzle, of course, is our engineer operators, Aluru, etc., Sinestra. It doesn't matter who you're picking as long as you have an engineer to keep your vehicles alive. I think a lot of people are favoring Aluru, and I think it's a great option. So dang good. Not only be able to put up some of your own like deployable cover, but also just maintain that health on the tanks, because you basically have the tanks can heal themselves on a respawn timer on like CD, and then you've got the engineers that are able to keep them alive as well with the blowtorch jumping out of the vehicle. So you oftentimes see you have your tank operator, and then you have multiple engineers inside the tank helping you out, be able to hop out if you need to. So that's kind of my like very high level breakdown of the operators. Of course, can answer questions as well, but that's the basic breakdown. I just wasn't expecting to see so many Senivas.
Yeah, Senivas very apparent. Again, that wall of Senivas from China when they were facing off against Japan on the A point, when Japan was on the attacking side, China on the defensive side, was, in my opinion, very huge when it came to holding off Japan, because you had those frontline Senivas that were distracting the frontline players of Japan. They had to deal with them first before they could push forward onto the A site. And they didn't have a good way of dealing with them, quite honestly. And that held Japan back for a considerable amount of time, because even though they had that high ground, they were breaking off to the left and trying to go down the hill, which was in between two mountainsides. And, well, China was ready for them to gun them down, and it's almost akin to what they did on the attacking side when China was on the attacking side, Japan on the defensive side. You remember on B1, Japan was trying to approach B1 so they can get that capture for themselves and ultimately push China back a little bit further. But no, China wasn't having it, and they were shutting down Japan in a similar situation in that tight choke point. So not a lot of lessons learned onto the Japan side, but China did a great job executing those choke points, and they played incredibly well without question. But yeah, the Senivas were big, really, really big. And also the healers, I'm glad you brought those up. Kiss Shot, great example from that on the China side. One of the biggest healers, played very well. And speaking of, man, trench lines were going in. You mentioned Senivas. I think we're about to see even more. I am so ecstatic that we get to see trench lines in our second semifinal matchup. It's one of my favorite maps. It's going to be so fun.
Yeah, finally, I think we're about to hop into game. Trench Line's a very unique map. If you've played it before, I'm sure you like it. I love this one. A complete antithesis to Crack. There are a ton of points to capture in Trench Lines, and it's something that you need to do strategically, because the conversation around keeping your lives up throughout the course of A, B, C, D, into E is insanely important. So you're going to see Stingers, of course. You're going to see your engineers still playing around your vehicles, also important, but you have to keep your lives up. You've got to keep those tickets up, because you've got to get all the way around this map. You basically form a semicircle starting in the bottom right-hand corner, sweeping all the way to the left-hand side, and then up to point E, which is that major building on the north side of this image they're drawing on. You've got to push all the way through and have enough lives for E. E is one of the hardest points to attack in my mind because of where the defensive team spawns. They spawn basically right behind it, if not almost on it. And so it's really difficult. You've got to have enough lives to make some plays. One of the other thing is trench lines usually is a longer map. So Taylor, we're also expecting to see quite a few guided missiles, which can flip these matches on its head in a blink of an eye.
We've watched on the final E point, the guided missile quite literally saved the game for the defensive side. So that's where I'm saving my money. I'm definitely making sure if it gets to that point, we have a guided missile ready so we can attack that final point. It's going to be big. Guided missiles make an impact. Tanks also make an impact. One of the things that we watched in previous, especially in our trench lines, remember we had that one event where we watched trench lines from various different regions compete against each other. And the tanks were more for backline support, not really getting into the area, right? And I think we're going to see potentially a bit more aggressive tanks, maybe more aggressive lavs coming into this match as opposed to them staying into the backlines. But I am excited to see the trench lines fight specifically where we start. The reason why, or at least a second time, or B1 and B2, I'm excited for that one because that's where we're going to see who the true slayers in the CQC fights are from Thailand and Korea.
Yeah, I think it's a great call out. Vehicles, incredibly important. One of the things we've seen with our trench lines fights that we've seen on broadcast, and again, we could see something totally different in Thailand versus Korea because this is the best of the best here with ACL. We are finally jumping into game. Pay attention to vehicles. Pay attention to the pushes onto these first points. Point A is all about the war of attrition. How many lives can you take down and how fast can you take them down? You're starting with 200, so let's pay attention to that number as they likely break through point A. I don't want to count it as an assured thing, albeit it's one of the easiest just because of what we saw in the first semifinals.
Yeah, we say easy. You know, the A site wasn't captured from Japan. Granted, that was on cracked, but this one should be a lot easier and already getting into the thick of it, right? Both teams going for it. Chat, let us know predictions. Thailand, Korea. Who takes this? Who wants it? Who do you think is going to be the victor? Let's not forget China's already in the winners finals, awaiting their opponent. The coaches are sitting back along with the commanders, and I'm sure the entire team of China is watching this closely to find out what makes Thailand, what makes Korea tick, because they want to beat them. Already the attacking side making quick work of A. Thailand has moved in. Korea has backed away. But this isn't any indication that Korea is a weak team. Like Go said, right? A, it's a relatively easy point to capture where we will start to see if Thailand is truly that team who can make some magic happen against Korea is on the next attack. B1 and B2 will move the trench lines.
Yeah, very quick work of A. This is pretty usual for the most part on point A of trench lines. It's frankly a pretty easy one to capture comparatively. And of course, you've got to chalk it up to the fact that Thailand's got a tank to start. So obviously a ton of value there if they're able to keep it alive. They need to play extremely low risk with that vehicle. They don't need to be too aggressive with it. You can't afford to lose it early. You're going to see a ton of value from it later. Now, as we push past A into B, this is where, well, the name of the map gets its name. We are moving to the trenches. And Taylor, I'm going to be honest, it's one of my favorite points on the map. B1 and B2, so fun. Wow. I will say, as we take a look at our leaderboard already, Dark Star is crushing it for Thailand, doing a great job there. But here's a quick look at the pushes into these trenches. One of the things we've seen in past trench lines competitions, look at this force moving all together on the left-hand side. They're going to make a aggressive push all the way to B1 with one flanker trying to play spoiler, and he's only able to clean up 2. This is a beautiful push onto B1. Let's see if they're able to net some nice yield immediately. This could set up B1 and B2 extremely well. This could set up their push quickly to gain ground and continue to keep the defense on the back foot. You've got to keep the defense on their heels, make them put in themselves into a respawn stabilization blender so that you have a chance to keep using that momentum to win this one.
Wolfpacking like that is scary. It really is. Korea's got to have an answer for that quickly. The way Thailand executed that push was beautiful. Not only wolfpacking together onto the B1 site, but also throwing the smokes down This is probably, I mean, if they capture B1 and B2 within the next minute or so, it's going to be one of the quickest captures I have seen on trench lines personally for B1 and B2. It's very difficult to capture 2 points simultaneously, but Thailand is doing it. Korea has to make a full frontal push, and you see them doing it now on the top of your screen, straight into the Thailand defense. Obviously, they're on the attack, but they're trying to defend the B2 site. They've already managed to get B1. But are they starting to fall apart? Will B2 get captured? That's the question. I'm liking this counter push from Korea. The fact that they now only have to focus on one objective, B2, means they can full front or full send everybody to this point, wipe Thailand out on the attacking side, and then clear B2, which is exactly what they ended up doing. But Thailand, scary process, right? To push in and get their hands on both sides that quickly. Korea, they've got their hands full, but they are handling it quite well.
Yeah, great breakdown. That was almost really bad. And I really respect the aggression that Thailand put into B1 and B2. They know these points can be held for quite some time. And if you can swing fast enough, you capture both before the defense can even blink. A great second effort, a great stopping of the bleeding, but you've got to do more, and Thailand is bringing out all the stops. Not only as their commander, look at that on the left-hand side, they flag B2. Hey, in the next 60 seconds, if we capture it, we get more points for our support systems that we can call in. Push for this point. We are not playing patient. We are not playing complacent. We are not playing defense. We are on the attack, and we're looking like it right now. And there are so many Saniva operators running these trenches. A modicum of different weapons, of course, being used. AK-12, one of those that's on your screen now. SMG-45, a namesake and a staple in this game mode. But you might see some shotguns be whipped out here in the trench lines because it's real close, real uncomfortable, frankly, and a lot of chaos.
Do like that Korea hasn't sent anybody over to B1. A lot of teams maybe go a bit frantic, and, well, they will send a couple of stragglers over there, but they're focusing on taking Thailand head on. The tank is still pretty big for those from Korea who go up top, right? But it's hard to get those shots into the trench lines, into the B2 position. A couple of missiles are going to land, but for the most part, the tank isn't as impactful here as it will be moving on or moving forward. But B2 starting to get captured once again. Korea on the back foot. And even still, I'll say it like I said it before, this would be a very quick capture, one of the quickest captures I have seen of B1 and B2. Thailand has done a wonderful job wolfpacking together. They lost some steam when Korea pushed them back in the first wave of attack, but now they're back for the second. And this one looks to be a lot stronger. I said the tank wasn't that effective, but it is raining down some hellfire and punishing those Korean members who might be on the outside looking in. So Thailand, I think this might be it. I think they just secured B1 and B2.
Yeah, this is crazy too, because you got to remember, if you've played trench lines, you know point C is almost a gimme for the attackers. Yep. It's something that is nearly assured. I haven't hardly seen a team hold more than 50 lives on point C, maybe ever, and I've done it a ton. And the crazy thing about Thailand's push to capture B1 and B2 means they're going in with maximum lives onto C, which we know extremely hard to hold. So they're going to be moving in onto points D1 and D2, likely, probably I would even give it 90% certainty, with full lives as well at 200. So keep your eyes on that. Dark Star still in true fragger, still on top, crushing it there at the top of the leaderboard from a score and kills category. And I'm going to be honest too, you said it was one of the fastest you've seen on B1, B2. It was also the most aggressive tank usage I've seen on those points, and to not get punished, I think was a misstep from Korea.
Yeah, because we saw Korea with quite a few rocket launchers. Like, they could have utilized that to take down the tank, but it was hard. And Darkstar, the leading Slayer, is also the tank operator, and he was just peppering those missiles inside. You know, Pubstar in chat, shout out to you. You know, you said trenches keep you safe for the most part from tanks. I agree, and that's typically how it is. But now that we're seeing the top-level play, the top-level esports play, we're seeing the tanks utilized to climb walls, to pepper the players from Korea in the trench lines. The tank warfare has been brilliant. I've already learned so much, not only from China, but now from Korea, or should be now from Thailand, from Darkstar. Brilliant work. Beautiful job. And now they're on C, like you said, it's a gimme. Thailand looking strong. This is what I needed. You asked me, do I want to see a game 3? No, I want to see exactly what I'm watching. Thailand dominate Korea, not because I'm invested in Thailand or one or the other, but this is the kind of energy you need to face off against a hot and ready China.
Yeah, it's a great call out. And like I said, C, pretty easy to capture for the most part, as long as you play fairly smart. And it looks like their commander has given the order, I think, smartly this time to capture C and capture it now within the next minute and a half. Should be quite easy. Here's the big aggressive push. There does seem to be like Korean force inside the building holding down as long as they can, but it's just a numbers game at this point. You're just outnumbered 2-1 almost on most of these points. It's just a matter of time. Here's a quick listen in with Thailand.
เอาเลยมีนะเว้ยกูเข้าบนเทียบเชียร์มาแล้วเดี๋ยวนี้ขึ้นมาช่วยนี่ดูซ้ายอยู่เฮ้ยขอหนาๆเลยผมสั่งไปแล้วอีกนาทีนึงต้องให้ได้นะอยู่สายพี่สายมีทีนึง
A beautiful listen in yet again. Of course, we don't understand all of the comms, but what you can tell is the composed chemistry, the aggressive comms to convey information, and a fairly easy capture of C. As a reminder, of course, when you see the red, that's going to be your attackers. When you see the green, that is going to be your defenders. As we look through this, Korea definitely on the back foot. You can even tell with this positioning of Korea, they are setting up for D1 and D2 as C falls. Where they're standing is the lumber yard that is D2, I believe. And so you have to be able to hold that because the momentum push here could be a blink of an eye, and all of a sudden the attackers are moving on to the final point with maximum lives.
Point C. Thailand captured point C, and they only lost 7 tickets total. Granted, it's a much easier point than the other ones we've witnessed, but to only lose 7 speaks volumes about how well they are playing. Darkstar is leading the eliminations category. Paper Cut on Thailand, 30-plus reses already. He's putting in the work. He's keeping Thailand up. He's refusing to give up those tickets, which is so valuable in Thailand. Playing so well, very coordinated. Already on to D1. Already making work on D2. They're going for both at the same time. This is what they did in trench lines. Let's listen into Korea on the defense.
우린 중앙동선으로. 우측으로. D2 먹는 거 영상했어. 이거 우리 재배치하고 D2에서 다시 시작하자.
So for me, Goj, that's night and day. Thailand, plenty of comms, quick, concise, fast. Granted, I don't understand it, but you can tell by the pacing. There was a lot going on in their communications, but it was clean. For Korea, I didn't hear a lot. I didn't hear a lot of communication at all, and I wonder if they're really trying to figure it out in real time, or maybe there's not a game plan, or maybe Thailand is so overwhelming with their 3 tanks that Korea at this point, they're lost, and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, this is an utter domination, and it's truly on the backs of these vehicles right now. I mean, this is so oppressive. Korea can't even blink as they try to target one tank. They get blown up by another. Finally, one of their tanks go down. Thailand down to 2 tanks. And I think they had the FSV, the tank destroyer, as well, roaming around that eventually got taken down as well. Overall vehicle usage on top, overall winning this matchup because of that. Finally, some folks striking back. Not only with some of the artillery shells that you can fire on this map, but probably some AT-4s and other rocket-propelled grenades to try to take these out. We need a tank on the side of the defense, and we needed it yesterday.
Gonzo on the outside, healing up the tank for Darkstar. He'll create some distance. They don't want to lose that tank. They know the value. He'll go ahead and retreat to D1. They'll focus their efforts on D2, which, mind you, still, almost halfway captured, or a little bit more than halfway captured, and the pressure is still on. Korea had a glimpse of hope, a glimpse of an opportunity to push Thailand back, but Thailand already back into the driver's seat. They're capturing D2 once again. And when you think of D1 and D2 and how hard this can be to capture, especially with the defense having the high ground, again, a flawless job. They lost 21 tickets there. So they've lost a total of 28 tickets, capturing not only C, but both points of D. Darkstar at 40, by the way. Shout out to him. 51 total reses from Paper Cut. So with Darkstar and Paper Cut putting numbers like that, both in the slaying category and the healing and resing category, Thailand's unstoppable. They're already on the final point. And full tickets.
Yeah, that's the perfect segue, because this point E is one of the hardest points to take in general. In my opinion, at the very least, I think a lot of people would agree. This point E is pretty easy to defend just because of the spawns. When it comes to your defense, you're basically able to get on the point right when you spawn in pretty easily. The power positions on point E are obviously going to be this building as we fly through on the left-hand side. That building is going to be not only a power position, but it's also going to be the power position the attackers want to push into. The problem right now for the defense is that because they're getting gapped so aggressively from a score tally standpoint, the amount of support systems, the amount of call-ins that the attackers can do for this point compared to the defense is got to be at least 2 to 1, if not more than that. So expect some guided missiles here shortly. Expect some artillery barrages that could open things up. And right now, all eyes, my eyes, I only got 2 of them, but all of them, glued to Korea's 2 tanks on the back lines. These guys got to stay alive, but they also have to have an impact. As already playing this defensive, point E is going to the side of the attackers. They are swinging for the fences here.
Look at the tank. The tank's moving in. He's going to challenge the 2 tanks of Korea. I mean, full frontal attack. He's going for it. But unfortunately, we'll lose him. But he did a lot of damage, forcing the Korean tanks back. That's going to give an opportunity for Thailand to push forward and maybe get some real estate. You notice another tank from Thailand battling the 2 of Korea. Korea will lose 1. The last tank is forced to move up. Now the 2 tanks from Thailand will focus their attention on the last remaining tank from Korea, down to a sliver of health. There's no engineers there to heal it. The other tank's going forward. It's on fire, and it is going to be gone relatively soon. But meanwhile, Thailand has pushed up. They've got real estate on E. They're capturing. And again, the same conversation, ladies and gentlemen. They've only lost 10 tickets, and they're nearly captured E.
I'm telling you, yes, this is the warfare game mode, but tank warfare is everything. A perfect execution and frankly just tank advantage. 3v2 in the tank category. They send one up as a sacrifice. Get them as weak as you can, I'm sure they were saying. And then the follow-up in a 2v2 battle when your tanks are healthier than the others. As long as you're not missing your shots, you are going to win the tank warfare and you're going to win the map. An utter domination. A steamroll as they sweep through A, B, C, D into E, having lost only 50 lives or so throughout the course of the entire map. My goodness, the strategies have paid off. Sometimes we say that Trench Lines is a defense-oriented map. This time the attackers said, bet, let me show you something different. Unbelievable from Thailand.
Huge. That was so dominating. And I'm seeing a trend, not only from China's perspective against Japan, but Thailand versus Korea. Attack the tanks viciously and concise. The way that Thailand moved in with their tanks and challenged the tanks, the 2 tanks, of Korea, was brutal, concise, and necessary, because those tanks provide a tremendous impact. I mean, you look at Darkstar, like with as many that he was able to get, was just brutal. But you do that, you win the game. You take the momentum away from the other team. China does it well. Thailand did it well, which can only mean one thing. Obviously, this series is not done yet, but if we get a Thailand versus China in winners finals, which now is looking very likely with how dominant that win was on the attacking side, I think it's only going to get better on the defensive side. The tank warfare between Thailand and China is going to be brutal, but again, very necessary. And Gosh, I don't think I've seen so much emphasis put on taking out the vehicles on the opposite side as it has been during this esports tournament, and I'm loving it. I really am. You can tell this is true esports. This is the Delta Force, warfare at the highest level, and it gets me excited, man. It really does, because I haven't seen warfare play this well to date.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. I think sometimes we talk about warfare and we talk about the advantages that tanks and vehicles, etc., offer, and when you're playing in pubs, they're so oppressive, but people don't know how to use them as effectively as these people do. And so because of that, if you know that's the main advantage, you know they're extremely strong in power positions alike, it's the only hope. It's the lifeline that the defense had. Calling in 2 of their M1s at point E, it was the smart thing to do. It was the only thing to do. But it was the exact same thing I set up as we were moving into point E from D. You've got about 60 seconds to retreat and set up. The defense was going to set up the best they could. They didn't have a crazy amount of time, but the main thing, they didn't have a crazy amount of score. And so calling in vehicles, calling in missiles, calling in artillery strikes, you weren't going to see as much from the defense. So when it came down to vehicle versus vehicle, 3 beats 2, 9 times out of 10, and that's just the simple math of warfare. Yes, it's chaotic. Yes, there's crazy strategies out there, but if you're steamrolling a map like that, the momentum in this game is so dang strong. It's hard to cut out a team that has that much momentum going to a final point at max lives when they just are going to have more support than you. It takes heroic plays, it takes insanely strategic plays, and maybe a little bit of luck on your side that you catch a tank unaware and out of position. But otherwise, it comes down to the team with the most support, not only well coordinated, but perfectly executed with their advantages. Just like any other game at a very high level, just like in esports, one misstep could cost you the whole game. And I think the main misstep from our defensive Korea team was actually all the way back to points B. They weren't ready for the initial onslaught, how fast the coordinated attack came from Thailand. And ever since then, although they were able to recover for a second on B2, ever since that first B1, we're off to the races, pedal to the metal. Thailand didn't slow down once, and they're also the first team to set out a command to capture the next point rather than defend the point that they're on, which, by the way, is almost assuredly secured and free points. They said, no, we're going for broke. We are pedal to the metal, and that's what gets me so excited about this Thailand team.
Oh, without a doubt. Their aggression, the only way to put it is brutal. Absolutely brutal. You could tell by the listening. When I go back to the listening, Thailand, very quick comms. You know that they're cooking. They're fired on all cylinders. You go over towards Korea, and Korea, very quiet. Not a lot happening. And I take that to Thailand being so aggressive and so brutal, to the fact that Korea really didn't have a leg to stand on. They were constantly like, what is happening? What is going on? You know, when it comes to esports and it comes to LAN events and competitions in general, sometimes you can lose so quickly that it makes your head spin and you kind of just go blank. What's happening? What do we do? And before you know it, you've lost. And hopefully you have enough time to recover going into the second game. We look at the stats. Darkstar, unbelievable. 42. He was the main tank operator. I believe I don't know. Don't quote me on this. But I think he stayed the same tank from start to finish. I don't know if he ever was destroyed. Papercut, I was pointing him out as the great compliment to Darkstar and his slaying category. Papercut was 64 total reses. He should be the top medic, which is great because that puts now Papercut directly opposite of Kissshot, who was the leading healer, the leading reser for the side of China. And then obviously for Darkstar versus Hot JB Cat against China, potentially happen in winner's final. That's going to be an exciting narrative. But the highlight, Korea, Seiko did a decent job. 30 eliminations, a respectable number, but it takes an army to win a war. And Seiko, despite his effort, Ghosh, it wasn't enough.
Well, yeah, and I think this is the perfect execution, by the way, from a guy like Papercut. 64 revives, like you shouted out. This is the perfect execution and an example for how you play warfare at the highest level. You have roles, and you stick to it. Papercut killed 2 people. You could have killed 0 and would have been incredibly valuable, and the scoreline even shows that. 3rd highest score, obviously our commander having the highest score here for Thailand, able to achieve a ton of value from that, but also some great support and assists as well. Here's a look at some of those battle tags, some of the things some of these players have earned, and you can see, of course, Darkstar leading the team from a highest kill standpoint. Vehicle Bane being given to Genfu and BNF because of their ability to take down vehicles on the other side, and I think this is definitely something you got to pay attention to, is who the top players are from those teams and what they were able to do for the teams. And of course, this is for Thailand. But overall, I'm really impressed. And the same things we were saying during the China games are the same things we were saying here, which I'm sure is part of this. But Battlefield Medic, obviously Papercut. And then the objectives tag here, I love as well, because to be honest, playing for those objectives is everything. And so you have to go for captures. You have to be on the point, and you got to have your OBJ hounds. That's how I play. So I love to see some creds going that way as well.
Oh, yeah. You have to highlight the objective players. You have to highlight the medics. They make all the difference in the world. They truly do, especially on the attacking side. I love this replay, especially starting here, because you get to see not only the winning moment, but that tank action. Pushing those tanks forward, critical. I got a little bit worried, though, for Thailand when they lost that first tank, but hey, no worries, Goj, because they had 2 more to follow. There's Darkstar on the right again. I don't think, sincerely, I don't think he lost his starting tank from start to finish. He never went down. He refused to drop. He got very close there, but no cigar, man. And once they pushed those tanks back, Goj, that was a wrap. Let's see the winning moment and see them celebrate.
มีคนไหมลงของให้หมดใส่เลยใส่ของเลยเกิดแล้ววางเกิดใหญ่มีเกิดใหญ่วางเลยสวยสวยวางแล้วพี่ตายชุบหน่อยสวยสุดเลยขวาเยอะเลยขวาดูอยู่ใช่ดูอยู่ขวาเอาไว้เอาจบเลยชนะไว้
A nice celebration and a nice win. I love it. I love that we got a chance to listen into, obviously, here on the English broadcast. Hopefully some of you all are bilingual or multilingual, but it's been fun to watch all of our different countries and the way they communicate with each other and how they execute those wins. Of course, Thailand dominating in that matchup, and you could hear the crazy comms, but you could also tell they were great structure. They were communicating all information so that those that were in the area could execute on whatever was being given. And that's the thing that I was so impressed with, Taylor, with this matchup, was the players able to delineate roles and then also process all the information being spammed out to them and say, okay, that's my job. I need to go do this. So as a commander, that onus responsibility is insane to communicate. Here's a look back on some of our replays. Obviously, as I've been talking, D1 and D2 went down so incredibly quick that point E was a walk in the park.
Without a doubt, point E was so quick. Again, taking those tanks down were critical. Doing that just owed to the success that Thailand ultimately was able to achieve. 42 tickets, by the way. If my math is correct, I think they only lost 42 tickets across 3 separate points. I believe starting at B, into C, and then D1, D2. And I think they only lost like 22 tickets or 20-something tickets right before they were able to secure the win. Dominant win, without question. Never dropping below 100. Not even getting... They didn't even drop below 180, if I'm not mistaken. So Thailand setting the example, setting the bar high. And now when you move over towards the defensive side, I think, again, they're going to be just as dominant. Now, can they hold Korea back on point A? I don't think so. I do think we'll at least go to B1 and B2 and maybe even further on. But one thing is for certain, I want to see Korea take a page from the playbook of Thailand, and that's utilizing the tanks as well as Darkstar was able to do, because without that, that Thailand victory wasn't going to be as dominant as far as I'm concerned. So going into it on the defensive side for Thailand and obviously the attacking side for Korea, they've got to up the aggression. Those comms have to be flowing, and they got to come in with the vengeance if they want to force a tiebreaker game 3.
Hey, look, I told you we'd be learning stuff today, and if you haven't learned some great strategies from some of our top teams, I don't know what you're doing. You better tune back in, because we're about to head into game number 2. We're going to be heading back to trench lines here in a moment. Sides will be swapped, and is Thailand as dominant on defense as they were the attacks? Only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 of this best-of-3 matchup.
刺猬帮你们。咱们跳起来，球进来都行。
Well, welcome back, folks. Delta Force Asian Champions League, and this is day one of our two-day LAN Grand Finals here at DreamHack Shanghai. I was gonna call it the Dream Shack. I'd like to visit the Dream Shack here. These players, Taylor, are locked in and ready to rock and roll, preparing for the next game. Some look a little bit dismayed, some looking like they are ready to go, and that's likely because of the results from the very first round. If you're just tuning in, folks, Thailand just ran it down. I mean, they just steamrolled Korea in the first round on the attack in trench lines, made it look easy, pedal to the metal, no holds barred, full aggressive stance all the way through, never even blinking before pushing to the next point, which was not only impressive, but I also think it just caught Korea by surprise.
I think it did, and going back to the comms, you can tell they were in disarray. Hard to recover from that, but you must. You have to recover. As I always say in esports, after a tough loss, short-term memory. Have a short-term memory. What do I mean by that? Look, you lost game one convincingly. Now go into game two. You're on the attacking side. You start fresh. Can you overcome adversity, overcome that loss, and force a game three? Because it's not over until it's over. And in this case, for Korea, I really do hope they come back and make this competitive truly, because I know they have it within themselves to be able to do so. But you can't ignore the fact that Thailand is very dominant. They did a lot of things right. Not only did they outslay the side of Korea, but they did it in a way that was strategic. What did they do right? They wolf packed together. That's what China did. That's what made them successful. Their tank play was impeccable. That's what China did. That's what was great for them, right? They had a great medic as well in Papercut, who got 40 plus total reses to, I believe, onto the side of Korea. Maybe it was like 64 reses, excuse me, 64 revives for Papercut versus the highest on Korea, which was at 25. That's a big difference. Those reses, those revives are saving tickets. And if you look at the tickets that were spent on the side of Thailand, like I said, like 43, 46, starting from B1, B2, progressing into C, progressing into to D1, D2, and then ultimately right onto to E. So not a lot of tickets were lost onto the side of Korea. And that's because of paper cut and, of course, the good teamwork and the good wolf packing. So Thailand did a lot of wonderful things there. Incredible stuff. Korea's got to snap back. And honestly, they don't have a long time before they go into this next game. So Ghosh, I hope they're ready.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I think they know what they need to do here, and it's a lot of the same. Korea has got to lock in here on the attack, and I'll be really curious to see what their whiteboard tactics are, if we can even get a read on it. Here's a look at Thailand's side yet again, being able to talk about what they want to do. They don't even need to draw it out. It's just the defense. How do we set up on these points? What's one of the things that, we need to do to maybe hold some of these points? Likely one of the conversations they're having is we've got to deplete resources. We've got to deplete these lives so they don't have 200 going to point E. It's a difficult point to take, but if you've got 200 going into it, likely you're eventually going to come out on top. So it's a matter of how do we hold down some of these earlier points. B, for instance. D, two of the harder points for the attackers to take.
Look at how active the entire team is in this moment. I think it's the most active. I didn't even see China this active when it came to communicating. Granted, some teams run differently. Some teams will just have a commander or a coach who's going to guide the conversation and say, this is what's happening. But everybody seems to have an opinion and a thought process on how they want to go into this next stage. How do they want to go for the defensive side? We move over towards Korea. A little bit more drawing around this time on the map, but also if you look at them, the demeanor, they do seem a little bit more defeated. I'm not going to lie. I hate to say it, I really do, but they've got to snap out of it. They've got to fight back. But one thing is for certain, that guy on your screen right there is guiding his troops, and they're paying attention. So I hope whatever they have going into their attacking side is gold, because, brother, they're going to need it.
Yeah, I like to. It looks like they've pulled over. I want to say these are the squad leaders here with Dead Dog talking on the Korea side. So essentially, it's a less communal conversation and more of the leaders from each of the 5 squads all coming together, communicating. Dead Dog telling them what he thinks. They're going back and forth on what they want to do, and let's try to execute the game plan, and then we'll communicate with our own squads. Frankly, I think I personally actually like the way Korea is doing it a little bit better. It's just a matter of execution. Because at the end of the day, if you've got 20 voices, that's what we call a little bit of too many chefs in the kitchen, all right? You get all the main leaders, you get 5 people instead of 20, who then go communicate with all of their teammates exactly what they're going to do. I assume as well, classic military does this, but also in warfare, each of the squads are likely dictated into roles. And so you're going to see certain squads. We've already seen it when we're spectating the first person view. Hey, this squad's going to be Luna. They're going to be getting vision for us. They're going to be getting a ton of value through the smokes that are so prevalent in a game mode like this. Hey, they throw a ton of smokes. Luna's going to throw those recon arrows, going to get us some info. Same thing. We need some people going for revives. We're going for the rescues. We're playing support operators. We're playing Stinger, picking up not only the players, but also throwing smokes down for cover for our crosses from point to point. So that's going to be a squad as well. Then you've got your engineers / tank players. Hey, you're our vehicle guys. Great. Not only are you wheelmen, but also you and maybe another squad going to play engineers so they can potentially keep our vehicles alive as long as possible, because we know that's a win condition. So we talk about some of that. Maybe you're going to see a Saniva team. Hey, once we get to the trench lines, let's swap to Saniva. I mean, we could go on and on about the supposed strategies, because it's so intensive. This game mode is so dang cool at a pro level. There's so much minutia to talk through, and I'm loving that we're getting to see it for the first time on land, but also at the highest level, in my opinion, because of a full coordinated team effort under those commanders, Taylor.
Hey, it has to be a team effort. Again, you can have a guy who's dropping 50, 60 eliminations, and trust me, even that individual will hurt the team of 20 that you're going against, but you have to have everybody on the same page. Without that, you are simply not going to win. Coming into this tournament, already what I expected to see isn't panning out, and that's a great thing, because again, we're learning, and you said it best right to the audience. We are here to learn, and we are learning. And one of the key things I personally expected to see, especially by the commanders, the coaches, to execute with their rosters, their team of 20, was to send squads out to have their own individual missions. But it turns out breaking up isn't the proper play. Japan tried that against China, and it simply didn't work. Sending a squad out here, sending a squad out there breaks up your full unit, and it seems like a full unit attack is simply the way to develop your overall strategy, is simply the way to win. Now, will that change over time? I think so. I do still think there's going to be value in sending unique squads out to attack certain POIs. I think now where Delta Force is currently at when it comes to obviously warfare, because we're so early into the esports sector of Delta Force, there's still plenty of more to develop and go. I do think squads will have more of an impact, but for now, wolf packing together, power in numbers, that seems to be the winning strategy.
Yeah.
And for Korea, I want to see them do that on their attacking side. Full send it into Thailand. If not full send it, at least do it as a team. That's the way you win. Breaking up isn't going to be the play without question. And that's why I am excited if we do get a Thailand versus China winner finals. It's going to be 20 players going into 20 players. Like, it's going to be violent, it's going to be brutal, it's going to be fun without question. But I ask you, Ghost, for Thailand's perspective, they clearly have the slaying power, they clearly have what it takes to win. But does Korea have that on the attacking side? Do you think it'll magically be different? Because I'm not convinced, but maybe you are.
To be honest, I'm going to say the exact same thing I said about Japan and what they needed to do on the attacking side. You've got to take this first point early. If there is a stall out on point A, it's going to spell utter disaster for the attack because of those score lines, because of those scores that they can call in, all of our support systems. If you're able to call in more vehicles than your opponent, you're usually going to have a massive advantage. And as we've seen, the attackers tend to have more vehicles to start these things off and open up this map and potentially push on to B1, B2, C, etc. Here's the problem. If you get stalled out on A, and maybe even worse case, your first tank that you spawn in with gets taken out, all of your advantage is out the window besides spawn location. And we know the defense is going to set up a bunch of respawn beacons anyway, so that advantage is minor at best. This could be the exact same story if our attackers don't come out swinging. So you better swing, and you better keep that tank alive. They know that, and I'm sure they're prioritizing that. It's got to be one of their main strategies going into this very first point, Taylor. I think this point is going to set the tone for the rest of this map pretty much in its entirety.
Has to. Definitely has to. And I really think it will. I don't foresee this ending in the way that our previous semifinals did on Cracked. I just don't see... who knows? But I think A is at least going to be captured. The trouble point will be B1 and B2, because that's where you obviously have to have a coordinated effort between different squads, or have a way to, I don't know, find a way to wolfpack. That's what Thailand did, which was kind of crazy to me. They wolfpacked together, captured B1, and then overwhelmed B2 to the point where Korea were forced to adjust. And, at first they wanted to split and try and cover both, because that's the traditional strategy on trench lines. You want to break off a team, 10 go here, 10 go there, or however you break it up, and you defend both at the same time. But that simply just didn't work at the end of the day. So I think that's where we're going to truly see, like, okay, what's Korea all about on the attack when we head into B1, B2? But if they lose on A, I don't know. I got a lot of questions. That would, because they'd be in the same boat as Japan, but I really do think A on Cracked plays a lot differently than A on trench lines. But B1, B2, that's where the story's going to unfold.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to set the tone. And of course, even if they don't hold them, but they're able to deplete enough tickets so we're not going with full lives into B1, B2, it still sets the tone for how this entire map's going to go. Now, chat, we're hanging out. Our game's about to get started. All of our players getting into the lobby, making sure it's all ready to go. So I ask you another question. It is technically a new day where I am from, at the very least, just past midnight. So I will ask the same question again. We want to know where you are from and where you are watching from. Delta Force is truly a global esport at this point. They've put so much emphasis on this game at a competitive level across the world. You might be asking, wait a minute, this is the Asian Champions League. What about the other regions? There's already been some other esport competitions in Warfare and Operations for NA and EU. If you missed it, you got to pay attention to socials. But I want to hear in chat right now, whatever chat you're watching on, by the way. I believe we are live on like 5 different platforms just for the English broadcast. And then the ACL specific broadcast in the native languages all live as well on different channels. And so we want to hear from you. We'll shout you out as needed. We're watching alongside you guys, just waiting on the games to start, all live at a LAN in Shanghai for DreamHack for the ACL. I'm seeing Myanmar. That's a new one. Chile here. Indonesia still watching with us. We love you from Indonesia. Lots of folks from Indonesia and from Colombia originally. Bangladesh, India. Told you, it's global. We are all over the place, but loving the support in the global scale.
That's insane. You know, a lot of events I do is like, okay, from the States, you know, I'm from here, Mississippi, I'm from here. Like, no, we got people literally all around the
South
world.
Africa, France here in the Twitch chat. We got Korean folks. This is awesome, man. And I love it too, because I think there are a ton of broadcasts for this, right? There's the ACL specific broadcast, and then our English broadcast here. And so it's kind of like, if I'm able to speak maybe one of those languages, maybe I'm somebody watching from China, and I wanted to watch my China team. Now they're off. Well, maybe I tune over into the English broadcast. Come hang out with us. We got some watch party vibes out of here, and we're hanging out and having a good time. And I'm loving all of the crazy esport actions here, Taylor.
Got Eld out in chat. Hi, Caster. Hello, Eld. How you doing? You all right? Hey, it's a good day out here. Abducted by aliens. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Philippines. Yes. Myanmar is what I don't think I've ever had a viewer. Maybe I have, but at least I never knew. Colombia also. Colombia, beautiful play. I would love to visit Colombia. I really would. Beautiful culture, beautiful just place in general, man. Colombia is beautiful in a lot of different ways, without question. We do appreciate you guys being here. Hey, tell me, what got you all into, and obviously I'm asking you out in the chat, like, what got you into Delta Force? What do you like about it? You know, Delta Force is still a growing game. It's exploding. A lot of different ways to play it now. Tons of support. Loving it on mobile, by the way. I think it's just wonderful. Just to pick up, I've been advertising it to all of my IRL friends, coworkers. Like, hey, download this game, play it. You go on break, get yourself a Warfare game, man. Go back to work. Okay, you reset. What got you into it? What do you like about it? And how do you play it? You're a PC player. You play it on mobile, a bit of both. Again, and what do you where do you want this game to be in a year? Personally, where do you want Delta Force to be, whether it be competitively or just as a title in general? Because it's got a lot of legs, clearly. We're already talking potentially Esports World Cup in 2026. That is nuts to me that Delta Force might be there. And if you all haven't been to the Esports World Cup, let me tell you, it's a magical place. It is beautiful over there. It's hot. Don't get me wrong, it's hot, but the competition is hotter, baby. It really is. And the best of the best end up going out there along with the best talents. Like you see me as well as Goj out there. Last year we had a great time. It's a mixture. The strip is beautiful. You go out there and you could race cars. You could do haunted houses. You could play games, get a funnel cake. My fat self, I love funnel cakes. I think they're wonderful things, man. I really do. I could eat it with extra powdered sugar on top.
You're taking shots at me. You're taking shots at yourself.
Nobody's
Taylor's
safe.
all over the place.
Nobody's safe, baby.
Look, if we've learned anything about Taylor tonight, he's a huge fan of Delta Force, and he's also a huge fan of learning where you're from. Okay, so keep typing it in the chat because he's gonna hype up wherever you're from, even if he's never been there or know anything about it. I love your accolades you're giving to some of these countries. That was awesome. But yeah, no, we love hanging out with the viewers here. I think our players are about to hop into the game. We're just kind of waiting on a few more things. I'll give you a couple quick reminders. We'll see where our lobby's at and keep you all updated. First and foremost, format for the day. Taylor, let's talk again about that in case people are just now tuning in. Because, again, when we ask people where they're from, time zones are all over the place. We got people in the afternoon, some people in the evening, some people in the middle of the night gamer hours. We got people waking up, ready for their workday, tuning in for the Delta Force broadcast. So as a reminder, we've got 4 countries competing today. They're working through with our ACL competition, a double elimination bracket. Each of our matches are best of 3, where the maps are randomly drawn. So we've already seen game 1 from the side of Thailand winning over Korea. And then, of course, we've already been through the first semifinals on the other side, where China dominated Japan. So, with that in mind, China's already into the winners finals. It is double elimination. And then if Thailand wins this match, this game, and therefore the match in a best of 3, they will then play China next. And that will be our last best of 3 on broadcast today, is that winners finals. Tomorrow, though, it does look like we're going to be looking at lower bracket round 1, lower bracket round 2, and then, of course, the grand finals, the championship of the day for all of our winning teams. And we, of course, get to send on one of our teams from the day here in winners finals on to the grand finals at the end of the broadcast today. So, yeah, that's the breakdown. If you got more questions, let us know. $100,000 on the line. The game is about to get started. Thank you for your patience, folks. We are about to jump in here in just about a minute or two. And we've got a beautiful setup there in person with our Asia team, as it is going to be Korea versus Thailand, with Korea on the attack. Folks, you know what this graphic means? It means we're probably about to hop straight into game here shortly, and I'm excited about it. Thanks for listening to us yap here in the booth. We just wanted to make sure that you're all caught up, and the players are all caught up, ready to lock and load. And Taylor, it is time for some action.
Let's do it. Let's get into it. Game number 2 in this great best-of-3 semifinals B. Winner moves on to winners final. Loser not done just yet. Still have a chance to get back into grand finals, but their job got a little bit harder. Thailand leads 1-0. They won their attacking side in a flawless victory as far as I'm concerned. This time around, Thailand will be on defense. Korea will be on the attacking side. They will be in red if you're looking at the overhead view, or seeing, of course, the X-ray that is on your screen. Goj was saying it best. A site should be where you set the tone, and for Korea, it needs to be the tone setter. But the question is, how many tickets will they lose before they capture it? Thailand is holding on tight, but Korea is making a good effort to continue to push forward. I think B1 and B2 is where the true action will start, but you can't count Thailand out. They were so aggressive and so dominant in their attacking side that Korea has their work cut out for them, but already making great work on to A. So, Goj, I think you're right. The tone is being set. Korea, they're done playing around. They want to tie this thing up and send it to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. They've got to come out swinging this point A. They can't afford to get stalled out here. And a nice flank here from Thailand to try to just wean down some of these numbers on the point. This is the key. You can't just send everybody at the point, because if you do, you're likely going to get cut down. If you can send some route men, some hero, just a couple on the flank, and just to reduce the amount of people that are respawning that can push the point and stack numbers there, you can stave off the bleeding of losing this point. And that's exactly what's happening here with Korea. Not only heroic plays on the map, on the point, but also on the outside. And look at that point A. Yes, trading of blows, but the defense is back, and they have repossessed almost the entirety of point A.
Which seems severe, but you look at the tickets, it's not as bad as it seems. Korea's only lost 10. So even though Thailand does retake A, there's a chance Korea still, I think they're still absolutely in the fight. And let's not forget, you gain tickets for every time you capture a site. Korea could leave this one maxed out at 200 once again. But I say all that with just trying to give hope, but now they're down 16 tickets. Thailand shows no signs of, at least relenting. They are relentless without question, and the Wolfpack is in. A has been fully recaptured. The tank, though, should be the difference maker, but you can already see the missiles flying by. Thailand wants to get rid of that tank. They understand that tank can be devastating, so they want it out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we talked a lot of strategy during the last game, and one of the main things we talked about, it is very low. These two people that are just running around, like, basically getting pushed around by this tank are engineers, and look how fast they heal it. I mean, this is necessary, and this tank isn't able to get more aggressive because it's getting picked up so low. And so you've got to pay attention to not only the health of that tank, but also the folks that are around it. And again, I've got to tip my hat to Thailand, able to hold point A for a decent amount of time here is really setting the tone that they're not to be trifled with, as Korea is just finally trying to break through the outer barricade and find a route in. Smokes are great, but if you don't have the bodies to run through that and capture the point, you're going to be in trouble. It does look like they're finally gaining some ground, though, and they got to keep this bleeding up. You've got to get this tank, continue to keep it involved, and pepper these folks that are not necessarily even on the point. Get them get the folks that are moving into the point. Get the folks that are coming in without a bunch of cover.
Korea's tank is truly devastating on point A. That's why they've made such great ground in the second attack. Remember, their first attack failed. Thailand did a wonderful job holding Korea back off of point A. They've taken a couple more tickets away, but on this second attempt, and a good attempt, Korea finally making wonderful effort. They should have A in just a moment's time. You never know, though. Thailand might be able to steal it back from Korea. But I believe we will be heading into B1 and B2 shortly. Saving that tank was everything. It got very low in health. You mentioned, though, obviously the healers around it, getting it back into the fight. And there it is. Officially, B1, B2 has been captured. As I said, get game tickets back. Korea will be starting fresh on B1, B2, maxed out at 200. We take a look at the stats. Ano on the side of Korea at 14. Wansa also at 14. So spreading the wealth, spreading the love. You've got 3 Slayers who are all around the 14-13 mark. That gives me good faith that Korea fired at all cylinders, and they're pushing into Thailand. B1 and B2, though, their next objective.
Yeah, let's listen in with Korea's comms and see what's going on with them.
지금 청막 막로 쪽에 있다. 칼퇴관 쪽에 한 번데. 왼쪽 뒤. 미안해. 오른쪽 샷각. 오른쪽 뒤 샷각 조심해야 돼. 비언들.
Sounds pretty good to me, and we got a lot more Senivas inside these buildings as per the usual. The beatdown ensuing. Comms were a lot more aggressive this time around than when we listened to them on the defense, which I was excited about. Korea finding a bit of footing on this map, finding a bit of space to fight with. It looks like they're trying to push for B1 for the most part, but overall, decent job thus far, coming in with full lives, now only down about 10.
Saw paper cut, by the way, from the side of Thailand, the top healer from the first attack. That's when Thailand was on the attacking side. A true instrument for Thailand, obviously on their big win to lead 1-0. This point in time last time, remember, Thailand on the attacking side had B1 and B2. B1 already captured and B2 being played around with. They ultimately would get countered. Korea would push the back, but Thailand would quickly recover and gain B1 and B2. This time around, though, for Korea's side of things, not looking as strong. Not able to get onto B1 or B2 yet. They're still filling it out. This is exactly where I thought Korea would have a tough time and start to struggle, and Thailand would start to excel. And I think we're starting to see that. They've already lost 14 tickets, still healthy on Korea's side of things, but I really do think this could be where Korea could potentially end this series. If they don't step it up, Thailand could win right here, right now, win 2-0 and go and face against China in winners finals. Korea's got to get serious.
And they're finally getting some value on B1, which is nice to see. But you're right. I mean, you talk about the steamroll that was the first map. This is not even kind of similar. They are getting value. They are getting some bodies on the point. Seniva, obviously a major value add for that. Beatdown after beatdown. Certainly helpful. We got some Virons, it looks like, in the mix with that magnetic bond coming in, trying to clear out some of these CQB fights. Says, stay down, says Winter. And don't get back up. This is my building. I love it. Well, here's a quick look. You can see some of the artillery strikes potentially going to be coming in soon. And here's a listen in with Thailand.
ได้ยังไหวโอเคเชื่อใจกันซ้ายเข้าหนึ่งที่ผมแตกเดี๋ยวกูไปเล่นข้างหน้าบีสองมาทีมบีสองกลับมาบีสองที่หนึ่งกับบีสองบีสองโดนลินน้ำโดนลินน้ำมาเตะลินน้ำที่ไม่รักที่พี่มาร์คซ้ายบีสองซ้ายบีสองแต่ที่ก็ปาบี
Yes, sounds good to me. I mean, that was a lot of the same from the attacker side. And while we were listening in, Thailand on the attack was chaotic. This time in the defense, just as chaotic in a great way, conveying a ton of information. And while listening, they have fully recaptured B1. That moment of an opportunity for Korea to take this first point is long gone.
Never gets old watching a Seniva just bash players in the face non-stop. Love the sound effects that it makes. You can hear it even in the overhead view. B1, a lot of emphasis placed on it from Korea, but you notice getting picked apart. Thailand is pushing them off, pushing them back. B1 will get half capped, but I think it will be Thailand recovering, if I'm not mistaken, unless Korea can fully get it. This would be big for them. They've lost about 40 tickets now. Still not too crazy opportunities to come back, but my worry is still there. I have to say, I don't know if Korea's going to be able to get off of this B1, B2 site. They're going to have to work hard to do it. Thailand has done such a great job, but this is the first glimpse of hope, Goj. The first opportunity to capture a site for B1 and B2. The question is, does Thailand want to continue to put resources over here? I think they give it up. They fall back to B2. If the opportunity comes for them to recapture B1, maybe they go for it, but now they need to put all their eggs in one basket. That's going to be B2. But I say that, Goj, it looks like they are going to make an attempt on a retake on B1.
Yeah, this is aggressive. This is what we expect from them. It's not what I expect to see in pubs, but when your team is aggressive as Thailand, they are no holds barred. They are pedal to the metal. They've got a couple bodies on B2, but they are not trying to sacrifice B1. They're not trying to give the attackers a foothold and a respawn this close to their second point. And you've got to realize the commander from the attacker side had put an issued command on B1 to capture and hold it. And so if they allowed this team to hold it for another minute, this is a ton of score going to the side of the attackers where they could potentially use it to call in more vehicles or artillery strikes or anything in between. So a lot of value that they're preventing the attackers from getting if they're able to retake. And because this was such an aggressive push to capture point on B1, it doesn't look like Korea had a chance to double down and swing over to B2 on this tug of war. Instead, they're just trying to go force versus force, and we know who wins that battle.
Yeah, we do. Thailand, clearly. Thailand, without question. Things go from okay to, well, pretty bad at the moment for Korea. Now they're down to 137 tickets. During that retake attempt from Thailand, they were able to take away, I believe, 20 to 30 tickets just in that retake alone. They did it successfully, and already just like that, B1 fully captured from Thailand's perspective on the defensive side, and Korea starting to fall apart. They're in shambles, and Thailand shows no signs of slowing down. B1 and B2 is tough to take. It really is. I'm actually shocked Thailand full sent it back into B1. I really thought they were going to break back, because that's what I'm used to seeing in warfare competitions on trench lines. You lose a site, the team that lost the site on the defensive side will fall back and, again, put all their eggs in one basket. But tough break without question. And now the question is, what is Korea up to? What are they going to do in response? How are they going to attack once again? The amount of people on B1 now from Thailand's side of things is tremendous.
Yeah, it was a great hold. And again, this goes to show that they know what they're doing. They're able to retake an aggressive swing, an aggressive play, but macro level is great. They were able to recapture and prevent the extra score. I mean, I'm impressed with Korea able to get through A and have some value here comparatively to what we saw in the last one. They're able to keep their tank alive as well. We actually saw a quick glimpse on the overhead cam of one of the engineers, I think, laying on top of the tank and constantly healing it. That's one way to do it. There's no question about it. It's a great value add. The problem is at some point, and it looks like they're on the move now. This is what I was about to call out. They do have a lob, it looks like. I think that's what it is on the far side. They've got a respawn beacon on the far side, and I think they might be mounting an effort from this side flank over to B2 to change the tide of battle and potentially catch the defense on their heels. A huge swing from this lob all the way around the side, and here comes at least a partial push. Here's a listen in with Korea.
다시 후방으로 빼주세요. B2 이거 절대 안 돼요. 뒤쪽으로 빼주세요. 이거 강가 쪽 캠프 쪽으로 리그로, 강가 캠프 쪽 리그로 빼야 돼. 강가 캠프. 다시 뒤쪽으로 빠져서 B1으로 가요. B1으로.
Well, another solid listening from Korea. They've got some nice pace on their comms. They're conveying a ton of info. It's just a matter of what are they deciding to do and how are they going to execute on it.
104 lives now for Korea. Scary prospect, especially given the fact that, once again, no tick has been done on B1. Yeah, they've captured it one time. Yes, they've made efforts, but every single time they progressed onto B1, Thailand has taken it back immediately, without question. But now Korea's going for something different. For the first time, they're going to be on B1 and B2 at the same time. Yep. This is something that this is something that Thailand did very well during their attacking side just the game previously. Now Korea is doing the same thing. This is a good adjustment, and this is a positive thing, something we need to see more, and especially something I wanted to see from Japan, right? When they couldn't capture A. Well, how do we attack it in a different way? Korea is thinking on their feet. Despite them losing B2, Goj, they still made enough effort on B2 to split the forces of Thailand, so now they can capture B1.
Yeah, it's really well executed. I actually love that they sent that armored vehicle around the right-hand side to draw the fire to B2. You see a vehicle, you kill the vehicle. And because they swung, the defense turned around, all of a sudden a massive push, and Korea is at the very least on the board here with B1. Can they hold it? I don't know, but there is at least a glimmer of hope for this map if they can push up now and make it onto B2. Like we saw with China, ideally you are getting fully stabilized on this point, getting your forces in order, and then making a huge swing. And you can tell, because they have so much presence on B1, they're getting way more aggressive with their tank to potentially push up and provide some more aggressive and honestly realistic covering fire rather than just peppering from a distance. But when you do this, there is a small risk that you lose your tank. Let's get a quick lesson in with Korea. Wow, yeah, it sounded good, but vehicles dying on both sides. This is a bloodbath with some of our final lives, and it looks like the tug of war has commenced, Taylor. B1 done. B2 available. They capture B2, but they give back B1, and all of a sudden, the defense swaps sides with the attackers, and this point is still live, just barely, because of a great Herculean effort here from Thailand, as the vehicles can't get a ton of value.
Oh, that vehicle's about to be destroyed. It can't get out of the trench lines. It's quite literally stuck. Yes, a tank can climb a wall, but a vehicle cannot get out of the trench lines. That's just how it goes, and unfortunately, it's down and out, and heartbreakingly enough for Korea, they will lose B1 once again. They were so close, such a valiant effort, now down to 69 lives. Chad, I ask you, the collective mind out there, can Korea do it? I don't know. B1 and B2, this is where I knew the struggle point was going to be. This is where I knew Thailand was going to wake up. A is just so hard to lock in. Korea set the pace early on, but can Thailand lock it in? Can they win this series 2-0 to go into winners finals against China, or will Korea come back? That's the question I have for you, and I await your answers. Let's listen to Thailand and how they're sounding.
มีสองเยอะมันกลับไปมีสองกันเยอะพังรถพังรับทราบมีหนามมาได้หรือวางหนามไปแล้วก็ได้นะเว้ยไอ้หลังมาเหรอพวกเกิดมาเจอแล้วมาเจอตัวนึง
Again, great comms all the way through. You can hear the energy. You can feel the moment goes. Thailand, for me, just listening, obviously I don't understand, but from just a tonality, that sounds to me that Thailand understands they're about to win. They're about to go to winners finals, and all they have to do is take away 53 more lives from Korea.
And you're seeing, I think, a tank destroyer back here for the side of the defense. Thailand, this is the thing. When you're able to hold this long and get this many kills, you're going to have vehicles and different call-ins, your support systems that you can call in and change this battlefield. The attackers have some of their own. You can see more vehicles getting into the mix. These last 50 lives are going to be utter chaos, but that's what we love about Warfare. The best Warfare players are able to ingest an insane amount of information and use it to be able to actually do something on the map. So when we hear comms like that from teams in Thailand, teams in Korea, that's, you know, you're watching the top of the line Warfare esports. You're watching the top of the line in Delta Force, and I'm loving the action. As we expected, some S12K, some shotguns in the trenches, utter chaos and exchanging of hands. The tug of war, it has commenced as they've traded B1 and B2 several times, but the defense is holding on with those Sanivas in the bunkers on B1 just for a moment longer potentially, as the defense has fully reset up back on B2.
It's do or die now for Korea. Do or die. This has to be a flawless push. With only 36 lives remaining, Thailand is knocking on the door of winners finals to play against China. A chance for a guaranteed $30,000. The winner of that series will either get first or, will be a guaranteed second place. That's what's at stake here in Korea. If they want this, they've got to grab the bull by the horns and go for it, or else they're going to have to go through the losers bracket to try and work their way back into grand finals. Now 29 lives left. Thailand still holding on tight. The good news is for Korea, they've managed to get B1. The bad news is, though, they still got to get the B2, and Thailand's defense on B1 is holding. And in fact, they're recapturing 23 lives left. Goj, I think this might be the beginning of the end.
We've got lives, we've got tank destroyers, we've got tanks, and everything in between. It is nonstop chaos. Vehicles so important, and both teams know that, so they use all of their scores to call in whatever they can. But it's all about bodies on point, and the defense is somehow, some way, smoking like crazy, creating the healing smoke with Stinger, just keeping bodies on point. And you can see a couple lone survivors from the defense on B2 holding it down for a moment, but knowing that the rest of their team is doing the work they need to capture the other point. This is perfect execution from the defense to just trade points and just play the tug of war so perfectly, because the best part about tug of war, Taylor, is that on the defense side, you don't actually have to win. You just got to keep playing the game. And here comes our first guided missile on trench lines. It lands, it connects, and the attack just wiped out, I want to say, 10 different people on the point. That was the biggest guided missile I've seen on main broadcast in an insane amount of time. Korea, they've opened things up for a moment. Can they capitalize on it in the final moments here to try to retake one of these points? I don't know that it's going to be enough, but it was dang cool on broadcast.
It was awesome on broadcast, wasn't it? So fun to watch. And shout out to Korea for putting up such a fight, but you can't dispute Thailand. They're in a league of their own. They played this so well from attack to defense, flawlessly done. And I gotta say, this is the performance Thailand needed to show, because now they go to winners finals to play against China, who dominated their win against Japan, much like Thailand just dominated their series against Korea. You've got two teams about to battle out in winners finals who went 2-0, who won flawlessly on their respective maps. I'm excited. Thailand looking great. The chicken head lives on. Goes. The chicken head lives on.
I'm loving this. I don't know what it is. Somebody's going to have to give me the lore between days, but we've got an interview here on stage, and again, want to listen into some of this and also talk about a few things. Taylor, a great time, a great production on the other side as well. And yeah, I've got to remind you that we are live in Shanghai here with our winners of our semifinals here at Thailand.
Such a cool stage. Blown away, man. Just the effort. The fact that this is Delta Force's first esports LAN and it already looks this good is crazy to me. And you have, I believe, Thailand on the left, Korea on the right. That's Dead Dog. Dead Dog played very well. Obviously, you have both commanders here. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at both of the commanders, the leaders of the respective teams.
Yeah, and honestly, just so well executed from Thailand, attack and defense. You see, obviously, a little bit of frustration from Korea, but
of course. Yeah, not a lot of words, but you got to think again. It's not over with. This tournament, we have one more series today, 3 series tomorrow. For Korea's side, they've got an entire night, an entire day to figure out what went wrong, what went right, and how they can come in tomorrow stronger than ever. Potentially even go against Thailand once again, right? It won't happen potentially until grand finals, depending on how this China versus Thailand series ends up going in winners finals. Today, the next series up, so you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be coming back with one more series, but For Thailand's side, man. Huge win, dominant win. So impressed.
Yeah, it's also, again, global event, global esport, Asian Champions League. So cool to see 4 different countries, translators for each country, hosts English broadcast up here with us. Very, very cool stuff. And you're right, it is double elimination, so Dead Dog and his crew still have a good opportunity to do well later in this competition. Tomorrow, we're going to be running those lower bracket rounds.
그냥 제가 일단은 먼저 오더를 내리는 편이었고 팀 내
It's a lot of pressure too here, Taylor, for the commanders. I mean, for those that haven't played the commander mode here in Warfare, essentially it's the same Warfare, except one player. In public lobbies you get voted on, but in game, it's here on esports, it's chosen. This player has open comms with every other player. They can't talk back, but their voice is piped in to every single player on their team, so they can give live comms. I mean, that is a daunting task to be able to IGL for 20 full players and execute at a high level.
Yeah, no, you're right, and you know, you talked about that immense pressure, and you know, obviously watching Dead Dog on the opposite side there for Korea and seeing the emotion on his face, you can tell this loss is very personal to him. And he feels the gravity, he feels the weight of his team, you know, as the commander, he feels the responsibility of the loss. And to me, that tells me he doesn't look defeated. That's not the look that he's giving, but it's more of a determination that he wants to come back tomorrow and come back even stronger. And for Dead Dog, he had that vicious look in his eye, man, going, like, especially like in the interviews beforehand, right? And during those content pieces, looking at him on stage. He's a dedicated player. It hurts now, but Dead Dog is going to come back for vengeance tomorrow without question, and I look forward to it.
Fully agree.
เพราะว่าหลังจากซ้อมแล้วไม่ดีใช่ไหมครับพวกเราได้ทำการบ้านกันเยอะมากๆฝึกซ้อมกันเยอะมากๆครับรวมถึงแผนต่างๆที่เราพูดคุยกันมาเพื่อจะมาปรับใช้ครับผม
Yeah, here's the thing too, as a quick reminder, like obviously this is our English broadcast of all of these events, but ACL is streaming this on major platforms. You should be able to find it with a quick Google search. But if you want to hang out here with the English broadcast, we love having you here. And we'll keep doing all the commentary for the games. We've got one more best of 3 today. Obviously, our gentleman on the left here with Thailand will be the commander in that next best of 3 against China.
일본 팀과 경기한다고 하였는데요. 어떤 준비를 하실 건가요? 준비.
Such a crazy matchup, by the way. Thailand versus China is going to be nuts. Oh, it's going to be crazy. I'm so excited for it. Because they have similar play styles, similar strategies from watching them. It's going to be crazy. That dog. Obviously don't know what he said, but it almost looked like he said, hey, we're coming back tomorrow. We're going to be even stronger than before. And I believe that's going to be it for the interview between the 2 commanders of Korea versus Thailand. Thailand, a big win. A big dominant win, I should say, and a much-needed win in that fashion now to play against China on their home turf, by the way, with a ton of fans out in the audience. It's going to be a bloodbath, Goj, and I'm so ready for it.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this as well, man. You know, obviously we had 2 teams that got the better of their opponents in pretty dominant fashion. So to see those 2 teams battle it out on main stage, on land, here at the ACL, is exactly what we're here for. This is going to be winners finals. It is not going to be the grand finals. Again, double elimination tournament. So the 2 teams that haven't lost yet, they're going to play each other. And then that top team is then going to move on to the grand finals, which is all tomorrow. We've got one more best of 3 tonight, and then or today or in the morning, wherever you are at right now watching. And then, of course, we will have 3 more best of 3s tomorrow. But here we go. Let's take a look at that scoreboard from that last one. And woo! we? Yeah, we got some nice score lines actually on both sides. I'm looking at 58 kills here from No Ano, and then Dead Dog, of course, our commander here on the Korea side, looking pretty strong as well on a scoreline total. But on the right, Thailand, solid scores in TPP, 45 kills. But my eyes are drawn to the amount of rescues, the revives on the defense side, something that you don't oftentimes see because it's less prioritized, but keeping bodies up on point is so crucial, and very well done. Here are some of the players from Thailand that dominated. Looks like 2 Hit again was our vehicle bane player, highest kills like I had mentioned in TPP, and then of course our commander crushing it. But Paper Cut Battlefield Medic, my guy, you are filling your role near perfectly. Unbelievable amount of revives.
Oh, dude, insane. I think, well over 100, if I'm not mistaken. I think, yeah, like 130 revives from Game 1 and Game 2. And like you said, very unique that he gets such high revives on the defensive side. Excuse me. You have unlimited respawns a lot of times, like you really don't care. But hey, let's listen into the final moments. The final moments of Thailand getting the victory over Korea.
B1 ไปปวดเลย B1 ไปปวดเลยทีมเราฟอฟฟี่สู้ๆเว้ยเอกสู้ๆบอก B1 เพียบเลยไม่เกิดหรอวะไม่เกิดนะมันไม่ยอมตายเอามันฆ่ามันเหยียบตัวมันไว้มึงฆ่าแล้วเหยียบตัวมันไว้ชุบกูก่อนเฮ้ย
Like, yeah, I got that last one. Let's go. And I agree.
Right.
Honestly, great composure in the face of a guided missile. They knew they had it in the bag. They just had to close things out and get the full kills there across the board. So very well done. Here's a look back on the totality of that matchup and how it all went down. As the side swap, there was a moment where we thought Korea had enough momentum try to carry it on. They are our first team that has lost both in a row to actually capture a point, which is nice to see, and actually have great success just getting value on B1, B2. They just couldn't quite net it into a full push into C. And again, right. I think there was just a key moment where I don't think they were able to capitalize inside of this tug of war. I used this analogy before. The tug of war is the back and forth that you're witnessing right now, where the attack and the defense continue to trade points back and forth. B1, B2. They take one, we take the other. And unfortunately, in a tug of war, the defense always wins if the game just continues. That's all that you need to do. You don't actually have to even win the tug of war and retake both. Just keep fighting and you eventually win. And just the stall out from the defense is the reason they were able to take this one.
Yeah, oh man, that vehicle getting caught in the trench lines was tough to watch. But that's just how it goes at times. Yeah, and I want to point out, by the way, Korea, after their A fight, like you said, thought they had enough momentum, but they go into B1 and B2 and trench lines with 200 lives. So they start off fresh, right? But it still wasn't enough. And that's a testament to how good Thailand's defense was. To face Korea with 200 total lives, fresh, ready to go, and to still hold them back. And also that retake on B1, by the way. Remember, Korea retakes B1, and then Thailand takes it back instantly. A lot of teams wouldn't do that. They would back away and defend B2, but no, not Thailand. They played so very well. We now look at our analysis here on our telestrator. This time we have a new analysis, but we've got 2 of them out there. I like it. We got a big team over in Shanghai DreamHack, and I'm liking every bit of it. Delta Force is getting the respect it deserves. This game has legs.
And I love that we get a chance to see a breakdown here on main stage. Again, all of our captains, our commanders, we're doing a breakdown on each of the maps, and then we also get a post-game breakdown. This is just great. I love our tactical reviews. And I think one of the things we're talking about here is potentially setting up for the flank on point A. If you all run in from the same point, obviously easier to hold. Setting up kind of Counter-Strike team on the far right-hand side should open this up. And then one of my favorite utilities and one of the most griped about utilities, if you're not a Luna fan, is when Stingers drop that recon drone smoke line that you can throw out. Provides so much visual cover. And this is a look back on that Thailand attack and why it was so effective, I believe. And you can see that an immediate push from A to B, the speed at which they were able to fly in was so impressive. And the defense was set up for the counterattack that most teams do, which is on that far right-hand side, Taylor, where you see he had circled them at the top of the screen instead of being ready for the immediate push over to B1. And so because of that numbers advantage, the attack was able to take it.
You notice Thailand sent their tank over to the right-hand side, and like you mentioned, obviously that's where the counter defense was set up from Korea's perspective, but they all had to face against that tank. And let's not forget that the game one stats from our tank operator, the commander, was brilliant. He had the most, and where he's currently sitting at on the right-hand side was constantly peppering shells into B1 non-stop. So every time Korea would send their reinforcements in there, they couldn't do anything because they were getting peppered not only by bullets, the Sneevas also being annoying up close and personal, the tank shots inside the trench lines, which is very unorthodox. You don't see that too often, but this tank battle was the coup de grace. This was the final fight, the final push onto E. Notice, at this point, Thailand has already lost, or only lost, excuse me, 5 tickets. So at this point, and I love that he drew that line, you see the tank coming from the right-hand side of the building. You also have the left-hand side tank, so they lose their middle, but no worries. They still have a fatal funnel from the 2 tanks on the right and left side to focus, and they both do focus. The tank on the right on streets, and then the tank on the left-hand side, from Korea's perspective, has no choice but to retreat down. Eventually, it will get destroyed. But while all of this is taking place, Korea's, hopeful attack with the tanks, they can't pepper in shells into the east side anymore. So while this tank fight is going down, now the full push from Thailand is taking place onto E. They're getting real estate inside the hardcover POIs. They're getting real estate into E. Now that the tanks are out of the picture, they can win their gunfights. The Sneevas can then push forward and distract the frontline players of Korea, and ultimately it results in a big win from Thailand's perspective, a dominant win, and they only lose about 10 or total lives. In fact, actually, from the 3 consecutive points leading up from B1, B2 onwards, ultimately to E, I think they lose like 43 total lives, which is huge. I mean, come on, that is a big win on trench lines when normally you see a large push and pull fight, not only in B1, B2, but also in future points. So yeah, Thailand played it perfectly. Their aggression was in, their defense is here. Attack, defense, both flawless.
Yeah, a great breakdown and a big shout to all of our Shanghai members over there. We love you. You're doing a fantastic job, analysts, casters, etc. We are live all over the place, folks, and in winners finals right around the corner. It's going to be Thailand versus China. What map will we go to? Well, you got to stay tuned to find out. You're not going to want to miss it here in the booth. We're going to be live in just a moment. We're going to take a very short break and get our players ready to go. Don't miss it. Tune back in. We'll be back in just a moment for our winners finals here with the ACL.
及了，天王，你再回来！
不对，天王被全面升级了。
什么？所有
哈里克谢，该死！所有人恢复！
无名，确认位置。听着，我们的交易很清楚，我帮你摘除脑机，摆脱哈夫克，而你必须入侵天网终端，恢复 GTI 通讯。现在，立刻回复。
我已就位。资料是安全。
找到天网计划的终端，快速入侵。
欢迎大家。你和瑞利克劳将的识别度是最高，你是某种不同的，不要抗拒，接受它。还出我的脑子！
手吹手！搜索四周。来制造一点恐慌吧。被耍了，终端不在这里。
我没看错，你还是最出色的那个。我知道你会回来，但你要清楚，不是哈夫克需要你，而是你需要哈夫克。我们才是未来。
调队，让战火止于利剑和尖盾。这里是 Delta Force 守望者营地。哈夫克不但拒绝一切可能停火的谈判，还暗中升级天网。战争的天平已在剧烈摇摆。为了能更灵活地应对日趋复杂的战争态势，确保我方获得优势，现将指挥权赋予身处前线的你。
众望所归，你现在是我们的指挥官了。指定为高价值目标已就绪。发现敌方飞机！发现敌方坦克！已标记敌方高威胁单位。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back to the Delta Force Asian Champions League. This is day one of our 2-day LAN Grand Finals here at DreamHack Shanghai. This is our English broadcast and winners finals right around the corner. The last best of 3 of the night or the midday or the morning, depending on where you are watching, Taylor. I'm so pumped about this best of 3. It's going to be China versus Thailand. Both heavy hitters, both dominating 2 up, 2 down in their first round semifinals matchup. I think this is going to be a battle of the finest here in winners finals.
Battle of the finest is a great way to put it. I was thinking on the break, we're about to watch 2 of the best teams, Delta Force has to bring. And you're about to see some of the best warfare you've ever seen played out on stream. And take notes, because I really think both not only China, but also Thailand, during this winners final matchup is about to put on a master's clinic of how warfare is designed to be played. They both have similar play styles. They both have superstars on their respective rosters. Paper cuts, right? When it comes to the overall healing, he's going to be the one who's going to be getting the revives, not only on the attack, but also on the defensive side. If you look at the China side, though, let's not forget, of course, Kiss Shot. Kiss Shot, just as impactful in the revive category. But I'll be honest, I really think at this point, Paper Cut actually edges him out in the revive category. But then you can't forget, though, the 2 tank operators on both sides. We're talking about Hot JB Cat, who was just dominant when it came to not only the slaying, but also driving the tank. But on the opposite side, right, you can't forget Thailand, because Thailand, I believe, had, who was it? It was, oh gosh. It was, was it Yezra for the tank, or NTPP with the tank?
Yeah, NTPP,
either way,
yeah.
NTPP with the tank. So you've got JB on one side, you got NTPP on the other side, both respective. And let's not forget the playing styles, Goj. Both of them have similar play styles. They both wolfpack together. They utilize smokes quite well. Like, I think we have a mirror matchup that we're about to watch, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think, again, the first point here is going to be a true distinction for which is the better team, and you're going to be able to pick it up very quickly, or if they're very even. I don't know that we have a clear understanding if this is going to go the distance, if this is going to go to that 3rd round in our best of 3s, or if one of these teams is that superior, because they both dominated their first game. So logic would tell us, sure, it's going to go to a 3rd round matchup. It might, absolutely, but there's a chance that one team is just that much better. And I think you and I were talking during the break, which team looked more dominant between the 2? China probably on paper, but you got to remember the matchup and what map we were using, right? Cracked is a totally different beast than something like Trench Lines. And so, yes, they were dominant on Cracked, a 3-point map, a 3-sector map, but would they have been dominant on Trench Lines? I don't know. I think that's a conversation to be had. Here's a quick look yet again at this Thailand roster. As a reminder, Dark Star was dominant on this roster as well.
Yes.
In the slaying category. And yet again, a roster that really felt like a holistic team that fit the bill for everything you need to have a good squad in terms of delineating what people wanted to do, whether it was people playing for those revives, people playing to slay out, people playing engineer to keep the tank alive. You got to have all those rules, and this team fully had them locked down, and that was one of the main reasons they were so dominant.
Yeah, and Dark Star was the one I wanted to point out. NTBB was incredible, but Dark Star, especially during their attacking side, was utilizing the tank very, very well on the Thailand side against Korea. So yeah, Dark Star versus Hot JB Cat, Kiss Shot, of course, versus Paper Cut, both spectacular players on their own right. Thailand looks strong. They really do. Obviously, China, though, they are the top dogs. They are on their home turf. And let's not forget, chat, just to remind you, China was the most dominant team during the qualifiers. And from what I'm hearing, they were undefeated. Nobody was able to sit them down. Will Thailand be the first team to humble them? Will Thailand be the first team to finally silence China and stop their momentum? Well, that's a question only Thailand can answer, but they've got some heavy hitters. And of course, you talk about Hot JB Cat, the tank user, Kiss Shot, with the revives, Bobo as well, who has literal fans in the audience holding up signs with his name. So many superstars on the China roster, and they have to be the heavy favorite going into this winners finals series. And let's not forget, Goj, the winner. What does the winner get? What are they guaranteed if they win this series right before us?
Yeah, guaranteed $30,000. I mean, you get second place. You lose the grand finals, which will be tomorrow. You're still getting $30,000 for your team. So this is a really big matchup. This is a delineator. This matchup alone is 1,000% at least a $10,000 spread, because if you go all the way down to third, you could win $20,000, or if you are a second, that's $30,000. And it could be a whole lot more than that. There's a lot of money on the line for this one, and it's a really important matchup. As all of our players are getting ready, it looks like they might be doing their tactical review right now, maybe around their maps here in a second, talking to their coaches, getting all ready to go. And I'm just really pumped to see what they're able to do, what strategies they'll pull out. And frankly, the thing I'm most excited about is which map are we playing. So I think that's what they're going to be deciding here shortly, as they all put their hands in, ready to rock and roll. Let's play together. Let's play as a full team of 20, and let's take down our opponents as fast as possible. I love these shots. You don't get these shots anywhere else besides an offline event, a LAN event like this. This is why I love LAN events, is to have everybody together, everyone excited, and everyone able to play together, put hands in literally, and cheer on your own squad.
Yeah, isn't that an incredible thing, right? And again, we talk about the LAN experience, the nerves that come with it, especially if you're not used to playing in front of an audience. I don't know if I coined the phrase or what, but I call it shaky hand syndrome. You know, you get shaky hands, you get nervous, you got the adrenaline going, you're nervous, you're thinking to yourself, am I good enough? Should I be here? Do I belong here? But Delta Force is unique, especially for Warfare. It's, obviously it's 32 versus 32, 64 when it comes to the online play that you guys are used to. I saw quite a big discussion there, but it is a 20 versus 20 when it comes to this tournament style. So you have a lot of people to weigh out. But Threshold, what do we think about that, Goj, right? A fresh map coming in for our third series of the night.
Oh, man, I got a lot of thoughts around Threshold. I think the main thing that I want to say, though, is China starting on the attack. I think that's best case scenario for them. There's a lot of conversation around which side is easier in Threshold, defense or attack. And frankly, let's throw all that out the window, because you haven't seen Delta Force at this caliber of a level, this level, esport level, where these teams are highly coordinated. So some of those conversations are actually a little bit null and void here. I think China starting on the attack is the best case scenario for them, because they get an opportunity to set the tone. If they win this on attack, I think the momentum in their sales to win on defense is going to be very hard for Thailand to stop, because this attack can be quite difficult. But here's a look at the map. The team's talking about the strategy. We know there is one major choke point moving from the first couple points to the second couple points, and I think that's going to be a key delineator, and if you can cut down the momentum of a China attacking team.
Okay. Just a reminder, both sides will play defense and attack. Series number 3 will be determined based off the performance, or excuse me, map number 3, if we get to that point. But for China, like you said, having the attacking side is the favored side. That gives them the momentum. That starts them off strong against Thailand, or does it? Does Thailand win? Does Thailand take this defensive side, go into attack, and, well, again, be the first team to dethrone China throughout not only the qualifiers, but also tonight? That's the question. Let's give respect where respect is due. Both Korea and Thailand are 2-0 when it comes to their respective series. Nobody's gone to a Game 3 just yet, so as far as I'm concerned, they're an equal playing ground. LAN, it hits different versus online qualifiers. And it seems like China is super serious. They're involved. And that's one thing we noticed, too, during their last planning process, Goj, was like China locked in. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They've got one focal leader. He's right there before you with the glasses. He's saying, look, check this out, guys. This is what the game plan is. Others are chiming in, but at the end of the day, there's one shot caller, and he's making the decisions.
Yeah, you got to remember, too, this is why they're having so much discussion. I think their coach may be involved as well, is because Threshold is a really important map to execute correctly as the attack. It is quite easy to get stifled as the attack if you don't execute correctly, specifically transitioning from A to B and B to C. You got to think about it as we hop into it. We'll talk through it in more specific details, but let's start by taking the courtyard of A. We've got to take the very first point. This is one that sometimes can frustrate some pubs players, but I think at an elite level, I think they know exactly what they need to do. They are going to fly at this point. And first and foremost, let's send our vehicles not only onto the point, but through the point. No cover for you. Let's blow open every single wall we can. Hey, welcome to the party. You're not playing Korea anymore. You're playing China. Holy cow. What a move immediately onto A.
But I will say there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, a lot of aggression from China, but Thailand did a great job in their matchup against Korea by forcing the vehicles out and ultimately destroying them. China, one of the things they did to punish Japan was obviously with those tanks, right? And Japan did nothing to stop the tanks, nothing whatsoever. So Thailand, they're not going to make that same mistake. They will focus their attention onto the tanks, onto the vehicles that are going to be on the map. And because of that, China, they get nerfed just a little bit. So despite the aggressive push that looks strong and violent, well, Thailand has effectively pushed them back. This is an even matchup, and I don't think it's going to be easy for either which side to take the victory.
Yeah, it's not an immediate loss of the point, but the strategy was very clear. The attackers said, hey, listen, you get as little cover as we can possibly afford you. I mean, you have to blow up every wall. You have to blow up all of the sandbags. And ideally, you have to blow up your other opponent's tanks and vehicles. The tank destroyer taking down vehicles left, right, and center. I think we know who that is. Gets right into the mix on the point, and a well-placed AT-4 cleans up 4 or 5 on the attacker's side. And I believe it blows up one of their tank destroyers as well, but even still, great value being added to the point and cutting down the defensive vehicles.
I wonder if this squad, because Kiss Shot is on it, like if this is the squad, yeah, to slay out, but also to focus on getting teammates back into the fight. Asmodeus was doing a great job not only at slaying, but also getting Kiss Shot back in. The leading revive master, the leading medic for the side of China, and especially so against Japan earlier. Started with 180 lives, now down to 156. Thailand is holding on tight, but for how long? That's the question. China has broken through onto A. Their aggression, destroying the buildings, like you said, paid off, and it looks like A should be captured relatively soon, and we're also airborne.
Yeah, this is another fun conversation point about this map. This is going to be our first chopper of this tournament, and it looks like, guess who's taking the helicopter? Commander Hot JB Cat up into the skies. He said, okay, I had a tank destroyer on the ground. I had some vehicles. Yeah, you blew it up. Guess what? I'm taking to the air, and we're capturing the point, going in with max lives into points B1 and B2. This is one of the choke points that is so incredibly crucial for the defense to set up early on. If you can set up extremely early, if you can get there set up well enough to stop the momentum of the transition from A to B, look at this. Look at this insane choke point that they have to hold. This could be everything for this map. This is a massive moment, and China is in the skies. I'm excited to see what they do, and I do believe we're going to pull in a quick listen in. So let's listen into China comms.
没有修，没有修。他们下边有，下边有。你下来修，你下来修。完了。轮突让狼队去拿轮突，我在清对面绕后步兵。帐篷上有，帐篷上有，帐篷上有。完了。希望再清，希望再清绕后步兵，没事。到了，到了，到了。墙壁一，詹姆姐，詹姆姐墙壁一。晕兵车到了，晕兵车到了。詹姆姐墙壁一。控制 B 就好了，你们 B 超动走。打的有点太快了，打的有点太快了，重新组织一下。没事，我们再救，再救，我们进点就行了。我们现在进点，我们现在进这个。加油喷子，加油盾，收到，收到。我10点，二楼上了个突击，二楼很多，二楼需要洗一波，七八毛，二楼。收到，收到。
Great team comms from that squad and the commander's squad. A lot of good communication across the board. And I will say a little bit slower communication for the most part with Hot JB Cat, because he's up in the air. And one of the main things they knew they had to do was get through this choke point onto B1 as fast as possible. And this guy's twirling on it. He is up in the air. He is avoiding every rocket, crushing it.
Bro, that thing was flying. Hot JB is going for it. When we pulled up the scoreboard after transitioning from obviously A to B1, B2, Hot JB, no surprise, was leading the charge in the slaying category. And I mean, that's exactly what he was doing against Japan with the tanks this time around. He's obviously airborne this time with the parachute, right? I mean, hey, his heli was destroyed. This high ground, though, is going to be incredible, or at least has the potential to be incredible, and we're already seeing some players get mowed down from up top. This is going to be Consent, who's now going to go down low to assist his teams, of course. B1, B2, talk me through it, Goj. I mean, is this going to be a sticking point for China? It seems like they're already finding success, B1 being captured.
Well, I mean, that's the key about this point in Threshold, though. It's like you have to take B1 quickly or you're just going to be stifled at that choke point forever. I mean, they're still fighting for position on this point. They're able to take it, B2. It's difficult, but it's not quite as difficult as this first one. A well-timed defense and a great execution of the setup, especially if you can get the helicopter out of the air faster. B1 is actually insanely difficult to grab, but the attacker's doing just a really good job of making sure they got bodies on the point, and one of the reasons for that is because they've got an eye in the sky. Oh my goodness. Jin Fu said, hold on, Goj. I need you to relax about Mr. Cat in the air. Let me take care of some business. My team's going to bring it back for us. And with the eye in the sky gone, look at that. B1 losing ground all of a sudden. China on their heels for the first time in this competition.
That's right, first time, isn't it? Thailand has a chance to make history when it comes to this entire tournament series, to defeat China for the first time. Nobody's been able to do it. Can Thailand be the first? Well, they're making a great effort. 138 lives last for China. Speaking of which, Thailand, what are they up to? Let's listen into the comms.
ใจเยอะอุ้ยหอยจริงเกินเต้นบนสุดเลยมันไม่มาแล้วนะครับพี่ตอนนี้ระวัง
We got the picture-in-picture. Vehicles are moving in. Obviously, B1 and B2 is recovered. Thailand successfully pushed China back. Before, it was China attacking onto B1. Now it seems their attention is going to be on B2. The question is how much, well, I say effective the vehicles can be, but already one has been destroyed. Thailand, as I said at the beginning, is a team that is going to focus those vehicles. They will not allow China to run free like they did against Japan. You have to focus vehicles in warfare. They provide too much value to the attacking or defensive side. So because of that, China's having to readjust. And I think for the first time, they're feeling the pressure of not having the vehicles like they're so used to having. And, well, because of that, their foot soldiers have to do a little bit more work.
Yeah, they're able to keep a tank destroyer on the point here, so they are going to swing over to B2. A smart move. Again, B1, it's difficult to attack. It can be difficult to defend if you're not set up correctly. They're able to retake it, but now the tug of war has started, and China now has a foothold in enemy territory. This is where it's going to be very difficult to hold B1. They've done a really good job, Thailand has, of at least depleting some of these lives, but it feels like just a matter of time for B1, especially with this tank destroyer seemingly roaming free. I do agree with you. I've been really impressed with the amount of people on Thailand focused on vehicles. They know the power of them, and of course, with smokes galore all over these points, it's very difficult to find any semblance of actual cover, but visual cover can provide you at least a moment of reprieve from the onslaught of shots. Also, can I just say that that helicopter was taken out by an AT-4. It was a predicted shot, and one of the things that's easier to dodge is one that's not predicted. It's one that tracks you down because you can throw the flares up or you can do evasive maneuvers. And a well-placed AT-4 shot, I don't even think JB Cat saw that one coming.
Well, I know we didn't for sure, and chat didn't either. That was nuts. Again, I said it coming into this, Goj. We were going to see some of the best warfare you could possibly imagine, and it is not disappointing, and I don't think either of us was wrong in that regard. Thailand is holding on tight to B1 and B2. They really are. They are trying to push China back as far to the brink as humanly possible. And they've done a great job holding them back, at least on B2. But the thing is, China's unrelenting. They continually come back with the vehicles. But again, they're getting destroyed left and right. China, let's listen in and hear what they have to say.
再重复，给你们的位置调整好。
我们要去打吗？
打吧，点点。
不着急，
往边上推，这敌方站两反反我吃不消。
收到。反仔快杀完了。
AG 在 B 点附近游龙，清醒标。
我们皇上们到了。
左手，杀完魔。OK， 直接近点。
皇上们进吗？不会进点吧？不会进点。
敌方防盗梦清空，
皇上马上要跟你们推，不然跟你们推，人出房子之后。
OK， 后点撤。
Clean comms and a move onto B2, completely opened up by Hot JP Cat right as we came out of the comms. Tank Destroyer comes roaming in and blows everyone out of the water, rather, and I'm blown away with this guy in vehicles. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yes, can command his squad at the same time, sure, but is constantly finding crazy value, point after point, kill after kill, trying to keep these points open for his team so they can respawn.
China finally making headway onto B1. They get the full capture. Now the question is, can they have enough pressure onto B2? It looks as if yes. I think they might be able. Thailand, though, however, has pushed them back momentarily. You got to question, does Thailand now want to put attention back onto B1? Can they even do so? I don't think so. China has pushed too far forward. Their attention has to be on turtling up onto B2, which... You know, Thailand is a team, though, that has shown that they are not scared to push straight into the opposing forces. But let's face it, China is no Korea at this moment in time. They're not going to be easy to push back onto B1. And again, I think the focus has to be on defending B2, where China is ultimately going to be going next.
Yeah, I do like the setup on B1 quite a bit better than the setup on B2. If anything, they likely traded B2 for B1 because it's a more optimal position for them. Able to spawn a hair closer if they get some tactical respawn beacons down. A trading of blows here. By the way, there was a few folks yapping about the different operators of choice. Some folks were saying, why no assault operators? Well, here they are, a full squad of assault operators, D-Wolf in the mix for likely several reasons. But of course, throwing down some lethals, throwing down the triple blaster, extremely valuable for your squad. They can go sprinting in, be able to move around this map quickly, and all of a sudden, China on the attack onto B2. This is going to be a huge moment. The defense does have a vehicle on point. You got to make quick work of it. D-Wolf certainly helpful. Where are AT4s? Let's start blowing up. Battle, vehicle versus vehicle. Tank Destroyer on top. Another defender vehicle down. It's only going to be a matter of time. China should be able to take B2 here if they don't lose all of their lives in this infantry battle. And a great shout yet again to Diane, who's one of our top slayers on the day for China, crushing it in the mix, trading 3, 4, 5 kills for his own.
Yeah, this entire, look at who you got. You got Bobo, Lances, Po-Sui, Diane. All 4 of them have been a talking point on China's in China's regard for their slayability, and they're all on the same squad. So clearly put together for their role of let's get in, let's make things spicy, and let's slay out if we possibly can, and they're doing exactly that. Notice, China does take, or at least takes priority on B2, but what does Thailand do, Goj? They send some troops over towards B1. This is that tug of war that you consistently talk about, and I didn't think Thailand was going to have an opportunity to get over to B1. I really didn't. I thought China was going to be successful in holding them back, but not the case. This is still going, and I don't know how far it's going to continue to go, but we have now dropped below 100 lives. China sitting at 95, don't get me wrong, still healthy, but Thailand is refusing to budge on this B1, B2 position.
Yeah, it's a great effort at the tug of war. China has perfectly set up to immediately capture and then swing. You can see a couple of the Thailand forces respawning back towards where C will be. And because of that, this is the opening opportunity for this team to take both points, but they got to do it right now. Here comes the defense. They're swinging in. They've got another vehicle on point called in because this fight's been going on for so long. And all of a sudden, vehicle galore. And this is just a reigning terror from, you guessed it, Thailand Star, the Dark Star himself, clearing this point, keeping their dreams alive of stopping China on points B here in Sector B. So far, very well done. Darkstar play spoiler.
Bro, that was so close. China was on the precipice of finally capturing B1 and B2 after so much blood, sweat, and toil. But Thailand answered back like you said, and Well, B2, once again, going to go back to Thailand side. China has to go back to square one and do so with 79 lives. Just when China thinks they are gaining an advantage, Thailand steals it right back. China was the favorite in this series. I thought for sure they were going to be coming in with a win. Attacking side, after all, should be favored, right? But Thailand says no. We are here to change the narrative. After all, they're playing for a grand final spot, and they might want it more than the China roster. Thailand nearly taking B2 fully back and maybe going in for B1. And Goj, there's a surprise event about to happen.
Yeah, you saw it on your screen. The first guided missile of Threshold. It's about time. Let's see who's called it in and where it lands. It's going to land on the side of B2, and it looks like that is called in from China, and it nets, count them, 1 kill on B2.
That's it.
However, it did push and post up all the defense back off the point, because the thing is, everybody knows the guided missile's coming, and so oftentimes you can use it as a zoning mechanism, and it's worked out. Let's listen in to China and see what they're able to do now with disadvantage as their vehicle's getting into the mix.
OK， 慢慢来，慢慢来。
慢慢来，慢慢来，慢慢来，慢慢来，都不要急，都不要急。
把点踩下来，慢慢来。
一休，
这边黄豆，
正面打的，
没有，
正面，左边，
没有，黄豆
要不然队长，
左边很多，左边没人进了很多，3个一个活，别着急。第二左边没
我炸，
没事，不要管正面，你们不要管正面，好吗？
远的角度嘛，必要，我快炸了。
等我5秒钟。
这样会赶紧买。走，
没事，走。
B 应该清空了，应该对面全在 B 2，应该对面全在 B 2欧印了。
步兵又散开了。
没事，等我布辆车，不急。
步兵可以不要进吗？
伊思远，救我，伊思远，右手绕了你屁股，掉了，救我，过来救我，好杀。
步枪马上来，
The moment was there. It was so close. China had an opportunity. The guided missile pushed their opponents off the point. They swung in with their vehicles, tried to clear some sort of a path for their teammates, and they had both points, one at full and one at half, and then they just couldn't quite secure it. The defense, a great second effort to restabilize, and the tug of war continues. And like I said on Trench Lines, when the tug of war continues, that is a win for the defense. Defense doing a fantastic job to not only stay alive, keep the points alive, but also continually take down the vehicles of China, and that's one of the reasons this fight is still going on.
And I don't know if you guys can feel it, but I'm starting to become a believer in Thailand closing this game 1 out, taking a 1-0 lead, going into the attacking side for map 2, potentially earning a grand final spot. I think Thailand might have done enough in this B1, B2 tug of war to close this game out. China are essentially running on fumes. I would say they have one good, solid, concise effort to try and get B1 and B2, but if Thailand push back once again, and already they are, if you notice, they're on B1. If they get this B1 decap, which they're going to do, this is going to be a GG, and Thailand will give China one of their first losses in a series. Of course, China can come back, but Thailand are playing lights out. Incredibly done. Let's listen in to what is working for Thailand with, of course, their comms.
บนเต็นท์เหลือไอ้ฟิวลงไปเลยที่อาร์มเล่นเต็นท์เหลือที่อาร์มเล่นเฮ้ยไม่มีคอนด้วยแค่บนเต็นท์กลัวเคลียร์หมดแล้วเมื่อกี้ยิงรถโดนเม็ดนึงมันจีอย่าช้ารถมันนะฟังกูลงมิชลี่นะลงมิชลี่บีบกันนะมิชลี่อ่ะใครมีลงเลยการมี2ได้การมี2ไว้จะทำตัวสแกนให้นิดมันเสียบสูแล้วตอนนี้สวยเพื่อนกู
Clear, calm, concise. That's what Thailand is in this moment. And take a look at 36 lives remaining for China. It's do or die goes. China has to get serious.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Look, I knew the defense was going to be maybe a stronger position on this map. It is, especially B1, B2, hard to capture. C1 and C2, for that matter, hard to capture. But I thought at this level, especially with where China was positioned, how they've been playing, their speed and their aggression was going to be enough for them to win it all and be able to push through this defense. What this means is, of course, that if Thailand's able to hold here, which honestly, so far, across the board, they look as strong, if not better, than China. Even if China is able to capture on this last-ditch effort, a monumental effort to capture with less than 100 lives going into C1 and C2. I don't know that I foresee them able to do it. China should be able to maybe try to get one good push here. Look at all the bodies pushing up. The question is, how much value was this defense for Thailand moving into C? And we do have another guided missile. Where will it land? Who called it in? Will we see more value? Could it be a moment of reprieve? If it's China's, it better land on B1 and it better land right now. But instead, it's going to land on B2 and get absolutely nothing for it.
Oh, but they got it.
Capture in the final seconds. I think a mistake, a misstep maybe from Thailand, backed off of B1 just for a moment. What in the world just happened? The game is afoot. This game is still alive, but only 83 lives for C1 and C2.
And that's it, 83 lives. But, I mean, China on the brink of destruction, on the brink of losing, have managed to come back. 95 eliminations for Hot JB Cat. He's been one of the elimination leaders for this China squad ever since their matchup against Japan in semifinals 1. And he continues to be just that here, not only playing tanks, but also playing that heli we saw a little bit earlier. China staying alive, and I will say this. If China wins this game after being so close to losing and Thailand being so close to winning, it's going to be like taking the win directly out of the sails of Thailand's momentum, and China would have stolen it for themselves. This is a big moment for China. Now they've got to grab it.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know how that was possible. How did they lose both points? Because Thailand had, you see how many bodies were pushing for B1 there, and we saw it begin to tick down. And I think that they just backed off. Maybe there was some force, maybe another missile we missed, or maybe some other artillery barrage that was called on it that pushed them off just for a moment, just long enough that there was a brief iota of a second where both were captured by the attack. But regardless, still a great effort from Thailand. They've slowed things down. But here's where the rubber meets the road. We're going to see a lot more missiles, and we're going to see a lot more streaks called in, and even more vehicles, because this is a long game. Here's another guided missile. Let's see where it lands. What value does it get? On the backside of C1, at least maybe pushing people off, but not a kill going their way. This is standard, by the way, at high level. We saw this in other region esports, that the missiles are better used as a zoning technique than actually netting a crazy amount of kills. Of course, unless it's a crazy moment where everybody's stacked and they can't clear the point in time. But more guided missiles galore. We're going to be seeing a ton of them. Just be ready and watching that kill feed.
These guys from Thailand up top, ultimate high ground. Another nuke comes in.
Oh, and they were able to trigger the threshold event to collapse C1. This is the new event that is a part of the update. It's a great call from the attack to completely collapse C1's building. A great shot. Haven't seen this on esports broadcast yet, and the ACL's locked in. Down goes C1. Time to capture C2.
Wow, how many are we going to get? That is insane.
Oh.
And yeah, that's going to be solid, at least from Thailand's perspective. A couple members from China will fall, but the question is, can you get the finishes? Are you going to be successful in doing so? You got to push up. You've got to get those downs in. C1 being recaptured from Thailand. The missile ends up paying off for them. 66 lives remaining for China. Still, an opportunity to win. I can't count them out, especially after that capture on B1, B2. I thought China for sure had lost to Thailand. But no, not so quickly. They're pushing in. They're going for it. Of course, Hot Hot Cat is going to be up top. He is going to make sure he's going to be directly on C2. Another guided missile coming in. How many can we get?
There's going to be a ton more, my friend. China is I think China's calling in the most of these. You got to remember, you can call in multiple guided missiles. Here's another one connecting, dropping it on top of C2. And I think the strategy here from China is very clear. Let's try to open up some of these sight lines. And I gotta say that it's working well for them. They've got pressure on both points. This is with the new update, they added this threshold event, and it's one way to clear C effectively. Thailand is kicking themselves for even having an opportunity to lose this first map. They were so close on B, and all of a sudden, the tug of war is active, sure, but it looks like Thailand's on their heels.
Yeah, Thailand has to win this, guys. I'm going to be completely honest with you. If Thailand loses this, I do not see them winning the next game, and China will win this series 2-0. Thailand needs this more than they probably even know at the moment. It goes beyond just being up 1-0 in the series. This is a momentum game, and Thailand gave it up on B1 and B2, but they can still take it back. Another guided missile is going to be coming down menacingly as everybody starts to scatter. It's on to C1, but luckily nobody's home. And it will be China putting a couple more members in there, but 57, another guided missile. I can't believe it. They continue to come in, and I believe we are about to go in with the listening for China. Let's hear it.
轮突进 C2， 轮突进 C2， 注意，轮突进 C2， 就一个人，在这一个人，一定要连上。轮突就他一个人。
C1， 你们能站住吗？
应该可以，应该可以。
有制导组在正门，正门，对面制导来了。
有绕后 ，C1 有绕后 ，C1 在绕后。
快把 C1 控住，快把 C1 控住！我现在吃不消。
还有一个，这里还有一个，
有背后扩 C1。
一毛币的脸。
这个轮突一直在断人啊 ！C1 有大标吗？
归龙，就新标，
为什么不丢中间呢？我操，这个制导。
C2 校门上2楼。走了。
小鸡去，我们自己能。
C2 太多了。
Man, things are getting intense. China is making great headway with just 41 lives remaining. That might be all that they need. Thailand starting to crumble. Hot JB Cat in close. Mowing players down from Thailand. C1 nearly captured. C2 also getting captured as well, from the brink of a potential loss to potentially being on top. 1-0 in the series. One map away from grand finals. Has China clutched victory?
China has launched, it's got to be double-digit missiles at this point, just blowing everything to smithereens, opening up these points, forcing the defense to think about where these missiles could land over and over and over again. It's China's missiles left, right, and center. C1 fully taken by China, 29 lives, take C2. A huge take by Jinfu off-screen and on-screen with that vehicle. We got to get a couple more missiles through that roof, potentially, to open up C2. But Jinfu, nearly by himself in that vehicle from Thailand, is playing spoiler to China winning this game. Did you see what he's able to do for Hot JB Cat? Big things. Finally, a Thailand missile lands, taking out 3. That's Nui BBC, who's able to take down 3 on C1. Not enough to really change things up, but more will follow. Constant barrage, constantly through the roof. And China able to find another 3 kills with another missile, this time on C2. Could be a small opening, but the question is, where do you go from here, and how do you push onto this point with only 20 lives remaining? You've got to remember, these guided missiles are being stacked by everyone. You can call in multiple. They double in cost every time you call them in per team, but missile after missile, especially if you can get them through the roof, and that one will pick up 1 player on the inside, but still, the chink of the armor, a moment for China to make a move as they are capturing both points with 12 lives remaining. This is a nail-biter. It literally could not be any closer, as all of a sudden, the tug-of-war has started, and a select few, a mighty few, Paper Cut, the Revive King, the Battlefield Medic on C1 is keeping players on point as missiles land over and over, and China picks up the entire entire squad, the entire lobby. Paper cut, you can revive 5, 10, 15 people, but sometimes a missile lands on your head and opens up the point. China has won the map with 8 lives remaining. China's missiles are unbeatable. They are insurmountable. There is nothing you can do.
I am floored. Are you serious? China nearly losing the game twice to Thailand. On B1 and B2, they nearly lose. At the very end, they nearly lose. But a missile comes in and takes the entirety of the team out from Thailand, and they clutch victory against all odds. China, with their back against the wall twice, comes out victorious. And now Thailand has to feel defeated because they had the win. They had it won at B1 and B2. But China somehow came back and took the victory away from Thailand and now lead 1-0. Incredible performance. China seems like they cannot be beat.
That got me sweaty. I'm not gonna lie. That was a nail biter through and through. That is the ACL right there. Our Delta Force Asian Champions League is bringing us some crazy heavy hitting action, and what a way. That's not to finish it. That's to start things off. And this isn't even the grand finals. We're in the winners finals with 2 heavy hitting teams battling it out. This is unreal, and a chance for Thailand to get a bit of revenge. Man, I'm brought back, though, to B1, B2, how close it was there, and just a small misstep, obviously changing the game. But the thing that was really interesting to me when we were looking at the fight on B1 and B2, there was about 30 lives left. And if you remember, Taylor, we took a look at that leaderboard when they were able to take the point. One thing I saw that was very apparent is that the China side had way more kills. I mean, it wasn't even close. And because of that, all of their score lines way, way higher. Did that pay off? Yeah, I think so. They called in like 15 guided missiles, and there's only so much you can do. Great vehicle gameplay from Thailand and Jinfu. Great play to maintain point control. They couldn't keep up. They didn't have enough score, and just perfectly executed in the final moments. Ice in the veins is the lowest form of a compliment I can give to China.
Dude, and let's give a shout out to Hot JB Cat, right? Not only the commander, but the leading slayer. I mean, the last time we had a chance to look at his stats, he was at 98 or 96 eliminations. He obviously will finish with 100 plus, which is a record for the broadcast today. You mentioned China having the most eliminations. Yeah, no surprise. China did the same thing against Japan. You know, the screenshot that I took, at least looking at the stats after the game one with China versus Japan, there was no comparison. Nobody from Japan was able to touch the stat line of China. They've got too many heavy hitters, too many slayers, and of course you can't forget they also have the revives coming in with the man, of course, of Kiss Shot. But not only is their vehicle usage incredible, but their eliminations are incredible. And I mean, 140. Are you kidding me? 140 for Hot JB Cat. I mean, that is just nutty. But let's shout out some others. I mean, Diane comes out with 57 revives. Ezo as well with 71. So believe it or not, we have a new healer leader, a new revive leader of Ezo. But make no mistake, Kiss Shot was still active at 47, but Gosh, 140. I mean, that's the highest I've seen on broadcast in, probably ever.
I think it is the highest kill total I've ever seen in any of the Delta Force Warfare broadcasts we've done, which frankly is a ton. You've got to remember, though, especially with, obviously, look at the score, 82,000. You got to remember this is the commander mode, and so the commanders are going to net more score than the rest of their team, but it doesn't matter, dude. He had 140 kills. I mean, he was given every vehicle under the sun. Give him the tank destroyer, give him a lav, give him a dang helicopter. It doesn't matter. Right. He knew exactly what he was able to do, and that helicopter a major component of it. Hot JB Cat, you see him there on your screen, the commander, the top fragger, and everything in between. That dude is different. He had every vehicle under the sun, and he utilized it perfectly. But you're right, Ezo, our battlefield medic from that game for China, with Cat being the vehicle bane, most damage done to the enemy vehicles. Very well done from these top players, but just entirely that team. being able to be a commander IGL for 20 players on your team and do that, unreal. Let's listen back to the winning moments here at the end of that one.
我去行，我再找。
对面 C
脸上，可能炸 C1，我跟你说，可能炸。
往 C1 丢，往 C1 丢，快，往 C1 丢，
炸 C1。
C1 被合了 ，C2 没了，C2 没了。
我们清就直接进 C1，没事儿，直接进 C1，刚才788猫在后面顶着呢。
上去快，上车，
直接去进 C1，直接进 C1。盒来了，进 C1，进 C1。
C2了，守住 C2，守住 C2，上车，不要说了，保活，下不去，守住 C2，
What a celebration, what a final moment. Insane to watch that back, but this entire map was filled with highlight level plays. Vehicle gameplay, obviously a key component, and Hot JB Cat had that in strides here, swinging onto the point for good reason though. He went for the heli and got it fast and made quick work of the enemy team.
Yeah, that celebration, you could tell it meant a lot that they got that win with 8 lives remaining. They understood how close it was. China, you know, they thought they could win. They were in it the whole way, but let's not kid ourselves. That reaction tells me, Goes, that they were very happy they got it. That AT4 kill, by the way, was insane. Chat was talking about that for the longest time, but this is where things started to get a bit hectic. B1, B2, they can Thailand. They've got the win here, but all of a sudden, China finds a way to break in on the precipice of defeat and take back what is theirs. B1 and B2, and will ultimately move on, and we know how the ending ended up occurring. But even seeing from the replays, I just want to know what in the world went wrong, because I'm looking at this like I'm seeing so many people from China. Vehicles are being blown up, and Thailand's doing a great job countering. But then what ends up going wrong? Because look at all the green. So many defenders there from Thailand, but how does China get the capture?
Well, and they did great job utilizing their vehicles correctly for that point, but that's not even the point where they captured both. That was that nail-biter moment we thought they were going to do it, and they didn't. And it was the defense that was coming out on most of these encounters until Hot JB Cat got into that last one, and we didn't even get a chance to see it there. It was the final moment. He pushes onto the point, and his team's able to get B1. They capture, and then here comes the missile barrage. Of course, China finding one there. That was probably, aside from the final one, the best missile in terms of kill value, but it was constant pressure. You gotta remember, these missiles are incredibly valuable to zone off their opponents. But then we got to a point, once we collapsed C1, it was just about throwing missiles through the roof the best we could and hope they made it through that kind of graded roof onto C2 to open up this possibility. And these are the ones we're talking about. Some of them landed, some of them didn't. This one, of course, sneaking through, and another you'll see here onto C1, perfectly able to find its title and its win for it. Look, a guided missile is called a guided missile for a reason. You want to guide it to where you want it to go. Let's remind each other, though, the only reason that final missile was able to do that much damage because China immediately collapsed C1 and opened up a giant hole for the final missile to close things out. Perfectly executed, perfectly set up, and they did it with less than 80 lives on C1, C2. Very well done, Taylor. We're going to take a little break here in the booth. We're about to get ready for the second game of the winners finals. This could be the last game of the day. You're not going to want to miss it, folks. Get some water, refresh, stop sweating, hopefully, and join back in for game 2 of winners finals here at the Asian Champions League on our English broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Tango down!
正面打的，
没有，
正面左边。
归龙，就新标，就新标。
为什么不丢中间？
Well, folks at home, welcome back. A quick break because we are about to hop into the very next map. Thailand, of course, moving over to the attack. China on the defense. They've swapped sides, and look, I said it before, I'll say it again. Whatever you think about this map and which one has the advantage, it's time to prove it. China on the defense, but it's Thailand planning their attack and trying to decide what you want to do. How are we going to break through these points? Will we pedal to the metal? Will we fly at our opponents? Will we try to break down the walls? I assume so, but let's prove it. Let's use our vehicles effectively, but also keep them alive. Engineers, incredibly valuable here in the early game. While we're watching this tactical deployment here from Thailand, and of course we'll likely see China's as well. Chat, we've got a ton of you watching today. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, all over the place on the English broadcast, and I'm sure our ACL broadcasts have a ton of you as well. We want to hear where you're from. Go ahead and drop in the chat where you're watching this broadcast from, what country, what state, what area of the world, because this truly is a global viewership, a global game, a global esport, and we are on the road to EWC, something that we expect to see next year, hopefully, and I want to know where you're from. So drop it in the chat, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching. We're paying attention to all those chats. We'd love to shout you all out. It looks like we've got folks from Tijuana, Mexico, from Kenya, in Africa, Egypt, all over the world. And that's the fun part about these time zones. We catch so many other people, and I love it, Taylor. And also loving China's breakdown of what they think is the most important here on the defense.
By the way, shout out to Kenya. Kenya's genuinely beautiful. I had a couple of friends go over there when I was deployed in Djibouti. Love to have gone myself, maybe one day. But yeah, we're breaking it down. I think, truthfully, Goj, what this is really going to come down to is Thailand. Can they recover mentally?
Sure.
You know, I think Thailand is, man, their mentality might be put into the blender. To be that close to victory and then to lose is so tough. You have to be mentally strong, and then that's where I look at your commander to dig you out of that hole. You know, dig you out of that mental, slouch, I guess you could say. Immediately we come into it, we've got the heli in the sky. This time it is going to be Dark Star, one of the leading stars from the Thailand side, who ended up slaying out quite well. And like you said before, man, just straight to the middle. We're going to destroy these buildings so we can have the best chance for Thailand to get onto A quickly.
Yeah, it's a great shot, and you can see that China split up all over this point on both sides, and it looks like our attackers, Thailand, know it. They've swung over from this bridge to try to make a play, and the defense is ready. They've got one vehicle aloft swinging around the right-hand side, making quick work of anybody trying to flank. They're just going to try to clean up these attackers as quickly as they can and just wean numbers down so the actual fight on the point is a little bit easier. But heli in the sky is going to be the problem. We'll see if it's a well-placed AT-4 or something different. I'm excited to see what this helicopter player is able to do. Again, one thing that is a little bit different about the helicopter rather than the tanks is that you're not constantly having engineers spam heal you all over the place. And because of that, they're a little bit more fragile. Not easier to kill necessarily, but at least a bit more fragile at focus. Now, something worth noting, 11 lives in, Thailand is making quick work of A, bodies on point, wiping these players quickly. If this is an omen for how this map's going to go, not going to look very close, albeit I'm sure China is focused on B1 and B2. They'd like to deplete a few more lives here, but it's not necessary. They need to focus on setting up for B1 and B2, which are a lot more easy to hold as the defense.
We're just on board with Papercut, who's the leading revive medic for this side of Thailand, and he was put into work right before your eyes, not only getting an elimination, but also picking up 2 to 3 players. Quick capture, Thailand. I questioned their mentality. Would they be able to recover? But clearly they have. But B1, B2 is the sticking point. That was the difficult moment for China, even after they did such a great job on the original A point. Question is, will Thailand have the same struggles China did just a little bit earlier? Obviously, we're going to find all that out and more. For China, though, themselves, they were breaking down their game plans. Saw them obviously circling some defensive points. They're going to be setting up quite nicely. And well, we start off with the China perspective and immediately into a Sonova and managed to get the elimination. But yeah, things are going to start getting tense, and Thailand's already off to work on B1.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning a couple things here. Obviously, it's pretty apparent that China was not too interested in holding point A for very long. It doesn't really matter if they would have stalled them out, who knows, a couple more minutes, they still would have walked up with 180 lives. They were more focused on setting up the defense on B1 and B2 and making sure they get those vehicles down. One thing that's worth mentioning, Darkstar is on the ground, boots on the ground, no longer in the skies. Helicopter is out for now, and so therefore, I think China's excited about the fact that they're going to be able to hold these 2 points without the worry of the heli in the sky raining terror from above and opening up this choke point. I think it's a great strategy. It's working out well for them. You can see the choke point holding true for China for now as the attackers finally are swinging more vehicles this way and just trying to throw some covering fire through these holes and potentially open up maybe even the jump up over the tents here.
Yeah, that's where China's putting a ton of effort onto the defensive side. Thailand a bit spread out, but again, most effort over on the B1 side. And for China, their defense has been very strong today. Let's go back to their matchup against Japan, and that was on Cracked. Remember, Japan couldn't even get the first point. China held it down so long, and as you mentioned, and wisely so, and I agree with you, Ghosh, yeah, they weren't interested in holding A, but now you're going to see the true testament of what the defense is like for China on B1 and B2, and you know, Thailand is trying. They really are. They're trying to break through. They've lost a couple of lives. They're still relatively healthy, but something is telling me in my gut that China's defense is going to be something to behold. Do you think Thailand really has a chance? I like this off angle, though. I mean, they're going straight into B2. Yeah. Nobody from China's over here.
See, this is the thing you've got to do with these vehicles. There's 2 things that you have to do. One, you need to get into some of these points while carrying a full squad. You're able to drop off a ton of infantry onto a point like that and make your way through and keep the vehicle alive. Huge, huge boon. 2, if you're able to get there fast enough before combat arises, people can spawn on you. So you can even get more people onto that point more quickly. This is a great way to enter onto B2 effectively if they're able to hold it. The defense has answered back, and I think they're able to recap it, but you should see that strategy at least one more time, probably a couple more times, if they're able to keep their vehicles alive.
I'm impressed, Coach. That's a brilliant strategy. It really is, and it took me off guard. Luckily, it didn't take Thailand off guard like I thought it was, or China, excuse me. They hold on tight, but brilliantly done from Thailand. I love the effort, like you said, one more time, but the question is, will it even work the next time? Because China was clearly all over it. They've managed to successfully recover B1 and B2 very well. Thailand, though, does get a couple of ticks onto B1, forcing China to then rotate back and, well, obviously, and try and get it for themselves. They do have a couple of vehicles, but they don't have the manpower on foot up close and personal. So because, oh, there is going to be one on the flank, though, but how much of an impact can he have? Well, not too much, but are those individuals, sometimes it's really risky, but if it pays off, you could do a lot of damage to the attacking side. Luckily, though, it is going to be Thailand who sniffs it out and therefore can continue to start the capture onto B, which might be successful. So far, China hasn't have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a great shout. Sometimes we like to say this in a lot of our games, and I continue to say it here with Delta Force because it's actually so true. The route man gets paid. Sometimes you make the right route, and you're able to pick up 3-4. They're holding down a choke point, and it's just enough for your team to have player advantage. It's a huge boon, and there was a moment there where Thailand had a great value on B1 for 2 reasons. One, that I just said, a heroic play. It opened up the choke point. They were able to get on the point. And then secondly, because they had distracted so much on B2 earlier, the problem is China has fully restabilized, and they're able to lock down now both points as it looks like Thailand is reassessing and trying to regroup for another push. As a reminder, this is a fully functioning esports team of 20 people, and so you don't just see these players sprinting to the point and closing their eyes and hoping they make it and can make a difference. They're not trying to be heroes. They're trying to play as a team, and so you're seeing more coordinated pushes, which is why this is a lot more of a tug of war than maybe you would see in pubs.
Yeah, it's a constant back and forth. You know, China, obviously their defense is great, so Thailand tries. The route man, like you said, the route man gets paid. They take the vehicle. They drop somebody off over on B2, which theoretically should transfer China's defensive forces over into the B2 area, therefore leaving B1 exposed. Then you put your efforts on the attacking side for Thailand, you put your effort on B1 and vice versa. That doesn't work. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's try something else. Well, so Thailand, what do? They send their effort and their full forces onto B1 to try and capture it. It does work a little bit, but then China takes it back. Okay, no problem. Let's try it again. And now it's starting to pay off. B1 is now close to being captured. And China, now they have to go back to the drawing board. How do we retake it? And ultimately, how do we push Thailand back? It's constant give and take. That's why we constantly say, you know, tug of war. And that's what we're seeing. It's a great example of that. But this is the first true progress Thailand is really making. B1, though, is going to be taken back by China. But they've also Thailand has managed to get onto B2. So I'm liking the moving pieces for Thailand, Goj. I mean, it seems like it's starting to pay off a bit. I think they're making headway.
Yeah, and able to take down vehicles as well. Able to pick up a couple of the Chinese vehicles. Let's tune in with China and see what they're thinking. Here they come.
2秒。
快趴一个，这铁丝往里。
没事，我们人在活。
点就这里面。
二楼一个。
对面在烟里。
二楼一队，这里二楼一队 ，OK。
这里。
二楼 ，B 二楼。
叫开了，战机上车，叫先老喵不要往前开了，让往后开。
老喵往后开。
战机上车。我们右一点打，没事。
不用救我，他们去海墙了。
Back against the wall. They were so close to sitting this already to C1 and C2. I say already, I mean 76 lives isn't a crazy amount, but compared to last round where they swung over with, I think it was around 30 or so to push it to the new, it would have been quite a bit earlier. But a great hold yet again. China comes back in with some defensive vehicles, and they're able to provide enough covering fire to get bodies on points. They're trading, but they're still up. And again, when the tug of war is happening, you don't have to win the tug of war. You just need to keep it going when you're on the defense. Very well done. Here's a nice push here from Thailand to cap B1 and send a full force to B2. They have to win with player disadvantage. I think it's difficult. Saniva's still constant and such a bother on both sides, beating people down and just tanking a ton of bullets for their team. I'm loving how many Saniva operators we're seeing right now, and this is a big moment for Thailand. This is not make or break, but one of the few remaining pushes they have where they have fully stabilized on a point and can swing on the second point to try to take it. 2 vehicles on that point, though, going to be difficult to overcome. You can already see it in the kill feed. Good grief. Hot JB Cat and his successor on the other side, if you will, and another vehicle raining terror and holding the line.
Holding the line is it. Winter, a beautiful off angle from Thailand. Trying to just get any amount of damage he can. Unfortunately, he's just shooting his teammates. No worries, though. He'll find an opportunity to get his hands onto China for sure. But in the meantime, he'll stay into the back lines and will now transfer over, of course, to the overhead view. Thailand needs to be serious, and they've got to come back. Let's listen to the comms.
Okay. ผมตายบนเต็นท์นะในเต็นท์เยอะในเต็นท์มี
เป็นต้องมี2ขวายมือเยอะมากพี่
เราต้องมาเคลียร์ขวาว่ะมีรถเกิดหลังเต็นท์ขวานะ
มี2ทั้งขวาเยอะมากมี2ทั้งขวาเยอะมาก
I want to say they almost sound a little bit more quiet, and what worries me about that, that's what their comms were sounding like just before they lost B1 and B2, Goj. I hope we're not about to see another repeat of that. Granted, they've done a wonderful job trying to capture B1 and B2, but every effort has been thwarted. Every single time that they get close to finally moving on to the next sector, they get shut down by China. And I'm really hoping they're not mentally defeated. 46 lives left. Yes, they are in dire straits, but they still have a couple good efforts left before they have reached the end point where there is no return. So for them, after those comms, I'm hoping they step it up because Thailand, you can absolutely move on to the next sector, but you got to get serious here.
Hey, this is the exact same conversation we were having last map with China, or last round even on this map that we had with China on the attack. We were saying the same song, the same dance. Oh, it's looking grim. I don't know if they can do it. It's just about taking your time, surmounting a well-coordinated push, and you can take both these points. It is difficult, but you got to make a move, and you got to make a move very soon. 40 lives in, counting. Reminder, China took both with about 30, and talk about an onslaught back and forth in the smoke. We are dancing in close quarters combat, and we're not even in cover. We're just out in the open, bodies everywhere, and basically Bobo's the only one standing, and I love it for him. This man will not go down playing the Overwatch position. It's working out well for him. He's going to make sure these people stay down.
That is insane. Some of the views you get from the spectator mode with this 20 versus 20 is... it just blows me away. Buildings crumbling, bodies everywhere. It truly is a war zone, and I love every bit of it. But let's get serious and sober the mood up. 24 lives remaining. B2 still needs to be captured, and Thailand is quickly running out of time. The defense has been impenetrable from China's perspective, and things are starting to get grim. If you're a fan of Thailand, send your energy their way. They need it. But China, they're looking to take away all hope. Not only do they have B2, they're also starting to recapture B1, down to 13 lives. China has the vehicles and the positioning, and Thailand might be over with. I think this is it. Like I said, we rang the alarm bells right earlier, but I think this time the alarm bells are finally ringing. This seems to be the beginning of the end.
Hot JB Cat is inevitable. The vehicle prowess from this man to not only command his team, but also maintain pressure with vehicles, top frag. We know vehicles are valuable, but he's making them look like everything in this mode. You can see him, Hot JB Cat, situated inside of B2, just sitting there barraging these players. He said, you want B1? Fine. I've got cover. I can dodge missiles inside, but I still have sight lines. Come and get a taste of this medicine, which is a shell right to the face. No chance to capture B2, especially when you've got the stalwart Bobo holding the line and picking up 4 or 5 kills in transition. No one can find him, and he continues to shoot bodies because he wants to make sure they're not getting up. 10 lives and counting. Bobo's a menace, and he can't be stopped either.
Man, Bobo is a menace without question. He's been a menace all tournament long, not only against Japan, but also against Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, China is 9 lives away from securing a grand final spot. Not only a chance to play for $40,000, but a guaranteed $30,000 going their way. Now 8 lives away. Thailand, last-ditch effort. A last-ditch effort, a miracle push, a miracle run. But even if they do pull off the miracle play, they still have to capture the next sector with a limited amount of lives. I hate to say it. Thailand put up a wonderful fight, but they just weren't able to get it done. And all they could do is just get a quick little tag onto B2 before quickly being shut down and overrun. Look at all the green on your screen. That's China. That's the defense mowing down each and every player from Thailand and quickly and inevitably taking all 6 lives away and ultimately taking victory. Coach, it was a great effort. Thailand put up a wonderful fight. I loved it, but China's just too strong.
Putting a vehicle on B2 like that on the low side, it's just so difficult to break through, and because of that, China has made it to the grand finals. They've won the winter finals. Have they won it all? No, not yet, but they have assuredly won at the base minimum $30,000 because they might get second tomorrow. You never know what happens, but we're going to be seeing them in the grand finals. Congratulations to this team. They've done it. And I know that Thailand is frustrated. It's not over, though. It's double elimination. You never know what could happen tomorrow, but that is the last round of the last game today as we went through both semifinals and then the winners finals. A close match in round one. The first game was great. The second one, China was able to win it, and they were able to win it in great fashion. We're going to see a couple quick interviews here, Taylor, but overall, a great matchup.
You got a question, though, for Thailand's side, for Thailand's perspective. What does this series look like if they hold China off of the B1, B2, if they don't allow them to get the capture? Naturally, that's a win. They're up 1-0 in the series, but what does their momentum look like? What does their mentality look like going into the rest of the series? And, well, that's a question we'll never know the answer to. But tomorrow is a different day, and Thailand still needs to hold their heads up high. I think they played incredibly well today. They managed to at least 2-0 their previous opponent. Of course, we're talking about Korea. They did so in a very dominant fashion. But China, I cannot deny their success. Undefeated through the qualifiers, they come into today, day number 1 of the Delta Force Asian Championship League, and they win both of their series against Japan as well as Thailand, respectively, 2-0. Wonderful job.
Yeah, I love that.
因为在 B 点发现了泰国队放了很多大信标。如果 B 点他们被攻下来的话 ，C 点会将陷入一个很尴尬的情况，就是没有制导跟我们进行对位，所以我们就用制导把点清攻，我们步兵直接进点。
直接进点。其实当时的
It
情
looks
况
like
下，
we
这
got
么
a
多
chance
制导的
to
话，
again hear from both China and Thailand. I believe Thailand sent up a different representative for their team, but all eyes on this guy right here.
我说往哪个点丢，会往哪个点丢。
大家的指令做得非常好，那想问一下，最后空想森林的那个制导怎么评价？
非常的帅气，
非常的帅气啊！那同样的，问一下我们这边的
A lot of strategy coming in. China knows it. They've got their game
在第一张图的最后的关键时刻，在 C 点的附近，
The
他们
Thailand
是怎么
side of
进行沟
things,
通的呢？
ก็คือในแผนที่แรกนะครับในเป้าหมาย C ตอนนั้นได้สื่อสารยังไงครับเป้าหมาย C นะครับเป็นฝั่งบุกใช่ไหมครับใช่เป้าหมาย C ก็เราสื่อสารเป็นการ switching side ครับผมแล้วก็เราให้ความสำคัญของcommander เขาแล้วก็รถเป็นหลักครับ
I will say, based on kind of the demeanor here of, you know, our Thailand team, they know they won a round. They know that they've moved on to what we'll call lower bracket finals, right? And because of that, they don't look totally defeated. Like, they know that they've got a job to do, and they know that they need to get better. But overall, spirits high.
因为确实这个图的进攻方比较偏向
Yeah, I don't know how you can feel defeated if you're Thailand.
确实
I
啊，那其
really
实，在
don't.
B 点当中，对面有进
I
行一
mean,
些
at
拉
this
扯
point,
嘛。当
I
时
mean,
B
you
点是
played
怎么样进行突破的？
so incredibly well today.
B 点主要是
You push
进行一波
China
控图吧，
to the closest I think they've been, at least on broadcast for sure, right? On the precipice
他
of
们
losing.
多次使用重
I think
庆
it's
信
something to
标，
be
就会
very
导致他
proud
们的
of.
分数不足。所以
As
我
far
们
as
就
I'm
通过这一
concerned,
点
after
来
watching
消耗
Japan,
敌方的
Korea,
分数。
Thailand, and China,
说到关键点上
I
了，
still
那
put
其实，在
Thailand
第一把
back in
当
grand
中，
final, or
可
should
以
be
看得
back
出
with the
来，
rematch
泰
against
区代
China in
表
grand
队在
finals.
B 点的防
That's
守
my
当
early
中做得特
prediction.
别好。
Granted,
想问一下 B 点的
tomorrow's a
防守怎么
totally
样
new
进行
day,
安排的？
a fresh chance for
ก็คือ
anybody,
ใน
but Thailand clearly is the, at least at this point in my eyes, goes the number 2 best team in this tournament.
แล้วในเป้าหมาย B
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you're going to see a rematch of these two teams.
ตอนนี้อยากถามว่าป้องกันยังไง
Apparently, the storms outside of my house also agree.
เป็นการ
Loud thunder strike here, lightning strike right as you said
Oh,
that.
you're getting the storms I got. We had a tornado 10 minutes away from me
ใส่
earlier.
ได้แบบว่า
a good omen, a bad omen, whatever omen you want it to be. I think you're right. I think we're going to see these two teams in the grand finals for sure.
Say a lightning strike is never a good omen unless for the first time it hit and created fire for the first man on earth and said, wow, this is awesome. And it was a good omen.
Sure.
在我和他们打训练赛的时候截然不同，
好像不一样，是不是？
是的，是的，是的。
那之后
I'm just in awe of that trophy behind him still. I'm excited to see somebody raise that thing.
如果决赛还能遇到他们，那我们将会全力以赴。
很期待，很期待。那同样呢，想问一下 BNF 这里跟我们国区代表队整体交战下的感受怎么样？中国区是吗？
ก็คือในการแข่งขันกับทีมแทนประเทศจีนครั้งนี้รู้สึกเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
รู้สึกว่าจีนก็เก่งมากๆที่อย่างที่คิดไว้
What it is. I like that guy's style.
Yeah. I do. I do too. He's got the arm sleeve on as well. Look,
he's got swag too, like just the way he carries himself. I don't know. I just like the guy. I think he's cool.
Yeah, well, I wanted to congratulate you as well. I really thought you made a great point. Not congratulate, but, give you some creds. I think we were making fun of each other some on this broadcast. But I really liked your point about the Thailand team, obviously not only being the team that we'll likely see in the grand finals. They got to win, though, tomorrow in lower bracket round 2. But also, I really like that team, and I think that fight might go different if they win round 1. They were so close, and just winning that round, you called it out, some momentum on their side, but also forcing game 3. I think that's something else that you got to think about. You winning a map, losing a map, and then forcing game 3, there's a chance they could have won that tiebreaker, and they could have had an advantage going into game 3. So you never know how the cookie could have crumbled, but 8 lives was the difference in China winning that very first round, and then obviously steamrolling there in the second one. So overall, China has made it to the grand finals. They're going to be awaiting on their competition. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from that last map and see how it all went down. The player at the top here from the Thailand side is our Revive King throughout the course of the last several, with Paper Cut getting 69 revives, and the reason that he's at the top with their score. But let's take a look at the right-hand side. Of course, a much shorter game, and as such, a lot less kills, but still the top of the kill leaderboard. Hot JB Cat in the vehicles with 20,000 more score than the rest of his team. For good reason, obviously being the commander, but almost 20,000 more score than the top score from Thailand is a feat nonetheless.
Dude, 178 eliminations total across these two games for Hot JB Cat against Thailand. Let that sink in, everybody. 178 total eliminations. Incredible performance from your commander at the top for China, who's not only leading his troops, but also setting the example of how to slay out.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Here's a quick look at some of those battle tags, some of the people that made a difference on the map. Sure, it's a team effort, but these folks were the people we were looking at in that one. Kiss shot, Battlefield Medic in that one for China. Vehicle Bane from Shenzhen, who did the most damage to the opponent vehicles. A very crucial role, by the way, especially with how much value we're seeing on the map. And then Firecat, the one that was hunting down the objectives and getting on those points as much as possible. So a big congratulations to this China team, these 4 players in particular. But Hot JB Cat, the leader of his team, the leader on the kill feed, the leader just about everywhere, even in the interviews. Big congratulations to him and his squad. We're going to be taking a few breaks. Here's a quick look back at that winning moment.
B2收缩防线，这边车要来了，我们家侧面，敌方城我帮不了，但是我帮不了，
去不了，在家，没事，我在家，没事。
点在清空，
再救，
没兵了，
没兵了，没兵了。
下站 B， 下站 B， 下站 B。
Congratulations, a nice celebration. They're excited to make it to the grand finals, and they did it in a dominant fashion yet again. It was a nail-biter in game 1, but game 2, not the same story. And as expected with this team, by the way, something got calmed at the very beginning of this one. It didn't even look like they cared about point A. They were more focused on 1, preparing for B1 and B2, but 2, taking care of that helicopter immediately, who had little to no impact in comparison to Hot JB Cat, who dominated the map with it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Again, China has done an excellent job at isolating vehicles, whether they be tanks or, you know, of course, in this case, a heli. Isolating those vehicles, taking them out early on, getting rid of that advantage. And let's not forget how much value certain teams put into those vehicles. Maybe they develop their entire strategy about having the heli or having certain vehicles. You take them out early on, now we've got to go to plan B immediately. So well done from China. I think they did a lot of things right. Again, though, shout out to Thailand. I sincerely feel they played very, very well. They take China to the brink of defeat. They are the first team to do that on broadcast. I can't wait to see what tomorrow is going to bring. But China, so good in so many moments. And one thing about them, and this, take this into effect, winning, it's like being rich, right? If you're rich, you've got a lot of money, you can make a lot more money. And whenever you win and you consistently win, you continue to win because it's a lot easier. You know what it feels like, you know what it's like, and you don't feel the pressure as much as somebody who has not won just yet. They haven't won a big event, and now all of a sudden they're like, hey, okay, now it's our chance to take a victory. You have to taste a win first before you truly gain that confidence. And China right now has that overall confidence. So they're going to continue to win as far as I'm concerned unless somebody can shut them down. And Thailand is the team to do it.
Yeah, shout out to Keen here with the Telestrator to break down all of the action from the last couple plays. Some big moments, of course, we're going to talk over here on our side of things. But I really like some of these free cam shots because it's highlighting how much value and how much real estate you could work with as Hot JB Cat in the air in the heli. I mean, 140 kills in the first map. Obviously an impressive feat. Everybody's chalking it up to, oh, he had vehicles. Well, he was able to keep the vehicles alive, or maybe better yet, his teammates on the ground were harrying enough people where they couldn't look up to the skies, at least not for a while. So here's a quick look at some of those clips, and overall, some fun replays to take a look at across the board.
Yeah, this is obviously from the dominant win that, or not, excuse me, I take it back, not the dominant win, but the win China. But I apologize that, because I was thinking about 140, so I'm like, oh, that's dominant. But the win itself was narrowly there. That killed with the 18-4. I'm so glad they showed that, man, because that was mind-blowing. I mean, Gosh, how difficult is it to hit that kind of shot?
It's something that these players have practiced and tried, absolutely. Most people tend to use a different rocket launcher that can actually lock on to the vehicles that fly around, and therefore those vehicles then have to deploy flares or do evasive maneuvers. The AT-4 is one that's pretty difficult to dodge if aimed perfectly, but you have to perfectly guess where they're going to move, and was able to do it. So it's a hard shot. It's one that these players have done in the past before, but on man on an esports broadcast, I mean, that's a highlight level play. That's got to go on the socials. Put that clip out there because that's gross.
I agree. I think it's one of the best plays of the game and of the tournament, as far as I'm concerned. It takes a lot of skill and effort to pull that off, and to pull it off successfully and take down such a valuable asset of China, obviously, who was utilizing that so incredibly well. Obviously, we're talking about Hot JB Cat, who was mowing players down. I think by the time it gets destroyed, he's already at 60+. And, well, let's not forget the tanks that ended up rolling in. This was that push-and-pull fight between B1 and B2, with China down to 102 lives. At this point, not worried still. Like, I'm like, okay, things are all right. You know, you're thinking the same thing goes. 102, they can still work with that, right? But even though they start gaining B2, things are looking a little bit more decent. China loses it, right? Thailand retakes it for themselves. And finally, there's a glimmer of hope that Thailand can actually do this.
Yeah, it's a great shout. And this truly was a back and forth. I mean, you got to remember, we went down to 20 lives, I think, on B1 and B2 until China finally was able to sneak a win. And here's a look again at some of those moments, some of the vehicle gameplay. It was a constant harrying of vehicles versus vehicles to make sure the attackers didn't have an advantage at any moment.
42 lives. B2 still fully defended. Of course, new vehicle rolls in. Now you start to worry for China. This is about where I started the narrative that, hey, Thailand could do this. Thailand's going to give China their first loss, right? I'm starting to ring the alarm bells. I love to do that early on. And well, it's not too early, I guess, at 42. But, of course, the vehicles start fighting back and forth. At this point, it is necessary and absolutely essential that China takes down Thailand's vehicles. Get rid of them because they are devastating, especially on B2, which has the cover, right? B1's already captured. B2 is where the focal point is going to be. But ultimately, they end up winning B1 and B2, and that's where Thailand starts to scratch their head like, wow, we might have made a mistake, but then we go to the final points, and that final moment with the missile, Goj, that's what won China the game with 8 lives remaining.
Yeah, it's so critical to think about the setup for that missile, too. You got to remember the 14 other missiles that launched onto this stage and blew up C1 earlier to make this missile even possible, zone people off, made this point successful. So a great final moment and a great win. China on top thus far. Job's not done, though. This trophy going to be earned tomorrow in the grand finals. China has a chance to take a snack at it and grab that thing and move on their merry way because, Taylor, here's the thing. They might have done everything they needed to get there thus far, but the problem is job's not done. They still got a grand finals, and somebody's going to be chomping at the bit to grab that snack as well and grab that amazing trophy, let alone the $40,000, by the way. Here's a schedule for the day, and the final scores. Didn't see a game 3 the entirety of the day. It went 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, but this doesn't tell the full story. That last matchup, quite close, obviously, even though China went 2-0 in the day. And again, you got to remember, China did deal Thailand their first loss of the day after a dominant performance. And here's a look at that bracket, Taylor.
Yeah, you know, Thailand was definitely the best. China dominated Japan. Thailand dominated Korea. But tomorrow we start off with Japan versus Korea. Both of those teams suffering heavy, quick losses against China and Thailand respectively. But who wants to move forward? And when they do, well, they've got to go against Thailand, who looks to be the number 2. Not going to be easy for either or, but the exciting prospect of that is we could obviously see a bit of a rematch, right? Korea versus Thailand, lessons learned. But I will say I would be remiss if I didn't get a chance to watch Japan versus Thailand. But either way, I'm looking at 1930, match 6. China versus who? That's the question. Who wants the $40,000? Who's going to earn it? That grand finals will determine it.
Yeah, you saw the schedule there, folks. It is going to be a little bit later in the day than this broadcast when you need to tune in. So if you're a North American person, if you live on Central Time like me, I believe we're starting that first match around 2:30 a.m., but you could do the math yourself. It's going to be 15:30, I believe is what it said there for that China time. And so you're not going to want to miss out on that. Do that conversion. If I can help out, you can DM me on Twitter, but I think you can figure it out with Google probably on how to figure out what time you're in your time zone that first game will start. I believe the broadcast will start about 2 a.m. Central Time, 15 GMT plus 8. That's going to be that China time we're talking about for the beginning of the broadcast. Not going to want to miss it. We'll be back live with our English broadcast, our global broadcast that is live on all of the Delta Force socials. But a great day 1 of the ACL. Taylor, any final words for the broadcast here as we close this thing out? I have been so impressed with all of our players, all of our streamers, everybody that's been a part of this, the casters on the other side, the analysts. It's been really cool.
Yeah, and shout out to you all in the chat. I loved how active the chat was, not only letting us know where you were from, but also letting us know where you discovered Delta Force, what it means to you, and really getting into the gameplay. That was exciting. You guys make it worth it. When I look over at chat during exciting moments and you guys are going nuts, I'm like, okay, cool. We're here for a reason. You clearly enjoy this, and I did too. I mean, Delta Force is incredible, but Warfare is awesome, and I think we have seen some of the best Warfare that Delta Force has to offer between every single match. So many great moments. I've learned a ton as it is, But one thing is for certain, this is just the start, the first LAN event for esports when it comes to Delta Force. So much still to come, including tomorrow. But I loved every single moment, all the matches. Warfare is exciting. Delta Force, it's only to start. So much more still to happen.
A beautiful summary and a great day in the office. Thank you, Taylor. We'll see you tomorrow for another great broadcast. Again, 15 GMT plus 8s when you need to tune in. All going to be live here on all major socials for Delta Force, folks. You're not going to want to miss the games. And maybe if you're in North America, you should just hang out with us. Stay up late, get some gamer DJ hours, and get it going because it is going to be nonstop action. We got lower bracket round 1, then round 2, then grand finals for all the marbles. Make sure you go follow us on all major socials all across the board. We are live all over the place, and we will be tomorrow as well. And I've got to remind you at home, we couldn't do it without you, the viewers. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying up late, waking up early, or just watching during your lunch break, wherever you are in the world. It was a pleasure hanging out with you. And make sure you tune in tomorrow for day 2 of Delta Force's Asian Champions League. It's going to be a lot of fun. DreamHack Shanghai. You're not going to want to miss it.